Perhaps, but sometimes intuition comes.
There are many things that are hard to say.
Yifeng smiled and shrugged. In front of them, two people turned their heads and chuckled.
Yeah, there must be a reason for Brother Yi to say that. You big and tall lords, what do you know? Isn't that so?
I still have a deep impression of the scene where Brother Yi subdued that aloof individual yesterday. The fact that we were able to enter the academy was all thanks to Brother Yi.
Hey, you two little brats, what nonsense are you saying?
Hongsheng grimaced, pointing at the other party as he spoke unhappily. Obviously, yesterday, I contributed the most.
Even if I didn't do anything, I still have to work hard. You bastards only know that the winner is the king and the loser is the thief. If it wasn't for me yesterday, you wouldn't even know what to do. At this moment,
Yi Wanyue's gentle voice came from the front.
Why are the two of you waiting at the back? Hurry up and come over here. After walking around the academy, it'll be the dueling ceremony. If you miss the hour, then just pretend you didn't attend the admission ceremony yesterday and head straight home.
Yi Wanyue gave him a mysterious smile. Oh right, Hongsheng, I told you in advance that the person you are pairing with is over there.
He followed the direction of Yi Wanyue's hand and looked into the distance.
What entered his line of sight was a weak-looking white-clothed woman. Her face was deathly pale, and it was obvious that her physique was extremely poor.
Hongsheng laughed heartily. You're scary again. What do you mean going home? Moreover, this is a joke.
There's no reason for you to place me in her group.
This is the pairing manual that I just got. Take a look at the list and pictures yourself. Her name is Fengling. Yi Wanyue was expressionless. She didn't explain anything and just lightly tapped her hand.
A spirit book floated before Hongsheng with a gentle gust of wind. Hongsheng gaped for a moment, then took the spirit book. When he looked at it closely, his expression changed greatly. There were a total of 30 instructors written on the spirit book.
Each of them brought 10 students and each of the instructors had their own drawing.
As for Hongsheng, he happened to be in Fengling's group.
It can't be. I'm really going to be paired with her.
His eyes widened as if they were about to split open. He wanted to be a disciple and learn skills. No matter what, he should be a powerful man. What was the point of being a disciple to this little girl? Could it be that he wanted to learn some fancy boxing and fancy things? Do you think she wants to be paired with a tough guy like you? To be honest, everyone has no other choice. The higher-ups arranged it, there's no way to push it off. Speaking of which, Lady Wanyue, the person you are paired with. Hongsheng stared at the spirit book for a while before suddenly raising his head. It should be Yifeng. Hearing this, Yi Wanyue revealed a look of helplessness. She sighed, that's right. Although I really don't want to admit it, it's the truth.
Okay, you have it, Yifeng.
Hongsheng Ming smiled and patted Yifeng's shoulder, then said in a low voice, acknowledging your sister as my master. To be able to encounter such a good opportunity, I am truly envious of you. However, Yifeng shook his head and looked towards Yi Wanyue.
Wanyu, is forming a pair meant to acknowledge a master?
Yi Wanyue was stunned for a moment before she nodded.
Not bad, that's what you mean. Alright, if that's the case, then I won't be pairing up with you. Yifeng's voice was abnormally loud and clear.
The moment he said this, not to mention Yi Wanyue, even Elder Mo who was walking at the front was shocked. Hongsheng and Yifeng had become friends after a fight. After yesterday's admission ceremony, their relationship had improved by a lot. He pushed Yifeng and turned his head to face the crowd.
He's joking. Why are we all so nervous? It's fine, we all should go and do what we need to do.
Everyone heard him as a joke, looked at each other and turned away. However, Yifeng continued to speak with concentration.
Of course it's not a joke. What I said was the truth. If I were to become your disciple, then I, Yifeng, will not.
From beginning to end, only Jialan was his real master. As for the others, they could form a pair, but he wouldn't truly take them as his master. In this way, Hong Sheng was stunned on the spot, embarrassed beyond belief. The crowd also turned around and looked at Zifeng, not knowing what he was doing. Not taking a master. Zifeng had only been in the school for the first day. What sort of trouble did he get into? If he angered Elder Mo or an even more powerful elder, then wouldn't it be a waste of time to chase Zifeng out of the academy? Hong Sheng lowered his voice and quickly said, "Hey, Zifeng, everything is fine. What are you thinking? Do you think it's because you're embarrassed that you're his sister's disciple?" Even Yi Wanyue started to advise him. Her pretty face was full of anxiety. "Yeah, Zifeng, what happened to you all of a sudden? From the looks of it, you should be a smart person as well. Why don't you think about it? Even if you don't want to take me as your master, you should at least pretend to be one, If Yi Zifeng was kicked out of the academy because of her, she would probably continue to feel guilty." Elder Mo took big steps as he frowned. He stepped into the sky and walked in front of Zifeng, revealing a dark expression. "Zifeng, what you said just now was decided after you thought about it carefully. There are some things that you haven't done yet. Don't say anything crazy, do you understand? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 558. Chapter 558. Before I answer this question, Yifeng's expression was solemn. He ignored Elder Mo and turned around to glance at Niazun. "I want to know first. The reward that the spirit martial sect gave me should be an earth-rank pill refiner for me, not one that requires me to acknowledge her as my teacher, right?" This. Niazun was stunned. A faint light flashed through his eyes. Just as he was about to deny it, he said, "No, that's not right. You must have remembered wrongly." Yifeng shook his head, black and white. "I, Yifeng, will never casually make it up. The evidence is here." As the sound of his voice faded, without a second word, he took out a square of spirit paper from the magic crystal ring. Indeed, what was recorded on the spirit paper was the public announcement that the spiritual martial sect gave Yifeng the reward. What was written on it was indeed an earth-rank apothecary, not a student. "What? You still have that record?" In this way, it was hard to explain whether or not the words were written in black and white. The corner of Niazun's mouth twitched. He couldn't refute anything. In his heart, however, he was instead slightly depressed. Yifeng clearly knew the result, and yet, he was still asking himself. Then, he clearly did that on purpose. "Yifeng, you have to know what you're doing." "Niazun, of course I know what I'm doing. I'm not trying to rebel against the spiritual martial sect, and I'm also very clear on what the spiritual martial school is hoping for from me, as well as what you want from me. However, if I was kicked out of the academy because of this matter, it probably wouldn't be the result that you want to see, but..." Niazun's gaze was cold as he stared at Yifeng. However, Yifeng also stared at him without batting an eyelid. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, neither giving in to the other. However, in the end, it was still Niazun who lightly sighed. "Forget it, you brat, you are indeed causing trouble for me. You are truly unwilling to back down." Yifeng stared at the other party, and nodded his head for a long time. "I hope you can understand this once. Alright then, this is the only time. There won't be a next time." From the beginning to the end of the incident, Niazun didn't give Yifeng a word of advice. This meant that Niazun had the possibility to save the situation in the worst-case scenario. What Yifeng believed in was this tiny thing. On the other side, Elder Mo chuckled as he watched the conversation between the two of them. After which, he cast his gaze towards Niazun with slight disdain. "What? Have you all decided?
Not only do you not acknowledge him as your teacher, you still want to study at my inverse wind academy? There shouldn't be such a good thing in this world, right?
With old Mo's experience, he had a certain amount of authority in the Wind Rebel Academy. Otherwise, during the admission ceremony, he wouldn't have directly chased away so many students and eliminated their qualifications to enter the Wind Rebel Academy. Niezun shook his head and said, "Old Mo, this time, I'm afraid something like this is about to happen."
"Oh, what do you mean by that? Are you challenging my endurance?"
Elder Mo's eyes lit up as he looked at Niezun with great interest. To be honest, due to Zifeng's existence yesterday, so many newbies had passed through the Mortal Garden. Without a doubt, he felt very embarrassed in front of his superior. Because of this, he had some resentment towards Zifeng. After which, his gaze became vicious and he waved his hand.
"Cut the crap. Men, get those two out of here." "Wait a moment.
Before I came to the academy, Master Li from the spiritual martial force handed me a keepsake. He said that he was going to give it to the dean of the academy at the critical moment to protect Zifeng."
"It can't be, you have a keepsake for the dean." The smile on Elder Mo's face froze in an instant.
The student from the Wind Reach Academy also stopped after hearing what he said, raising his head with doubt in his eyes. "Elder Mo, if that's the case, do you still want to?" Elder Mo's face was calm as he waved his hand. "Wait a moment. It would have been fine if it were anyone else, but Niezun had directly moved out of the principal's room. This way, even he, Elder Mo, couldn't say much."
Niezun smiled helplessly.
"Originally, I didn't want to use this keepsake so early. However, I don't know what kind of medicine Zifeng ate wrong, Sai, forget it." As he spoke, he took out a small jade token.
"This is..."
Elder Mo's eyes narrowed into a line, wide open after a long while.
"Could it be? It's the principal's personal Wind Emperor token." With this said,
not to mention Elder Mo, even his other disciples, as well as Zifeng, were all stunned on the spot. Zifeng came back to his senses and his eyes lit up as the corner of his mouth raised in a relieved smile.
He forced it out. One must know that the spirit martial sect might not necessarily be on his side.
He was not that naive, and the spirit martial sect was not some charity. It was completely possible for Niezun to use this Wind Emperor token to deal with him under other circumstances. One had to know, although Zifeng didn't know how to take a master, he did have a better way of dealing with it. All he had done was to gamble. He used his exit from the Wind Inverse Academy as a bargaining chip to force out the spiritual martial force's trump card. Moreover, from the looks of it, the spiritual martial sect did have high hopes for him. It could even be said that they placed their chips on Zifeng with great purpose.
Niezun's expression was focused as he nodded his head. That's right, that's right.
The Wind Emperor's hand order, seeing it is like seeing the Wind Emperor."
This. Elder Mo was overwhelmed with shock. He absent-mindedly took a few steps forward, and a look of desire appeared in his eyes. However, Niezun frowned. "What's wrong, Old Mo? Could it be that you want to verify the authenticity of this Wind Emperor's token?"
No, little friend has misunderstood. I, Mo, have been in this academy for dozens of years. Although I have been a little too old and my eyes are unreadable, I can still identify the authenticity of this Wind Emperor token. I can take back everything I said earlier and make a decision. Zifeng, you don't need to acknowledge me as your master, you just need to meet Yuanyue." When they heard this news, all of his disciples couldn't hold it in anymore.
"What? Elder Mo, I can't accept this." "That's right.
If Zifeng doesn't acknowledge someone as his teacher, he'll just learn from our Feng and I academy. This sort of thing is practically impossible in our academy."
Elder Mo sighed helplessly, forcing a smile.
"You also said that practically isn't possible, and not completely isn't possible. Since the other party has taken out the Wind Emperor token, there are some things that are better to look down upon now.
The words said by Elder Mo naturally carried a lot of weight. Everyone looked at Zifeng as if they were looking at a monster. They didn't say anything, but they admired him in their hearts. There were some things that they didn't dare to defy. It was definitely rare to see someone like Zifeng, who could resist like this, and still succeed in the Wind Rebel Academy. Suddenly, Qi Zimo smiled and let out a sigh. Alright, since that's the case, then don't just stand there. Another place, let's go make a pair. Every disciple ceremony was bustling with noise and excitement. This was because, normally speaking, each instructor and newcomer would bring 10 disciples with them. Even Hongshang's sickly master, Fengling, had many people by his side. Worse still, they were all burly men. As such, it was hard to tell whether it was a coincidence or Fengling intentionally taking in such a disciple. The news about Zifeng also gradually spread. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Hey, look over there. I heard that Zifeng doesn't want to take Yi Wanyue as his master. He's just making a pair. Is that so? That's fine too. Could it be that he can't abide by the rules of our Inverse Wind Academy on his own? Shoo, you guys keep quiet. Zifeng is under the protection of the Spirit Martial Sect, and he even has a Royal Wind Medallion to protect him. He has a very big background. Even if he scams you one day, you probably won't know. Zifeng walked in front of everyone with a faint smile on his face. And his sole talent was slowly being retracted by him. With the end of the morning class, many senior students came to the disciple recruitment area one after another. A moment later, the others were still busy. Only Yi Wanyue's side was completely empty. Wanyu, let's not talk about me for now. Zifeng slightly frowned and looked around. But, how can you be like this? There's not a single person here. Sigh, don't ask anymore. Because I'm too young, and my superiors haven't even arranged any disciples for me. Until this year, I thought that I finally had a new disciple to bring along, but who would have thought that you were actually just pairing with me? Yi Wanyue helplessly sighed, shook her head and looked a little depressed. This time, it seems like I won't be able to teach any good disciples and won't get any results. I'll be scolded by father again. Before Zifeng could say anything, suddenly, a well-dressed man slowly walked over to them. His stature was average, but he had an evil grin on his face and harbored malicious intentions. No matter what, young Mistress Wanyue, congratulations. Even if you didn't get a disciple, at least you were able to form a match. Now you finally have the hope of getting rid of the end of the 10,000-year crane. What did you say? Yi Wanyue frowned and coldly stared at the well-dressed man in front of her. Coward from the Kai family, what are you trying to show off by relying on your good mentor? You sick son of a B***tch, to be so lively like this, didn't you rely on my vitality replenishing pill? You? A complicated expression appeared on Kai Jun's face. You are too shameless to say. A single origin replenishing pill made my Kai family sell off a third of its wealth. Obviously, it was all your effort to refine an origin replenishing pill. You make it sound so light, but just refine it yourself. He tried his best to calm his anger. Forget it, I won't mention the past. I came to find you for an important matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559. Chapter 559. BX, I have serious business to attend to. Yi Wanyue humped and a cold look appeared on her face. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time. Since the dueling ceremony has ended, how far are you going to go? You. Kai Jun rubbed his chin, suppressing the anger in his heart as he chuckled. So what if you're an Earth rank pill refiner? Frankly speaking, you're still a little girl. Don't mention it so early, I'll ask you again. At such a young age, how did you manage to become an Earth rank pill refiner? Yi Wanyue's expression changed. She thought for a while before glaring at him and said, "What do I have to do with you? If you ask me, I will definitely answer you." "Of course, you don't have to answer me, that's your freedom. However, in 2 years, up until now, you haven't even had a single disciple. You, Yi Wanyue, still have the talent to be a teacher?" Kai Jun's voice suddenly rose an octave when he said the latter sentence. Thus, the crowd could clearly hear his words. Elder Mo was worried about Zifeng and the others having the Wind Emperor's token, so he couldn't do anything to them. The aptitude to be a teacher. At this moment, when he heard those words, his eyes lit up and he smiled in understanding. As far as he was concerned, the opportunity had come. The chance to take revenge on Yi Zichen had already come. He didn't expect it to be like this. "What are you trying to say?" Anger appeared on Yi Wanyue's beautiful face. If it wasn't for the crowd surrounding them, she would have really taught Kai Jun a lesson. What he wants to say is the literal meaning. Elder Mo took a few steps forward and stood beside Kai Jun. "Elder Mo." Kai Jun raised his head and saw the viciousness in Elder Mo's eyes. He immediately understood in his heart. Mo Cho chuckled and waved his hand. "You may leave. There's nothing for you here. Leave it to me to handle." Kai Jun, of course, recognized this and hurriedly nodded his head. "Of course. I will do as Elder Mo says." So he raised his eyes and looked at Yi Wanyue. He took a few steps back, stood at his original position and looked at her from a distance. Following that, Mo Cho turned around and looked deeply at Yi Wanyue. "Lady Wanyue, do you know that there is always a clear rule in this academy? If a teacher fails to find a suitable disciple in 2 years, and someone else challenges them and wins, then the academy has the right to disqualify the teacher and let the challenger take their place?" "Oh, so it's this rule. I've seen it too." The smile on Yi Wanyue's face didn't diminish much as she faced Elder Mo. "The survival of the fittest is very normal. I agree with that as well. However, so what? With my cultivation as an earth-rank pill refiner, is there anyone in the Feng'an Academy who can challenge me and win? Although she was young, she had grown up in the Yi family. She was pampered. That might not be the case. As a challenger, you have the priority. You can choose the pill you want to refine and have a certain amount of advantage." Elder Mo seemed to have guessed Yi Wanyue's reaction. He smiled at her, turned around, and looked at the crowd. "Hey, did you hear what I just said? It's been 2 years and there are many talented students in the academy. Don't tell me that even a little girl like her doesn't dare to challenge us?" However, the surroundings were completely silent. There was a pin drop sound. No one responded to Elder Mo's words. Even Kai Jun only clenched his fists and didn't say a word. The strength of an earth-rank apothecary wasn't something that could be easily accomplished by just a single person. "You all." Elder Mo's face alternated between green and white. It was obvious that he was in great pain, so much so that his lungs were about to burst from anger. With a dark face, he added, "All right, I'll add another condition." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Due to the fact that the qualification of a teacher is related to the standards of those under her, when the time comes, pill refining, teacher and disciple will go on stage together and get a comprehensive score. According to the time, the quantity and quality of the pills refined in the future will be determined. Other teachers who are interested can also join in. The good thing about it is that it will take over Yi Wanyue's portion of the cultivation resources. Merging resources." With these words, not to mention Yi Wanyue, even the other teachers and students were shocked. Obviously, he had fallen out with Yi Wanyue. This is nonsense. Yi Wanyue's expression suddenly changed, and she shook her head. If that's the case, then some of the coaches have 10 disciples under their command. Could it be that the next competition is between 11 of them, and we're going to have 2 of them? With his hands behind his back, Elder Mo chuckled. Your understanding seems to be quite good. Not bad. It's as you said. They have 11 people. That's a type of connection between other people, and it's also a type of strength. Why must you complain? Yi Wanyue was already in a bad mood, but now Elder Mo had added fuel to the fire. Elder Mo, you've gone too far. What right do you have to do this? Why should I? I, Elder Mo, am the overseer of this Wind Rebel Academy. Since you, Yi Wanyue, do not have the qualifications to be a teacher, I will let the challenger or any other instructors take your place. What's the problem? What's more? Elder Mo smiled, his eyes revealing a trace of craftiness. Yi Wanyue, I didn't block your path. As long as you win in pill refining, you'll be able to become a teacher for 2 more years. Other than that, you'll also get 2 more years worth of cultivation resources. If he won, he would only get some resources. However, Yi Wanyue lost because of her qualifications as a mentor. Elder Mo's calculations were obviously very meticulous. Yi Wanyue pursed her lips so tightly that she could have bitten blood. So that's how it is. Yi Feng frowned slightly when he saw this. He understood Elder Mo's intentions. He said so openly that Yi Wanyue would not be able to be his mentor. Secretly, he did this to take revenge on Yi Feng. If Yi Wanyue really couldn't be a mentor, Yi Feng would naturally return to his home. No blood blade. If he really loses, even the Royal Wind Medallion would not be able to protect Yi Feng. Elder Mo looked around and shouted. Do you hear me? I have clearly stated the rules. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Yi Wanyue, or those who want to devour her cultivation resources? Come out and challenge them. Therefore, Kai Jun and his master discussed things for a while below. A moment later, his expression brightened and he cleared his throat. He walked out first and said, reporting to Elder Mo, I, Kai Jun, am in a group of 10. I wish to participate in this competition. Good, very good. I'll remember Kai Jun's group. Elder Mo smiled indifferently and took out a piece of spirit paper. He waved it in the air and it was completed in a moment. Seeing that someone was taking the lead, the others obviously could not sit still any longer. For Donghua's group of 9, we would also like to exchange pointers with Lady Wanyu, but if that's the case, then Chen Wentao's group of 11 should also come join in the fun. Once someone took the lead, those who were already ready to make a move naturally also jumped out. They thought that if they were to win, that would be the most beautiful thing in the world. Good, good, good. Elder Mo laughed heartily. I don't think it's appropriate to drag this matter on for too long. The next day is not as good as the day before, why don't we set it for tomorrow? You all. Yi Wanyue's face was full of anger, and her eyes looked like they were about to spew fire. If Daddy didn't go on this trip, how great would that be? He would definitely help me. That old turtle, Mo, must have known where my dad was and was in such a hurry to deal with me. In the Wind Rebel Academy, although she occasionally concocted pills to help others. However, she was still young and had achieved her goals. It was hard for her to offend others when she was in the world. Now that the word prophet was being used, there was no possibility for others to give her face. Wait a moment. Yi Feng smiled, he walked forward a few steps and faced Elder Mo. What? Yi Feng, what do you have to say for yourself? Watch your little sister get bullied. I'm not going to stand by. Elder Mo sneered. Seeing so many people standing out against Yi Wanyue, he felt an indescribable sense of joy. However, since you've just arrived, you are busy with your own matters. If you think you can change the rules, then I advise you to not worry about it. Tomorrow, the competition that will determine the qualifications of instructor Yi Wanyue will be decided. Just as Elder Mo had said, Yi Feng might be able to control some matters in the Heavenly Dao City and the Thunder City. However, in this meteor city, he couldn't do it. No, Elder Mo has misunderstood. Zifeng didn't have any doubts about the competition itself. Then what else do you want to ask? Elder Mo looked at Zifeng with interest, but did not interrupt him.
Yifeng's eyes flashed. What I want to say is, if one Yu wins, what we want is not just 2 compensation, but all the losers, a year's worth of cultivation resources. Otherwise, if the challenger only has the benefit of winning, and no losses, then the rules are way too casual.
This.
Elder Mo thought for a moment, then raised his head to look at Yifeng's expression. Hearing his tone, Yi Zichen felt like Yifeng could win. Hundreds of thoughts flashed across Elder Mo's mind all of a sudden as he calmed down. He also felt that he had targeted Yi Wanyuan a little too much. If he didn't agree to Yifeng's request, he might get someone to gossip in the future. After a long while, he nodded and smiled in relief. Okay, then as you said, the loser should pay Yi Wanyuan a year's worth of cultivation resources.
What? Elder Mo, he wants our cultivation resources for a year? What's the point of that?
Kai Jun's expression changed slightly as he blurted out these words.
What's wrong, brother Kai?
You haven't even started fighting yet and you already think you've lost? Yifeng turned his head and swept his sharp gaze across Kai Jun, looking at everyone else.
Then, it's time for you to withdraw. From the very beginning, no one forced you to compete.
If you want to step on our shoulders, then please consider whether you have the ability to do so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 560. Chapter 560.
Yifeng scanned across the crowd. His eyes were solemn and there was an indescribable coldness in them.
Who wants to continue signing up for the challenge? Who wants to withdraw from the competition?
Hurry up and make the decision, we won't wait any longer. His words were loud and clear like a boulder, smashing into the hearts of everyone present. In his previous life, as a martial ancestor realm expert and a pill god of the world, if he really became angry, it would be difficult for ordinary people to endure his boundless rage.
There was a moment of silence.
The students were speechless and looked at each other in dismay.
They really couldn't understand. Yifeng, such a pure rookie, how could he be so intimidating when he spoke? Speaking of which, why was he under the protection of the spirit martial sect? What about the Wind Emperor's hand token? Fear originated from the unknown.
Everyone couldn't help but think for a moment, afraid that they would offend someone they shouldn't have.
Yifeng, you.
Yi Wanyue's eyes were wide open as she looked at Yifeng in disbelief, and her body remained motionless.
What? Do you find it hard to finish tomorrow because of what I've said?
Yifeng smiled and turned his head, his eyes gleaming.
This.
Yi Wanyue was stunned for a moment. She did have some concerns about this.
To put it so arrogantly, what would they do if they lost?
One had to know that as an Earth-rank pill refiner, she wouldn't even be afraid if Yi Wanyue fought 1-on-1, 2-on-3, or even 5. However, if the opponent was also a teacher, then it would be difficult for them to match against a pair of 10. Even worse was that the opponent had even decided on the contents of the competition. Yifeng smiled and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Besides, my words are a way to increase the opponent's mental pressure and reduce the number of enemies they have." Yi Wanyue's expression froze, and she made a sound. She lowered her head, but she was not sure. After all the information she'd gathered over the years had been about Zifeng being a piece of trash. It wasn't good to make her completely believe in a former good-for-nothing when it came to such a big matter.
She didn't have much time to think about it.
A green-clothed young man could not sit still anymore. He pursed his lips and said, Elder Mo, we were just thinking about it carefully. I have received Lady Wanyue's help. I think it's better for me to withdraw from this competition.
Dong Hua, you.
Elder Mo's expression changed slightly. Just as he frowned, he heard someone else's voice from behind him.
Elder Mo, Shen Wentao, we need to think it over again.
After all, we might have to trouble Lady Wanyue to refine pills in the future.
If we were to think about it just now, we might have made the decision too quickly.
Some people, who were already indecisive, immediately had the thought of retreating after hearing Yifeng's words.
Even if they could win against Yi Wanyue, so what?
According to the rules, if one wanted to obtain Yi Wanyue's cultivation resources, they would need to win over everyone else.
If there were no losses, they would naturally participate.
However, if they were to lose now, they would also have to compensate their cultivation resources and offend others. This way, Yifeng poured a bucket of cold water on them, calming them down and allowing them to worry about a lot of things.
You people.
Elder Mo's face was calm as he shook his head.
Forget about it.
The 3 groups that have signed up, along with Yifeng and the others, make up a total of 4 groups. If there's no objection, then it's decided. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud and clear voice suddenly resounded through the entire arena.
Wait a moment, Elder Mo, we've decided to participate as well.
You are. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and their eyes lit up.
A white-robed young man slowly stepped forward and stood as straight as a pine tree.
With his long, dark green hair and ashen eyes, it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. The only thing he could feel was his gaze. He kept staring at the tip of the leaf. He didn't even close his eyes.
Qi Zimo.
Qi Zimo, it can't be, it's actually him. I thought he wasn't interested in this sort of thing. However, that's true. Both he and his master are pill addicts. It's no wonder that they wanted to join in on the fun when they heard that someone wanted to concoct pills.
Hearing the 3 words Qi Zimo, even Yifeng's expression couldn't help but change.
Yifeng, it's been almost half a year.
We meet again.
Yi Wanyue stood aside and observed everything. She pursed her red lips and said, Yifeng, look at you.
Do you know Qi Zimo?
Yi Wanyue had also heard of Qi Zimo's pill refining skills. However, he was the same type of person as his master. They had always lived in seclusion, so it was difficult for others to understand their true alchemy abilities. Yeah, but it's not just to the extent of knowing each other. Yuan's starry eyes lit up, and he timidly said, between him and I,
you can be considered an old friend.
After they finished talking, the 2 looked at each other in the distance for a moment and then smiled at each other.
The cold light in their eyes wantonly shot out.
It has been half a year since the pill competition. Finally, it is time for another fight. He had just walked out of the Wind Inverse Academy. Yifeng's originally slightly playful expression turned solemn. Without a word, he headed straight for the medicine store in Starfall City. It turned out that earlier, when everyone was still discussing this matter, he had sent Spirit Shadow to find the medicine store.
It just so happened that it was not far away from the academy.
Hey, Yifeng, wait for me. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the medicine store?
Yi Wanyue followed behind.
Her delicate face was flushed and she was a little out of breath. Yifeng did not even look back.
Do you still have any questions?
Of course, in the pill refining competition tomorrow, I will be here to buy some supplementary medicinal herbs to prepare for it. Supporting medicinal plants.
Yi Wanyue was shocked.
From Yifeng's tone, it seemed like he was an expert. However, for a moment, she didn't think too much about it.
But
even so, most of the ingredients are extremely expensive. Where would you get the gold to buy them?
No, that would be too late.
Yifeng immediately shook his head and pointed at their backs.
Just as expected, the rest of the people had already caught up and were quickly walking towards the medicine store.
Among them, there were even those participating in tomorrow's competition.
Did you see that?
When you go back home and retrieve the gold coins, I'm afraid that all of these special medicine ingredients will be swept away by someone. As for the gold coins, I have saved them up while I was in the heavenly lost city. As Zifeng spoke, he had already stepped into the largest herb shop in the Star Cloud City, the Fire Cloud Medicine Shop. But, Yi Wanyue slightly frowned and followed Yifeng's footsteps. Yifeng, how much gold did you save? Yifeng's expression was solemn as he extended 5 fingers. Oh, Yifeng, could it be 50 gold coins? Yi Wanyue smiled and asked. However, Yifeng still did not reply. 500 gold coins. Yi Wanyue quickened her pace, and the smile on her face gradually faded. However, Yifeng still did not answer. Yi Wanyue stopped teasing him and her expression changed slightly. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. Yifeng, don't tell me, you have 5,000 gold coins, are you for real? 5,000 gold coins was nothing for a big sister like Yi Wanyue. However, Yifeng was just a poor kid from the heavenly Dao City. How could he have that much money? She could not understand. No, 50,000 gold. Yifeng's words were like meteorites that crashed into Yi Wanyue's heart, causing her to freeze on the spot. What are you blanking out for? Treat it as if I'm lending it to you. Later on, help me out as well. Find all the supporting catalyzed medicinal ingredients in the store for me. At the same time, in the medicine store, a shop assistant that was in charge of managing the shop saw a student rushing in with a flurry of emotions as if he was looking for trouble. He immediately felt displeased in his heart. Stop right there. You're a newcomer from the Wind Inverse Academy, right? Don't you understand the rules here? Those who consume less than 1,000 gold, line up outside the door. Yifeng had already gotten Spirit Shadow to investigate the situation, so he didn't explain much. He lowered his head, grabbed a handful of medicinal herbs, and rubbed them with his hand for a while. I want all of these medicinal materials. What? The young shop assistant had just raised his sleeves, intending to chase Yifeng away. However, when he heard Yifeng's words, a change immediately appeared on his face. Even the sleeve that was just lifted was now pulled back by him. Wait, what did you say just now? As the largest herb shop in the Star Cloud City, this Fire Cloud Medicine Shop had the best quality goods, but its price was not ordinary. A whole row of herbs had to be worth at least 3,000 gold coins. Yifeng's actions were a bit too extravagant. What I said just now was that this row of medicinal herbs. Now we have to add on the herbs that lined up over there. Servant, you. The young shop assistant's expression was as if he had been hit by a huge bell. His entire body seemed to have fallen into a stupor as the corners of his mouth twitched. He forced out a smile that was uglier than death. Could it be that the person that came in was a madman? However, when he saw Yi Wanyue, he was shocked. The doubts in his heart disappeared like smoke into thin air, and he immediately felt relieved. Wanyue, little sister, oh, I see, so you are a friend of young Mistress Wanyue. As an earth-rank pill refiner, Yi Wanyue was a regular customer of this Fire Cloud Medicine Shop. If she were to come and buy the herbs here, she would naturally have the qualifications to do so. But when that shop assistant thought about it carefully, even if it was Yi Wanyue, she had never tried to buy medicinal ingredients like Yifeng. Master, you take it easy. No one will fight with you for it. At this moment. All right, you just happened to remind me. Yifeng suddenly raised his head, looked at him deeply, and said with a smile. In order to prevent anyone from snatching it from me, I'll pay 1,000 gold coins to buy a room for an hour. What do you think? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561. Chapter 561. An hour, 1,000 booths. The shop assistant in front of Yi Zichen was clearly shocked by Yi Zichen's wild thoughts. He pursed his lips and twitched them a few times. Then, without further ado,
he took a few steps back and shouted towards the inside of the room. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied, "The shopkeeper, the shopkeeper. Come quickly. Someone is coming." "Large order? Is that for real?" A short while later, he saw a fat and oily storekeeper support the stairs as he staggered down one step at a time. "Guazi, you have already counted a few times. What are you bullshitting me every time? How many times have I told you this? It's only May now, and the Azura Purgatory of the Wind Rebel Academy has yet to be opened. The peak period for refining pills has yet to arrive. No, manager, it's true this time." The shop assistant named Guo forced a smile and said, Look, he's the one who bought the big deal." Hearing this, the fat storekeeper slightly raised his head and caught a glimpse of Zifeng as well as the academy's new clothes he was wearing. A rookie from the academy? He sized up Zifeng from head to toe and didn't say anything. However, his heart skipped a beat. He frowned, turned around, borrowed a candle flame, and blew out a stick of dry smoke. "What big order? Nonsense again. As for your new face, little brother, from the looks of it, you shouldn't be a local, right?" While he was chuckling, he puffed out smoke rings and intentionally or unintentionally glanced to the side. This glance was quite impressive. In that instant, he froze on the spot and almost dropped that pipe. The beautiful girl that caught his eye was none other than the Earth-rank pill refiner, Yi Wanyue. Wanyue? The fat storekeeper turned his head and glared at Guo, annoyed that he didn't make things clear. He immediately changed his amiable expression. Come, sit in the house. What wind is it today that has brought you here? Wanyue, little sister, why did you come over yourself? What kind of medicinal herbs do you want for your pill forging? They will naturally send you what you write down for the steward every month. Hey Guo, what are you standing there for? As usual, hurry up and make a pot of tea. Good, Guo was stunned for a moment as he kept nodding his head. However, he had yet to truly take action. Yi Wanyue shook her head and waved her hand. There's no need. Shopkeeper, don't worry about me today. I'm not here to buy pills, it's him. The next moment, Yi Wanyue's slim hand was pointing straight at Yi Xiao. What? He? The fat storekeeper's eyes glazed over and he once again looked at Zifeng. Then, this little brother, I am the manager of this Fire Cloud medicine shop, Afu. Zifeng. As Zifeng replied, he lowered his head and grabbed a handful of herbs. He held them in his hands and looked at them carefully, as if he was completely focused. Forget it. It was as if everything around him was useless to him. Hey, Zifeng, you're too polite. The shopkeeper is talking to you, at least look at him. When Yi Wanyue saw that Zifeng did not even raise his head, she slightly frowned. However, Zifeng continued to look down at the medicine, and did not even move his gaze away. Time is of the essence. If anyone else were to realize this, they would immediately come after us. And Wanyue, you help me find all the supporting herbs needed for my catalysis process. When Afu heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. One must know that in this Star Cloud City, a newbie was not allowed to be polite to Yi Wanyue. Then what exactly was Zifeng's current actions? Why was he pointing at Yi Wanyue? Right, both of them had the surname Yi, could it be a family? As he was deep in thought, Zifeng's words sounded out again, shopkeeper, please help me list this and that list of herbs. Hurry up and calculate the price. Afu was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. He didn't think about anything else. Alright, this is money. In the past, it wasn't that he hadn't run into big business before, but the medicine store was also busy with the seasons. He pondered for a moment, then stopped. Who cares about all that, as long as he was a potential customer? He picked up an abacus and played with it a few times. It was extremely fast and nimble. Soon after, he lifted his head. "Little brother Yi. The row over here are all high-quality medicinal herbs. If you want all of them, that's 5,000 gold coins. As for the list over there, I'll give you a discount and it should be worth at least 4,000 gold coins." With just a few simple sentences from Zifeng, it meant a deal of 9,000 gold coins. And 1 row on this side, and 2 rows on that side. Zifeng raised his hand and pointed again. Seeing him spending so much money, Yuanyue was stunned and didn't move at all. This. She could no longer maintain her composure. "Zifeng, I just don't understand. What did you do to earn so much gold? And why did you give your all to do all this for me?" Zifeng stopped, raised his head, and looked at her. "First question, don't worry. The gold coins I got were all obtained through legal means and were all very clean. Secondly, although I've given it my all, it's not for you alone, but for the future of our cultivation." "You." Yuanyue pursed her lips and looked at him in astonishment. It had to be known that it was too late for other people to curry favor with her. However, why did Qi Zimo want to say it so clearly? Besides, now is not the time to think about this. With that, a bright light suddenly flashed in front of Zifeng's eyes as he frowned and said, "Because the people who will be participating in the competition tomorrow are already coming this way. Right now, we must increase our speed." A moment passed in the blink of an eye. Done. Zifeng wiped away the sweat on his forehead, and finally put the last catalytic drug in the medicine store into the magic crystal ring. "This. Is it finally over?" Ah Fu was startled. He shook his head as if he was dreaming. "What's more, Zifeng, what did you pick?" "A catalytic type of supporting medicinal herb." "Just what are you refining?" "About this." Zifeng smiled but did not reply. He followed her to the inner room to settle the bill. After a moment, with a creaking sound, the medicine store's door was suddenly pushed open. "What do you mean including the field?" King Hell, that blind servant at the door actually stopped us for so long. "I want to see who booked the field." Several groups of people came in through the entrance of the medicine store. Without exception, they were all disciples of Feng Ni Academy's instructors, which meant that they were going to be tomorrow's competitors. Then, their gazes focused. "Wan Yu. So it's Lady Wan Yu?" When they saw the earth-rank pill refiner, Yuanyue, there was a subtle change on their faces. The corners of their mouths lifted into an embarrassed smile. Honestly speaking, they were afraid of the strength of an earth-rank apothecary. "What, the stage I reserved? You guys have come over, could it be to find me? Are you in trouble?" Yuanyue slightly narrowed her eyes and smiled. She didn't even try to hide the coldness in her voice as she spoke the last sentence. "No need for that. Lady Yuanyue must be joking. We heard about Lady Yuanyue's godlike talent on pill refining long before we entered the academy. We've always admired her." And Kong, a pale-faced scholar, smiled at Yuanyue and cupped his hands with a polite smile. Yuanyue snorted coldly with a serious look in her eyes. "Oh. That was quite a nice speech. Admiration? So you want to take away all the cultivation resources that belongs to me now, everything about me. Is this what you call admiration? Hey!" Hearing this, a burly, horse-faced man immediately jumped out with an unfriendly expression. "Little girl, don't be like this, don't refuse a toast only to be punished. Your pill refining ability is mysterious, and you refuse to reveal it to anyone, and your martial arts background is unknown. I really don't know what Feng Ni Academy is thinking. Why did they keep you as a teacher? Others may not dare to say so, but if I can't beat you this time, then I won't be surnamed Su. Enough. Su Datong, you step down." Zifeng frowns and glares at him. Brother Liu, your team's alchemy skills are above ours. Why are you afraid of Yi Wanyue? Now that things are like this, are we going to continue playing the game of hypocritical friends? If I tell you to leave, then leave. Didn't you hear me? Sixan Khan's words were like a giant boulder, smashing into Su Datong's heart. All right. Yi Wanyue, I will let you go on account of Brother Liu today. Whether it's us, or Brother Liu and the rest, I don't believe that we won't be able to win against you by relying on numbers. 6. Ankang sighed helplessly, stepping forward and blocking in front of Su Datong. Lady Wanyue, don't bother with his words. The competition is a competition, and friendship is friendship. You must know that the person who signed up for the competition wasn't me, but my master. Yi Wanyue looked at him coldly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a cold light. Isn't the meaning the same in terms of results? If your master asks you to go all out tomorrow, will you still go easy? I won't let the water go. Sixang thinks for a moment and sighs. Ha. Then what are you going to say? Yi Wanyue smiled and shook her head. Scram for me. Don't make it seem like you are very close to me. We just cancelled our baby marriage long ago, but. Sixan Khan stared at Yi Wanyue's beautiful face. He paused for a moment, then went on. But Miss Wanyue, haven't you always chosen to ignore me? Then if I win, can you give me a chance to look at me one more time? I know, over all these years, you. Weren't you also always single? You? Yi Wanyue frowned but didn't say anything. At this moment. After Yifeng finished counting the gold coins, he put the bags of herbs into his storage ring and jade pendant, then walked out of the room. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562. Chapter 562. When he saw Yi Zichen, and Kang's expression changed slightly. He smiled and cupped his hands. Oh, Yifeng, so you are here too. So, it was Lady Wanyue who brought you here to pick herbs to prepare for tomorrow's competition? Yifeng shrugged, shook his head and smiled. If I told you that I picked the ingredients myself, would you believe me? You. 6. And Kang's face changed. With a whoosh sound, he quickly closed the fan in his hand and glared at Yifeng. How preposterous is that? You're giving me face, yet you still dare to make fun of me in front of everyone? When he was with Yi Wanyue, he could disguise himself as a gentle, elegant young master. However, he wasn't so courteous towards Yifeng. Ah Fu, look at this Yifeng's thick skin. He really likes to talk nonsense. Is it that if you didn't give face to Lady Wanyue, you would have kicked him out already? No, he. Ah Fu revealed an awkward smile as he shifted his fat body, his lips curling into a pout. However, he didn't have the time to say anything. Su Datong took a step forward and started shouting. Oi, you're called Yifeng, right? You're F** king. If Brother Liu tells you to answer honestly, then answer honestly, or else. Otherwise, what do you want? Yifeng laughed blandly. The light in his eyes suddenly turned cold, and like two sharp swords, they clashed against Su Datong's body. Could it be that you want to fight with me before the Doudan competition? Su Datong stared into Yifeng's eyes, his entire body felt as if it had fallen into a cave of ice. He did not dare to move, and after a while, he unconsciously took 2 steps back. Datong, what's wrong with you? 6. Ankan's brows slightly creased, as he couldn't figure out what was going on. He knew his brother's situation the best. Su Datong was very straightforward when it came to things, but he had always been bold. A person who could make him afraid with just a look was truly a rare sight. It was as if it had never happened before in his memory. No. Nothing. Only then did Su Datong come back to his senses.
When he thought of Yifeng's eyes that looked like he wanted to eat someone, he felt a lingering fear. He usually had the best face, so he didn't speak the truth.
Yifeng, what did you do to my bro just now?
Zifeng Kong frowned and stared at Yifeng, thinking that Yifeng had secretly used some hidden weapon or poison.
I'm just standing there, not moving at all. What can I do?
You? Yifeng let out a faint smile and scanned across the crowd. There was not a single trace of fear in his eyes.
If you want to fight against me, Yifeng, I can accompany you.
I don't mind reducing the number of enemies before the competition. With this said, with a few so-so-so sounds, the sharp sword was unsheathed. The group of people looked at each other with faces full of anger. They were all looking at Yifeng with hostility. What a kid, a single person dares to provoke so many of us, he's really tired of living.
That's right, who do you think you are?
A mere person from a small place like Heavenly Law City dares to challenge an official student of our Feng and I Academy. Yi Wanyue's face turned ugly, and her eyes turned colder and colder. Zifeng Kong observed the situation for a moment and naturally did not want to anger the beauty.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Take back your sword. If you hurt Yifeng and Lady Wanyue, then how will Elder Mo arrange tomorrow's competition? Use your methods properly and don't let others talk about it.
Everyone looked at each other as if they were still unwilling to give up.
When Kong saw that everyone was still fighting, he frowned and snapped, "Did you hear that?
In your eyes, do you still have a big brother like me? Alright, on account of Big Brother Liu, then let's wait for one more day and save the chance to humiliate Yifeng until tomorrow."
They looked at Kong and then at Yifeng.
The anger in their hearts was gradually replaced by calmness.
Put away your sword.
This is, after all, a medicine store.
Only after reaching an agreement did they manage to stand up straight.
With a swoosh sound, they all put away their swords.
Very good.
Zifeng Kong looked at the crowd with satisfaction, smiled, and turned around. Then, Yifeng, don't blame us for tomorrow's competition of Dantian. However, before he even finished speaking, his entire face seemed to have stopped moving. He stood there motionlessly.
What?
At this moment, in front of his eyes, there was not even a shadow of Yi Zifeng left. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he immediately looked up. Only then did he realize that Yifeng and Yi Wanyue had just passed through a small gate. They had stepped out of the gate and disappeared from his sight.
Yifeng.
He clenched his fists tightly, and the rage in his heart was palpable.
Tomorrow, just you wait.
The Yi clan's main gate was brightly lit. Several maids and servants paced back and forth, looking extremely anxious. The sound of footsteps could be heard from afar. When they raised their heads to look, they saw that the two people in front of them were immediately overjoyed.
He's here, he's here. Everyone look. Little Sister Wan Yu and young Master Zifeng are back. That's great. They really made us wait. They finally came back.
Yi Wanyue and Yifeng looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Then, Yi Wanyue pursed her red lips, glanced at the crowd, and asked,
"What's going on? It's already so late, why are all of you still blocking the entrance?"
One of the servants who was nearby laughed apologetically.
"It's like this.
Madame Zhong told us to wait at the door. Once Wanyue elder sister returns, we must bring her to her study as soon as possible."
"It can't be. What important matter happened?"
"It's already so late, and my mother is still looking for me."
Yi Wanyue's beautiful eyes were shining brightly.
Usually, the mother and daughter pair would come home rather late after Yi Wanyue finished the pill concocting.
They basically didn't have anything to do with each other at night. Oh. I know. Could it be that she already knows about the spirit pill today? How could she not know that it was such an uproar? Let's go and take a look together. Yifeng smiled and said. That's true, let's see what my mother has to say. Then let's go. Yuanyue pondered for a moment and then bit her lips. Hold on. Several servants raised their heads and looked at each other blankly. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that they were slightly embarrassed. In the end, it was a younger servant who couldn't help but speak out. Wait, young Master Zifeng. Madame Zhong only said that she wanted to ask young Mistress Wanyu to go, but she didn't say anything about letting young Master Zifeng go. That won't do, he has to go too. The servant was frightened. Wanyu. This is too much. Who knew what kind of treatment they would receive in the future if they angered Madame Zhong because of this? Yuanyue was stunned for a moment and then smiled. My mother told me to go, but she didn't say that I wouldn't let Yifeng go. You don't need to worry about that. He also has a part in the matter of Dantian, so we should discuss it together. So, Yifeng, as you said, let's go together. Previously, Yifeng had spent such a large amount of gold to buy supplementary ingredients for concocting pills. This action, without a doubt, made her look at him in a new light. Thus, she also wanted to know what Yifeng was thinking and what he planned to do tomorrow. Swift as if he was flying, swift as lightning. Yuanyue did not waste any time in her actions. After a while, she arrived at her mother's study. She did not even knock on the door before she pushed it open and entered. Yuer, how many times have I told you? When you enter, remember to knock on the door. You haven't married anyone yet, so you should learn this bad habit first. What should you do? Madame Zhong was dressed in an embroidered robe and had a kind gaze in her phoenix eyes. It was clear that she was a good wife and mother. However, when her sight landed on Yuanyue, her gaze fell on Yifeng. Her expression immediately changed and was overwhelmed with shock. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. Wanyu, why did you bring Yifeng into my room? Zifeng greets Madame Zhong. Seeing Yi Zichen's respectful look, the so-called don't hit a smiling person with your hand. You? Even though Madame Zhong didn't have a good impression of Yifeng, she had no choice but to suppress the displeasure in her heart and didn't say anything. Yuanyue pouted and said blandly, Mother, I know what you want to talk about. It's about the Dantian tomorrow, so I'll be honest with you. After my observation, Yifeng can still be of use. That's why I brought him here tonight to discuss it with you. Yifeng, what use can he have? Madame Zhong let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. Her brows gradually tightened. About the matter at the academy, it's really something. You actually agreed to it just like that. Moreover, you have to make it into 3 people. How am I supposed to discuss other things with you? Mom, what are you trying to say? Stop hiding and speak your mind. Yuanyue hated to beat around the bush, so she asked right away. Madame Zhong looked at her daughter and then at Yifeng. For a moment, she was speechless. Madame Zhong, if Zifeng is not wrong, the matter you want to discuss, is it, and it's right under the red cloth of the 8 Immortals table. The corner of Yifeng's mouth raised into a faint smile, while his gaze continued to stare at the red cloth on the table. This? Alright, I didn't think that you, Yifeng, would have such keen observation skills. When Madame Zhong heard this, her expression froze and she repeatedly lowered her head. That's right, the thing I need to discuss with you is. After that, she walked to the side of the table and held the red cloth with one hand. Suddenly, she seemed to have made up her mind. She bit down hard on her teeth and lifted the red cloth. This one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563. Chapter 563. The red cloth was lifted, and golden light shot out in all directions. He saw that on the table, there was a pair of blood jade lions. Their craftsmanship was incomparably exquisite. It was obvious that they were high-grade goods and were worth quite a bit. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Who sent it? This pair of lions are indeed unique.
Yuanyue was stunned for a moment and then smiled. She held the lion in her hand and played with it. She was still young, and in front of her family, she naturally took off her usual disguise and revealed the feelings of a young girl. It was sent by your baby mother, and Kong. Madame Zhong's voice was light as she stared at her daughter's expression, as if she wanted to see through it.
What? Him again?
A trace of displeasure appeared on Yuanyue's face, and she heavily knocked the blood jade lion onto the table.
Mother, didn't I tell you many times? I didn't want anything that he sent over.
Little brat, such a precious thing, what do I do if it is destroyed? Madame Zhong glared at her unhappily and carefully put away the lion in lion using the red cloth.
Mom, don't keep it. I'll return it to that Liu Ming now. Wait, stop right now.
Madame Zhong's face was calm as she lifted the lion high up into the air, causing Yuanyue to catch nothing.
Mother.
Madame Zhong looked solemnly at her daughter and said in a serious tone, Wanyu, listen carefully.
This gift is different from the previous one.
It has to do with tomorrow's Dan competition as well. With this said, even Yifeng slightly narrowed his eyes.
He laughed and said, how should I put it? What does the relationship between the two have?
Madame Zhong looked coldly at Yifeng and did not directly answer him. Instead, she turned around and looked seriously at Yuanyue. Yi Zhoudao wasn't here, she wasn't going to give Yifeng any face.
Sixth young master said that he has already helped Wanyu think it through.
Tomorrow, you will definitely lose, you just need to concoct a little pill, and then let Yifeng take over and lose. At that time, not only will the stone lion give it to us, but you will also receive a lot of compensation gifts.
So that's how it is.
Letting me take over the concocting of pills.
What a good plan he has in mind.
Yifeng lowered his head with a smile on his face.
6. Ankang's plan was very clear.
He was going to let Yifeng take over this mess and completely lose, so that he wouldn't have to be arrogant.
Stop, stop, stop. Anger appeared on Yuanyue's pretty face, this matter cannot be discussed. Just what kind of person does he think I am? Doing this would be an insult to me.
Sigh.
Wanyu, don't be so stubborn.
It's already happened, and Master is not home. Tomorrow you should see if there's anything wrong with it.
If you have a judgment, then you can go ahead and decide.
Madame Zhong sighed and tried to persuade him. Noticing that Yuanyue didn't say anything, she went closer and whispered into her ear.
Wanyu. Listen to your mother, I'm not asking you to admit defeat. Try it first, if you can't do it, let Yifeng take over your position.
Even if you really lose, it won't cause you to lose face as an Earth-rank alchemist.
But if that's the case, then wouldn't it ruin Yifeng's reputation?
Yuanyue still shook her head. No, if I lose, then so be it.
My business is my business.
I will not let this matter of losing face be transferred to someone else. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked deeply at Yifeng. After a moment of silence, Yi Zichen suddenly smiled. He took a step forward, I think.
And Kang's suggestion, it's worth it. Just leave it to me to concoct pills for the rest of the journey tomorrow.
What?
Yuanyue's eyes flickered.
She covered her mouth in shock and looked at Yifeng in surprise. Others couldn't avoid it, but he actually accepted it himself.
Was there really no problem with his brain?
One had to know that according to Kang's suggestion, if they won the match tomorrow, they would definitely humiliate Yifeng. In her opinion, this was without a doubt a matter that would cause her to lose a lot of face.
She hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Yifeng, do you really think that you can be of use tomorrow after buying so many medicinal ingredients?
Of course.
Otherwise, do you think that the reason I spent these 50,000 gold coins was to waste it?
Yifeng smiled and looked at her stunned expression.
I'm not sure,
but what I can tell you is this: since I have already successfully bought the supporting medicinal ingredients I need, I will have a 5% chance of winning tomorrow's battle, and the remaining will depend on tomorrow's specific arrangements. If you want to win against my group, then you must first pay the price like blood. Wait, what were you talking about just now? What do you mean 50,000 gold coins? Madame Jeanne looked at Zifeng in confusion. The two of them looked at each other, then laughed. The next morning, countless disciples had gathered at the mountain in front of the Wind Inverse Academy. It was bustling with noise and excitement. In a spacious area, 5 pill furnaces were placed neatly, each one was of the mysterious rank. For groups of people, about 10 people in each group, had arrived. The only thing missing was Zifeng's group. Almost there, where are Yuanyue and the others? Why haven't they appeared yet? Sudaton laughed loudly. Could it be that they are afraid of this battle and feel that they will lose for sure? That's why they decided to call themselves sick and give up immediately? Sixonkong frowned and did not relax. Ugh, let's wait a little longer. What he wanted was a complete victory. Such a situation where his opponent had given up and won was not what he had hoped for. At the same time, Qi Zimo, who was standing quietly at the side, raised his head slowly as a gleam of light flashed across his lifeless pupils. He's coming. What's coming? Following the direction Qi Zimo raised his head, everyone looked at him. The two people in front of him followed suit, swift and decisive. Isn't it just Zifeng and Yuanyue? When Elder Mo saw the two of them appear, he finally calmed down. However, just as he let go of his worries, a look of reproach appeared on his face, and he coldly snorted. There are so many challengers waiting here today. Isn't it a little too late for you? Is it too late? I should say, just barely. Zifeng smiled and said. As the sound of his voice faded, a huge bell rang out. A series of 3 melodious ringing sounds came from the back of the mountain, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread throughout the entire Wind Rebel Academy. Indeed, they had arrived just in time and were not late. Elder Mo's expression froze for a moment. His face twitched as he coldly spoke. If you don't learn anything and you don't know nothing, all you know is how to act wisely. Once the competition is over, let's see how you all are going to step down. Thus, he chuckled, turned his head, and clapped his hands, producing a crisp sound. Alright, since everyone is present, I will repeat the rules I mentioned yesterday to everyone. It is actually very simple. The result of the competition between Dodan pills will be determined based on the total number and quality of the pills obtained by each group. Everyone will be given a mysterious tier pill furnace. He paused for a moment. So far, do you have any questions? Noticing that no one had any reaction, Zhang Xin asked. Thus, he calmly smiled and continued. Also, there are a total of 4 hours. During the refining process, the different groups cannot communicate with each other, and the violators will be warned once. The second time, the competition qualification will be revoked. The rules are simple, so everyone should understand. No problem. Elder Mo, quickly start. I, Sudaton, cannot wait any longer. That's right, I dragged it out for so long. I still remember the pill refining chants that Master told me to memorize last night. I almost forgot them by now. When he said this, the surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. When Elder Mo saw everyone's high spirits, he chuckled and solemnly nodded his head. Alright, since that's the case, let me announce the official start of this competition. There are a total of 4 hours. Everyone, I hope that you can give it your all. Some people would also like to remember the original purpose of registering for the competition. Immediately, Elder Mo looked at Nkong meaningfully. Obviously, he could already see that Nkong held such a sense of hostility towards Zifeng. If there is no objection, then I, Elder Mo, will officially begin this pill competition. As the sound of his voice faded. Go,
quickly go. With a mocking expression on their faces, the group immediately put on serious expressions and rushed to the front of the pill furnace, carefully inspecting the main ingredients laid on the ground. Zifeng did not fall behind at all as he quickly walked to the side of the pill furnace and carefully sized it up. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the Wind Inverse Academy. The medicinal herbs that they have prepared for us are indeed much better than those in the heavenly lost city. Zifeng leaned his body over and stared at the high pile of herbs, while nodding his head in satisfaction. He turned around, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Wanyu, do you still remember what I said yesterday? As long as there are supplementary ingredients, I will have a 50% chance of winning? Now, I'm afraid I can add another 10% to the odds. This 60% chance of winning. He dared to say that he had a 60% chance of winning without concocting a single pill. Yuanyue didn't dare to say such words herself. Yuanyue stared at Zifeng in shock for a moment. After a while, she shook her head helplessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you acting so serious? I almost lost my mind because of you. She smiled bitterly as a light flashed across her eyes. She focused and said, All right, Zifeng, act as my assistant. I'm going to start picking the herbs and concocting the pills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564. Chapter 564. Yuanyue's words were like passing wind, her face was tense and there was a trace of anger in her expression. Zifeng, did you hear that? I asked you to help me, what are you doing over there alone? Zifeng acted as if there was no one else around as he leaned over and stared at the pile of herbs. Sometimes he would look at others, and sometimes he would take out some herbs, as if he was calculating something. From an ordinary person's point of view, such behavior was rather strange. Hey, Zifeng. Lightly, I'm busy, Zifeng said without turning his head. When Yi Zichen said that there was a 60% chance of winning, Yuanyue's heart skipped a beat. She thought that there would be some sort of miracle. But now, her heart was filled with despair. How could she hope for Zifeng to become like this? As such, the other groups had already started heating up their pill furnaces, but the two of them had yet to move an inch. Yuanyue bit her lips. Forget it, it's really my fault that I have such expectations for you. From now on, I will have to rely on myself. Seeing this, Su Datong and his group of 9 began to discuss with each other while laughing. Hee, Brother Tong, take a look at Yuanyue. Ha, right. The chances of these two being together are slim to begin with. Right now, the two of them aren't compatible from the start. How could they still be our opponents? Su Datong laughed loudly. Yuanyue elder sister is fine too. What do you think Yi Zifeng is doing? He thought he was drawing firewood. He was laughing at my big teeth. Cough, cough. A clear cough resounded in Su Datong's ears. He was startled and lifted his eyes to find that Elder Mo was also staring at him. There seemed to be a trace of blame within the depths of his eyes. Su Datong, just refine your own pills so that it does not affect anyone else, and that is not to underestimate your opponent, understand? When Elder Mo said the last part of the sentence, he intentionally glanced in the direction of Yuanyue and her brother, obviously showing some sort of intention. Since Su Datong and his gang underestimated their enemies, he naturally had to remind them and help them to keep their thoughts in check. Yes. Su Datong was stunned for a moment, and he quickly shook his head. He immediately put away his pride and turned his head, waving his hands. That's enough. Everyone listen, we don't care about how he is anymore. From now on, we'll start with what Master said earlier, and concoct the origin replenishing pill first. Whatever Master says, we'll do. Thus, in the next moment, a raging inferno, full of hot air, assaulted his face. Dan's fire was rising. Their progress in refining the pills could be considered to be slowly moving onto the right track. So that's how it is. Origin replenishing pills are easy to refine. In a short period of time, you can refine quite a few of them. Simple and feasible, this is indeed Su Daton's usual style. Ankang smiled as if he had understood something, and he understood the reason behind Su Daton's group's actions. Winning by numbers. Simple and clear. He turned around and looked at his own situation. Tranquil your mind, focus your fingers on the center of the pill furnace. As Ankang commanded, he frowned and walked to the side of a disciple dressed in gray. He shook his head, patting his opponent's shoulder in fear. Your posture is wrong, I've told you a few times. If you wish to forge pills as fast as possible, lean your body forward and place all of your energy into the cauldron. But, sixth senior brother, if the refining speed is too fast, I'm afraid the quality. As long as you care about the quantity and quality, master and I will control it. You don't need to worry about it, understand? This. Good. I'll do it. When the gray-clothed disciple heard this, he hastily lowered his head, not daring to defy the other party's wishes. Very well, now is the time. Keep it up. Perhaps the Dragon Yuan pill can be completed in a safe manner. Ankang smiled with satisfaction, a profound look in his eyes. The next moment, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Yi Wanyue. With her consummate skills, every movement she made while concocting could be said to be perfect. She's still the same, Wanyue is still as outstanding as before. However, Ankang paused for a moment and sneered. In terms of numbers, we have 11 people, in terms of quality, we are controlled by Master and I. Yi Wanyue, the gap between us is only one level, and it is not enough to make up for such a huge difference. When you completely lose to me, I'll bring up the matter of marriage with you. When that time comes, let's see if you still have the courage to refuse me. As for Yifeng, when that happens, do you still have any face to stay in this Feng Ni Academy? At this moment. Not necessarily. Qi Zimo's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It was as light as a wave, neither fast nor slow. What? Ankang turned his head in shock. In his memory, this was the first time Qi Zimo had spoken to him. I advise you to think this through. Sometimes pill refining competitions don't focus on quality or quantity. You can win. If you look at Yi Zifeng like that, you'll suffer a lot later. The light in Ankang's eyes froze. He turned his head and looked towards Yi Zichen in confusion. However, there was still no movement from his side. He laughed coldly, I want to see him? I'm afraid I have already overestimated him by treating him seriously now. He paused for a moment, stared at Qi Zimo, and snorted. You, Qi Zimo, are known for your high skill in alchemy. If you have the ability, why don't you try winning both Yifeng and us? His tone was full of provocation. Oh. I almost forgot, I see that you, Qi Zimo, haven't done anything yet? What on earth is going on in your mind? Do you really think that you can't win and want to drag us into the water? By the end of his words, his voice had already risen an octave. At this moment. Ankang. A stern voice came from Old Mo's mouth. He shouted angrily, and Qi Zimo, the two of you are talking to each other in private. You're violating the rules, and this is only your first time making a mistake. Consider it a warning. Once again, I'll directly expel you from the competition. Forget it. No matter what, it has nothing to do with me. Qi Zimo sighed, shook his head helplessly, and was no longer in the mood to remind Ankang of anything. He looked around. Su Datong focused on quantity, while Ankang focused on quality and quantity. Fengling was refining pills at a slow pace by herself, and it was unknown what she was busy with. Yi Wanyue's pill refining skills were excellent, and her pill refining speed was especially fast. For the time being,
it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that she could fight 1 against 10. However, no matter who it was, to Qi Zimo, it was impossible for him to stop looking for more than 3 seconds. Other than one person, Zifeng. Young master, what that Luan Kong said makes sense. We can't just wait and see. Are we still going to start concocting pills? If I lose to Yuanyue, then the cultivation resources. A black-clothed old servant respectfully asked Qi Zimo, his expression clearly showing that he was a bit anxious. Qi Zimo turned around and glared at him. Shut up. Whether or not he could defeat Yuanyue was of no interest to him. Even if he lost, it would have no real impact on him. All he had in mind was revenge. He had to wipe away all the humiliation he had suffered at Yifeng's side. Yifeng, why are you still not taking action? What are you waiting for? He meticulously stared at Yifeng's movements. He even wanted to see through the medicinal herbs that he had selected. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest. All of a sudden, he realized that Qi Zifeng seemed to have felt his gaze as he turned his head and looked into the distance. After a long while, Yifeng actually took out a stalk of fantasy heartgrass from a pile of herbs and placed it in front of him. Illusory heartgrass? Yifeng, you. At this moment, Qi Zimo was stunned. From before till now, Yifeng had blocked the other's line of sight, but not his. Yifeng told Qi Zimo what he was doing on purpose. What illusory heartgrass? Young master, what exactly is the meaning of this? The black-clothed old slave couldn't help but ask after hesitating for a moment. Qi Zimo said coldly, frowning, I don't care about others, but the last time you followed me, did you forget how I was defeated? Last time. The black-clothed old servant thought for a moment and then blurted out, no way, could it be? Shoo. Qi Zimo signaled for him to be quiet. This old servant understood, and nodded his head. Young master, could it be that this is a spirit-absorbing pill that can suck away other people's medicinal pills to refine? Qi Zimo was expressionless as he nodded. That should be the case. I saw the herbs that Yifeng chose and the illusory heartgrass that he especially showed us. Without a doubt, he is telling me this information. That's a good thing. Since we already know that he is refining a spirit attraction pill, we should use a pill that can suppress the spirit attraction pill to compete. In that case, won't we easily win? Qi Zimo shook his head, a resolute expression on his face. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What you mean is that you want me to follow Yifeng's script and let him tell me what sort of pill he is concocting, and then I will use the pill that restrains him to win against him? Isn't it good to defeat him? The old man in black looked at Qi Zimo strangely. Words are useless. In any case, I can't do that. Even if I win, it would be meaningless. I absolutely won't do that. Young lord. Spirit Shadow's voice continuously echoed in Yifeng's mind. Yifeng, how dare you show your plan to Qi Zimo? Aren't you afraid that he will refine pills that can restrain you? Don't worry, he definitely wouldn't do that. He wouldn't even tell this to others. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. You? Why are you so sure? The corner of Liu's mouth raised into a smile. That's because I understand his pride. If he wants to win against me, he must fight me head-on. Until then, we are the best temporary allies. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565. Chapter 565. Temporary allies? Yifeng, what do you mean? Spirit Shadow's voice was filled with an indescribable sense of strangeness, as if he still didn't understand what was going on. It was hard to imagine that Qi Zimo did not refine the pill for Kui Feng. The two of them were mortal enemies, how could they ever end up allies? Because Qi Zimo is currently refining a pill. Yifeng smiled and raised his hand slightly. Just like me,
a spirit-absorbing pill. As the sound of his voice faded, a light flashed across Qi Zimo's eyes. He seemed to have felt Zifeng's gaze and turned around. After that, their gazes collided in the distance, and each let out a cold sneer in their hearts. At this moment, there would be no more than 3 people present who understood the Tao of pills, and also understood how things would turn out in the future. The violet energy had risen. The Dan beads Yi Wanyue made were almost finished. On the side of the pill furnace, the stars shone brightly. Even though the pill hadn't been made, the aura of a superior quality pill was already floating out from the furnace. His aura gradually rose and formed countless illusions, layer upon layer, transforming into different things. At this moment, Zifeng had pretty much picked out the ingredients and was prepared to start concocting the spirit attraction pill once the pill was out of the furnace. When the students saw this, they started to discuss among themselves. Heavens, this is truly rare, this must be the illusory soul pill. Formidable. This fantasy soul light has yet to be produced and there's already such a cloud of smoke. Presumably, it is at least a peak Xin grade pill. As expected of the second best Earth rank pill refiner in our academy. Lady Wanyue's strength is truly unfathomable. She can even concoct pills of this level. Elder Mo laughed coldly when he saw the heated discussion. So what if she alone is powerful? I've said it before, when the assessment is over, not only will she look at the quality, but she will also get half of the points. If she is capable, then she will be able to produce 5 pills or more. Haha, that's right. There isn't even any quantity. No matter how good the quality is, what practical use is there for it? Daton, bring out the pill we just refined and let everyone see. A middle-aged uncle with an archaic expression laughed loudly and pointed at the pill furnace. Sudaton laughed coldly, yes, master. Immediately after, he lifted the lid with his large hand, and dense spiritual energy gushed out of the lid. Counting them one by one, there were a total of 20 of them. Although each pill was flawed, they were not too badly injured. After all, what was the concept of 20 origin replenishing pills? Being able to refine 20 origin replenishing pills in such a short period of time was truly an extraordinary matter. It was enough to make people disregard quality because of the quantity. Yi Wanyue, do you see that? If you have the ability, then just one batch of 5. When the time comes, we will be at your disadvantage on account of the quality of your pills. Otherwise, we won't admit our loss to you. Such shameless words immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Are you kidding me? With such a powerful pill, you still need to refine more than 5 pills at once. What a joke. In other words, how are the scores going to be scored? There are only 2 people on Yi Wanyue's side, and Zifeng is still not going to do anything. There are 10 people on your side, so the numbers aren't fair. Regardless of whether they felt that it was an exaggeration or that it was unfair. They were just shouting, so they couldn't do anything about it. Elder Mo frowned and said loudly, "All right, quiet down. You people, how did you get your education from the first day you entered the Wind Inverse Academy? There is no fairness in this world, it is not equal. If you want to change the difference between us, then prove to me that you have the power to prove it." As soon as he said this, the originally noisy crowd instantly quietened down. At least for now, they had no way of fighting back against Elder Mo. Just when Elder Mo was satisfied with the effect of his words, he saw Yi Wanyue raise her head. Her pretty face was full of coldness, and the corner of her mouth raised into a smile. Great, 1 furnace for 5 pills, 1 furnace for 5 pills. Elder Mo, do you think that my reputation as an Earth-rank apothecary is just for show? What? Elder Mo's heart tightened. As soon as she said that, Yi Wanyue bit her lips and walked to the lid. She reached out her hand and lifted it. In the blink of an eye, 5 rays of mist flew out at least 10 feet into the air before slowly descending in different shapes. The phantom soul pill turned into countless shapes in an instant.
They changed according to Yi Wanyue's thoughts and circled around her, giving her an ethereal look.
This? A batch of 5 pills? Yi Wanyue was just a young girl.
He really does possess the strength of an earth-rank apothecary.
Ugh, Elder Mo frowned.
In the end, he still looked down on Yi Wanyue a little.
Even if it was 1 versus 10, she might not necessarily lose. A long time.
He spoke after discussing with the others.
Su Datong, we've just discussed this.
The pills that Yi Wanyue has refined are much better than yours after consideration. Thus, for the time being, you have lost this match.
Su Datong pursed his lips as he watched in disbelief.
He knew very well that he had not gone easy on them. But even so, he still lost to Yi Wanyue.
His chest felt a bit tight. No, I can't accept this.
Suddenly, Su Datong's veins popped as he shook his head deeply. We've produced so many pills. Even if they're slightly inferior in terms of quality, they're more numerous than her by so much.
It shouldn't be.
If I say that you have lost, then you have lost.
Did I let you talk too much? What annoyed Elder Mo the most was the chattering people. Seeing Su Datong's unwillingness to lose, Elder Mo was furious.
If you're still not satisfied with the result of the judgment, bring out more Qianjin for the rest of the competition.
Brother Tong.
And Kong yelled out, attracting Su Datong's attention.
Sixth brother,
Su Datong's eyes were empty, as if he was still unwilling to give up.
Sixon Kong had already been warned by Elder Mo once, so he did not say anything else.
He immediately gave Su Datong a look and pouted, signaling him not to be impulsive.
After all, the competition for the Dantian was not over yet. Why would he give up so early? Elder Mo swept his gaze over the crowd.
Seeing Fengling, Qi Zimo, and Yifeng slowly refining their pills, he shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what was the purpose of their participation in the competition, but he soon looked towards Nkong.
Ah, Nkong, I see that your medicinal pills should be ready by now. Elder Mo, Nkong can almost be reported.
This time, the set of pills refined by Nkong is called the Dragon Yuan pill.
Sixon Kong was quite pleasant when he showed himself to be refined. Good. Elder Mo laughed heartily. I knew that you are in good health and are a talent in alchemy. Back then, your talent was even greater than Yi Wanyue's, so don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and take the pill out for me to see. I will do as Elder Mo says.
Sixon Kong had a bright smile on his face as he threw a look at the people around him.
Yes. As soon as they understood, they gathered by the side of the pill furnace. They looked at each other and reached out to grab the lid together. However, the lid and the pill furnace seemed to be stuck together.
No matter how hard they tried to grab it, they couldn't pull it off with their combined power.
Vaguely, one could almost hear the roars of dragons coming from within the pill furnace. It can't be, concocting Dragon Yuan pills. Could it be that he managed to refine a dragon's breath? At first, Elder Mo wasn't too surprised, but after he heard the dragon's roar, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes and he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. One had to know that a Dragon Yuan pill with dragon breath was definitely a top-grade profound rank pill. It could not be any worse than the soul illusion pill that Yi Wanyue had refined. Use your strength, haven't you eaten your fill?
And Kong glared at the disciples and shook his head.
Brother 6, we've already used all of our strength. How about Big Bro do it? You all.
I don't even know what to say to you guys, you bunch of useless things. And Kang's eyes flashed with a bright light as he shook his head and walked forward. Without a doubt, this was a chance to show off in front of Yi Wanyue. However, when he turned around to look at Yi Wanyue, he found that she wasn't looking at him at all.
Wan Yu. Are you staring at Zifeng again? And Kang's eyes flashed with an indescribable ruthlessness. At this moment, Yi Wanyue's gaze was completely focused on Zifeng.
She gradually opened her mouth as if she was witnessing something hard to imagine. Yifeng, what are you? When Yifeng first asked her to borrow the pill furnace, she did not care. The speed at which he was refining the medicinal pellets was incredibly slow, as if he was a novice. But now, with both Ankang and Su Datong having finished concocting their pills and everyone's attention drawn to the other party, Yifeng's speed seemed to rise all of a sudden, and it was as if Yifeng could move as fast as he could. In contrast to him was Qi Zimo. The two of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as their speed suddenly accelerated. It was as if they had been carved out of the same mold. A moment later, Ankang held in his anger and lifted the lid of the furnace with a green face. Yifeng and Qi Zimo also let out a long sigh. They looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths lifted up at the same time. Finally, I made it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566. Chapter 566. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and shook the earth. 6. The lid of the pill furnace in front of Ankang has been lifted. In an instant, an imposing manner that could pierce the heavens, accompanied by countless white lights, scattered outwards. Dragon Yuan pill, peak mysterious rank Dragon Yuan Dan. And it's not just one pill, but 3. It's a cauldron of 3 pills. The group of students looked at Liu Shang in disbelief. Although most people didn't know how to refine pills, they had a certain level of common sense. The Dragon Yuan pills are comparable to Yi Wanyue's illusory soul pills. That's right. Moreover, a Dragon Yuan pill with dragon breath is even more precious. From a certain point of view, it might even be counterproductive. Elder Mo let out a small sigh of relief and looked at Lu Ankang in approval. Not bad, not bad. 6 Ankang, you really didn't let me down. The pills you refine, the quality and quantity you keep is not bad at all. Then, Elder Mo, may I ask, compared to Lady Wanyu, who won this round? And Kang's eyes emitted a bright light as he looked at Elder Mo with a profound gaze. About this. Elder Mo's eyes lit up and he smiled faintly. Wait a moment. We have to discuss the details a little longer. He was putting on an act. The outcome had already been decided. In his heart, he had already planned to announce Yu Wanyue's defeat, but in order to not appear too abrupt, he decided to pretend that he was discussing something before announcing the result. In fact, even under the situation where Yu Wanyue fought against 10 opponents in a 1 versus 1 battle, she still hadn't lost. It could only be said that she had fought to a standstill with her opponent. But now, in the face of kindness, the chances of her winning were nearly 0. Even Yu Wanyue herself didn't hold much hope at this moment. Just as Elder Mo was discussing. Wanyu, you've done your best. Leave the rest to me. You? Yu Wanyue was stunned and raised her head. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief, smiled for a moment, then looked at Yu Wanyue. He looked at the pill furnace and turned around. Qi Zimo, don't talk about anything else. Compared to this, how do you want to split the spiritual energy in this pill? The conversation between the two wasn't like that of a mortal enemy. Instead, it was like they were old friends greeting each other after knowing each other for many years. Qi Zimo smiled warmly. All right, adjust the distance between you and the pills. Open 50%. When we officially start fighting, even if you lose, you won't be able to find any excuses to do so. You sure are confident. I have no reason to feel inferior. Yifeng laughed heartily. Regardless of how much Qi Zimo's power had increased, just this thought of not admitting defeat was something Yifeng appreciated a lot. He paused for a moment and looked at her with interest. But the problem is, Qi Zimo, have you ever thought about it? You've actually already lost. What did you say? Qi Zimo's smile suddenly froze, and he lost his composure.
Have you forgotten that you have already violated the rules by communicating with others twice? If I mention this in front of Elder Mo right now, guess, will he disqualify you? Yi Feng's eyes flashed. He looked at Yi Zichen and pointed in the direction of Elder Mo. This, Qi Zimo's expression froze on the spot. All he was thinking about was pill refining skills, but he didn't think too much about the other aspects. If his qualifications were disqualified because of this matter, then it would undoubtedly cause his chest to feel stuffy to the point of death. Hey, what do you mean 50%? What are you two talking about? Su Datong and Luan Kan looked at each other. They had strange expressions on their faces, as if they had not fully recovered from the shock. The conversation between Yi Feng and Qi Zimo was a bit too strange. Then, Su Datong smirked and laughed loudly. I understand now. Could it be that the two of you have been overworked and are hallucinating? Forget it, let them be. 6. Ankang shook his head, his expression turning serious. Right now, I'll just wait for Elder Mo's final answer. Time passed slowly. After Elder Mo finished discussing with the group of elders behind him, a playful smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and faced the students. How is it, Elder Mo? Do you have any results? Yeah, in this kind of situation, who exactly won? About this, Elder Mo's gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on Ankang for a moment before he gave him an encouraging look. The latter smiled in understanding as he nodded in reassurance. Following which, Elder Mo spoke up with a smile. The two of you possess impressive pill forging skills. However, after our discussion just now, we decided that it was still 6. However, his voice hadn't completely faded yet. Suddenly, someone let out a strange cry and his expression changed greatly. Look over there. Who allowed you to interrupt, Anne? Under these circumstances, what is there to be surprised about? Can't you wait for me to announce the results? Elder Mo's expression turned grim as he shook his head helplessly. He glared at the person in displeasure. Then, he slowly turned around, and his expression froze on the spot. Rays of eye-catching red light crazily surged and circled in the air, forming a circular vortex. Strange light patterns spread out in all directions. The source of the red light came from Yi Feng's and Qi Zimo's pill furnaces. What? Elder Mo widened his eyes as he watched in disbelief, his body leaning forward slightly. A moment later, the pill furnace glowed with a brilliant red light. At the same time, threads of spiritual energy began to float up to the surface of the pill that Ankang had just refined. It was as if they were attracted by the red light. As for Su Datong, the spiritual energy in front of him, due to his lower cultivation level, flowed into the vortex formed by the red light like a clay ox entering the sea. Spirit attraction. Even a fool could tell that the aura of the Dragon Yuan pill was being absorbed by Yi Feng and Mu Ling. This. My Dragon Yuan pill. No! Ankang let out a loud scream as he helplessly watched the spiritual energy flying out from the pill. The light of the Dragon Yuan pill was gradually fading away. How can this be? Yi Feng, Qi Zimo, the two of you. Although he was angry in his heart, at this moment, he didn't have any good methods to stop them. The two of us. What's wrong? Yi Feng and Qi Zimo turned their heads at the same time and smiled coldly at Lu Shang. Qi Zimo, who had been shamed by Yi Wen before, was now standing on the same side as him. You all, 6. Ankang didn't know what to say as he was about to speak. He could only open his eyes wide, staring at the two of them who had such a tacit understanding. He never thought that these two people would think of refining a spirit attraction pill at the same time. Now, why did he answer his own question at the same time? Could it be that the two of them had already agreed to join hands? The corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but take a step back. This was because everything that was happening before his eyes was deeply troubling him. Coupled with the pain of his Dragon Yuan pill being destroyed, his heart was on the verge of collapse. Yifeng smiled and ignored Kang's expression. He stared at the red light circling around Qi Zimo's furnace for a while. Oh? He let out a faint smile and said, very good. It looks like you, Qi Zimo, have made some improvements to the pill after what happened last time. You're not bad either. Qi Zimo's eyes, which were somewhat empty, finally gained a hint of substance after hearing Yifeng's words. He lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth raised into a faint smile. Also, thanks to you, Yifeng, I have gained a deeper understanding of the spirit-absorbing pill. The red light from the pill can extend the absorption distance. He paused for a moment before continuing, but then again, the person who improved the spirit-absorbing pill was not only me, but you. It's no wonder that you bought so many supplementary ingredients yesterday, and joined in the brewing process of the spirit-absorbing pill, but... It was obvious that Yifeng had found out through some sort of channel about Yifeng visiting the Fire Cloud medicine shop yesterday. Yi Wanyue immediately said, well... Yifeng, so you wanted to concoct the spirit-absorbing pill yesterday. She looked at the form beside her and pursed her lips. There was a complicated feeling in her heart. Exactly. This, Yi Wanyue was stunned for a moment. She was naturally very happy that Yifeng was able to help her defeat Kong and Su Datong. However, as an Earth-rank pill refiner, she relied on Yi Wen to turn the tide. It was hard for her to accept this. After a long while, she let out a long sigh. Yifeng, just how many secrets are you hiding? He felt weak all over. Plop, dot. Su Datong and Kong abandoned themselves to sit on the ground, staring blankly at the dull pills in front of them, lost in thought. After a while, Ankh 6 suddenly pursed his lips, shook his head, and stood up. No! I can't believe it, it shouldn't be like this. Yifeng and the others are simply taking advantage of this. Elder Mo, I won't accept this. Kong. This time, forget it. Elder Mo sighed helplessly. If it was possible, why wouldn't he want Kong to win the match? Su Datong also advised, yes, Brother Liu, don't think too much this time. Obviously, the fact that Liu Sheng had lost was already predestined. No, I haven't lost. I still have time. I can definitely turn defeat into victory. Kong stood up, his expression revealing a trace of indescribable insanity. Turning defeat into victory? Who do you think you are? A delicate female voice suddenly entered in Kang's ears. When Kong heard this, he was stunned and raised his head. You are. A willow-shaped slender and waist-green clothed woman felt as if she would fall if the wind blew on her. At the same time. However, Yifeng, have you ever thought about this? However, Qi Zimo, have you ever thought about this? Yifeng and Qi Zimo suddenly thought of something and frowned, feeling that something was wrong. They spoke at the same time and looked at each other before shifting their gazes to the other person on the stage. Wind bell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567. Chapter 567. The delicate green-clothed woman's small face was deathly pale. The person who spoke just now, was it you, Fengling? Kong's eyes widened as he looked around in a circle, unsure of what was happening. Only in the end did he finally focus his gaze onto Fengling. He could not believe that the weak and silent Fengling would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Is there anyone else besides me? Fengling smiled and asked. What? Kong was shocked. Only now did he look at Fengling from top to bottom, wanting to re-examine her. The expression on Fengling's pretty face froze, and she felt a bit disgusted when she saw how the other party was sizing her up. Because, she originally disliked men. Thus, she scolded him, idiot, you only know how to manage your own territory, but you've even forgotten about the fact that you're in a competition. Now, it was a competition, not just a single person concocting pills. Even Yifeng and Yi Zichen were unable to find it when they were refining the spirit-absorbing pill. It seems like you, a genius in the Tao of pills, only earned yourself a reputation. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. 6. Ankon's face was gloomy and his eyebrows were furrowed. Previously, when he lost to Yifeng, his mind was already distracted and his emotions fluctuated greatly. At this moment, he was suddenly taught a lesson by a usually quiet woman. The anger in his heart grew even more intense as it burned hotter and hotter. So what if I say it again? With your alchemy ability, you are not worthy of the title alchemy genius. You can't even compare to Yifeng. Fengling smiled coldly, and she even dragged out her last sentence in a long and intense tone, not leaving the other party any face at all. Bastard girl, you say I can't beat Yifeng? Fuck, do you really think that I, and Kong, can't do anything to you? 6. Kong was infuriated. He pulled up his sleeves and could not help but rush forward to settle the score with her. The light in Elder Mo's eyes froze as he glared at Liu and Kong unhappily. And Kong, withdraw. Don't be rash here, . And Kang's eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth and said, Elder Mo, don't try to persuade me this time. Even if I really have to withdraw from the competition, I must teach this woman a lesson. It was fine to say that he wasn't good enough, but no wonder he was so angry when he said that he was not as good as Yifeng. This is nonsense. Someone. 6. Since Kong has exchanged pointers twice and violated the rules, go ahead and put him down. Elder Mo looked at Kong in disappointment and waved his hand. The next moment. Yes, Elder Mo. On the ground, a shadow flashed. Gao Wei and the other three's swords pierced through the air, whistling through the wind. They were already in front of Liu Kong's neck. Gao Wei grinned as he gave a meaningful glance over. 6th young master, please. This. Wait, Elder Mo. Give me one more chance, give me one more chance. However, this time, Elder Mo's face was calm, and he did not bother with him anymore, allowing him to be carried away by Gao Wei and the others. He sighed and frowned, useless thing. I really made a mistake before. Su Datong was stunned for a moment as he stared at Liu Shang's disappearing back. For a moment, he was in a trance. 6th brother. What? Your 6th brother left? Do you still want to continue refining pills? Fengling smiled sweetly. Her words were like a devil's as they struck at Su Datong's heartstrings. That's right, even Su Datong's elder brother had left. If that was the case, wouldn't staying would only cause him to lose face? Su Datong's expression was dark as he glared at Fengling. Alright, remember what happened today. Big bro and I will definitely not let you off when we get the chance. Then, he gritted his teeth and angrily humphed. The next moment, he stepped down from the stage and went to chase after his 6th brother. Fengling's words gently and coincidentally carried away 2 groups of people. Thus, Hong Shang was left flabbergasted on the spot. Even Yifeng and Qi Zimo looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. The 2 of you have been waiting for a long time. Fengling laughed coldly and turned around to look at Yifeng and Qi Zimo. She paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. However, with the number of people being reduced, the 3 of us will be able to chat freely. We don't need to worry about being chased away by Elder Mo. There were only 3 people left. If these 3 still communicated at the same time, then, who else could it be? If one were to abide by this rule, one might as well press it to decide on a champion. However, this was clearly a difficult decision to make. Rules make the weak yield. The strong changed the rules. That's right, it's all thanks to you. Qi Zimo smiled as he nodded, his expression turning serious. Speaking of which, since you know that we are refining the spirit-absorbing pill, then don't keep us in suspense. Are you concocting the spirit-bursting pill? That's not it. Fengling calmly smiled and shook her head. Then, is it a spirit-descending pill? Soul-suppressing pill? Qi Zimo's expression froze as he continued to ask. Neither. Qi Zimo was startled when he heard this. He stared at the pill furnace as if he wanted to see through it. It must be the yin-yang universe pill. Yifeng's voice was as calm as the waves. Oh? Fengling's eyes lit up, and a strange expression appeared on her pretty face. Immediately after, she gave a faint smile and nodded her head. Yifeng, as expected, I really can't look at you any longer. It's not in vain for me to have been hibernating from the beginning until now, observing your and Qi Zimo's reactions. Yin-yang universe pill? I remember that one, not. After Yuanyue said a few words, her face suddenly changed. Not good. This yin-yang heaven and yang cosmos sac is able to reverse the yin and yang. It can be said that right now, the two of you are the greatest nemesis of the spirit-absorbing pills. Exactly. Fengling chuckled and nodded her head. So, Miss Yuanyue, if I offend you, then I hope you can forgive me if I take your cultivation resources. Others might think that her reputation was fake, but she, Fengling, only values her teacher's training resources. Then, she turned around and gave a look to the disciples. All right, what are you waiting for? Uncover the pill furnace. Yes, master. All of them, including Hong Shang, reached out and grabbed the handle of the lid, then abruptly lifted it. With a creaking sound, the furnace was revealed. It's over, it's all over. Yuanyue took 2 steps back. She looked a bit weak and dispirited. Yifeng's victory over Luan Kong hadn't made her happy for long. In the blink of an eye, the spirit attraction pill that Yifeng had refined with great difficulty was completely suppressed by Fengling. If even Yifeng lost like this, then all his previous work would have been for naught. It would be a bit too much of a pity. Swoosh swoosh. 2. The lid of the furnace was lifted, and 2 rays of light, black and white, shot into the air. The 8 trigrams, yin and yang, reverse and complement each other. 2 rays of light, 1 black and 1 white, revolved like a wheel. The rest of the people could not help but raise their heads in disgust as they looked at the strange phenomenon caused by the pill. What is a yin-yang universe pill? Old Zhao, have you ever heard of it? Old Zhao muttered to himself for a moment. I think the advanced parts of the alchemy book have mentioned this. It seems to be for the purpose of absorbing my mother's pills. What? It can't be. Absorbing 2 pills? In that case, the yin-yang universe pill is able to take away the spiritual energy that is sucked away from the spirit-absorbing pill? Alright, let's not discuss it anymore. Look, the yin-yang universe pill is already being absorbed. Sure enough, the yin-yang universe pill had mixed the auras of the 2 spirit attraction pills together. In an instant, the light on the yin-yang cosmos sac, which originally only had black and white lights, shone brightly. Qi Zimo was stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. If he had noticed Fengling's abnormal actions earlier and paid attention to her, it would have been easier for him to be on guard against her yin-yang universe pills. But now, everything had happened so suddenly. Asking him to deal with the yin-yang universe pill now would be a little too late. Thus, he turned around and looked at Yifeng. I miscalculated, Yifeng. I never would have thought that before the match between us even began. We would have been tricked. It might not be impossible for you to turn the tables on me. Qi Zimo, are you interested in joining forces with me temporarily? What did you say? Qi Zimo was stunned as he stared at Yi Ci. What do you mean? Yifeng thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and looked at him. It's a very simple principle. Have you forgotten? Yesterday, I bought a large pile of auxiliary catalytic medicinal ingredients for use at this time. Catalyzed medicinal herbs. Could it be that you want to? Yifeng smiled, lowered his head, and said in a low voice. That's right, just as you think. The two spirit-absorbing pills that we are currently refining, their speed is too slow, and they will coincidentally be absorbed by the yin-yang universe pill, but if the speed of the swing is increased by 10 times, then what happens? 10 times, dot. A flash of light appeared in Qi Zimo's eyes and he came to a deep understanding. So that's how it is, you want to take the risk. Using catalytic medicinal materials, she had pushed the speed of the spirit-absorbing pill to its limit, and then she had directly exploded the yin-yang universe pill, causing all her previous efforts to be wasted, wasn't it? Not bad, this is a good idea. Hearing Zifeng's words, his mood also improved. After all, if he could compete fairly with Zifeng in the pill competition, then that would be his dream. Wait a minute. He shook his head. Zifeng, you must have forgotten that these ingredients are yours, and not mine. During the competition, Elder Mo definitely won't allow you to give them to me. That may not be so, dot. Zifeng looked up quietly, and the corner of his mouth raised into a weird curve. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568. Chapter 568. Just as the battle between the two sides was getting more and more intense. Z A F Z V V V V V I Z V V V V V V V V V V V. Zifeng actually wanted to place his ingredients in the hands of his opponent? From Qi Zimo's point of view, how could Elder Mo approve of such a bold and unrestrained idea? Zifeng, what are you thinking? Qi Zimo was stunned. He looked at Zifeng suspiciously and shook his head. How can such a thing be done? Elder Mo will not agree to it, dot. In terms of alchemy, he might be able to compete with the current Zifeng. However, in terms of being human, he was far inferior to Zifeng. Qi Zimo, don't be so pedantic when you do things. Zifeng looked at Qi Zimo and laughed softly. The rules only say what to do, but they don't say what cannot be done, right? Qi Zimo was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but ask, then what are your plans? Very simple. For the time being, you can look at it from the side. Very simple. The moment he said that, Zifeng's eyes lit up. After a long while, he actually threw his spirit attraction pill in the direction of Qi Zimo's spirit attraction pill. What? Qi Zimo was shocked. Before he could regain his wits, the qi from the two spirit attraction pills clashed, and a burst of bright light burst out. The two red clouds wrapped around each other were intertwined with a sizzling sound, spiraling upwards. The spiritual energy collided, and the water melted. At this moment, it was hard to tell which flower belonged to Yi Chen and which one belonged to Qi Zimo. Zifeng, what the F***ck are you doing? Who allowed you to do that? Elder Mo was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. He could not help but curse, do you believe me? Based on what you did just now, Oh, Elder Mo? Are you really going to revoke our qualifications to participate? Zifeng smiled faintly and couldn't help but to ask. He looked up at Yi Zichen. He directly said what Elder Mo wanted to tell him in advance. There was no smell in disqualifying the gatekeeper, so he needed to be carefully considered. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to gossip about him. Apart from this, Elder Mo was surprised to discover the qi from the spirit-absorbing pill that Zifeng guided blended with the qi from the pill from Qi Zimo's side. If Yi Zifeng's qualification was revoked, it would affect Qi Zimo's performance greatly. It would be equivalent to announcing Feng Ling's victory. Listen. Even if I don't disqualify you, do you think that I won't be able to cure you, Zifeng? The corner of Elder Mo's mouth twitched as his face turned slightly pale. Hearing this, Zifeng smiled and turned his head to look at the pill. As long as he didn't disqualify, then everything else didn't matter anymore. He was not naive. There were some costs that he had to bear, and he could not avoid them. As time passed, the two spirit-absorbing pills, although they each had their own appearance, they had already interacted with each other, mutually destroying each other. Qi Zimo, can you understand what I mean now? Yifeng's voice was a bit serious as he raised his head and looked at Qi Zimo. Well, I see. Just tell me, what should I do? Qi Zimo nodded. After all, the one who took responsibility was Yifeng. He had no reason to be unreasonable and reject the other party's cooperation at a time like this. Because even for him, he only had one chance. He could only have one chance to catalyze the use of medicinal herbs. Very well, then listen up. Do as I say for every step from now on. Don't try to resist, and don't try to doubt, because we don't have much time, okay? In Yifeng's words, there was an indescribable evil that started to guide Qi Zimo's emotions. Alright, Yifeng, you can begin. Qi Zimo paused for a moment, then understood the situation and nodded deeply. First step, calm your mind. You feel as though your entire body is gradually relaxing as your emotions calm down. Peaceful. It was like being in a peaceful sea, and then you could feel two fires in front of your eyes. 2 lumps of flame from the spirit attraction pill. Hearing this, Qi Zimo felt strange. However, although he felt it was strange, he didn't think too much about it after Yifeng told him not to doubt it. He did as Yifeng said. The 2 balls of flame from the spirit-absorbing pill are burning just like this. After that, you can feel another wave of energy gathering around you, coming from countless catalytic medicinal herbs. This is a big fire, you can absorb energy from it. Yifeng's words became more and more melodious. He said everything in a low voice, making people feel as if he was truly in an ethereal realm. Ugh, Qi Zimo pursed his lips and closed his eyes. Immediately after, he nodded his head in silence, feeling a little puzzled. However, he still followed Yifeng's instructions and completed it meticulously. From that moment on, his spirit seemed to be completely guided by Yifeng's words. As for the others, he saw that the students standing on the sidelines were quite far away. Some of them recovered from their dazed state after being patted by someone beside them. Hey, wake up! Don't fall asleep. A blue-clothed girl rubbed her slightly reddened eyes and inexplicably raised her head, as if she had just returned from a strange experience. What happened to me just now? He felt as if his consciousness had been sucked out of him. I don't feel anything at all. So, you're the same. Me too. Everyone else is the same. The group looked at each other in dismay. Suddenly, someone jumped up and shouted. Hypnosis! I got it, Yifeng hypnotized all of us. What? The blue-clothed girl's eyes flashed with a look of amazement. Only then did she completely wake up, feeling somewhat afraid. Just how did she get hypnotized by Yifeng in such a short period of time? No way, that Yifeng, how did he do it? I clearly don't believe in things like hypnosis. If I'm not wrong, this should be the pill that he had just consumed, the power of the illusory soul pill? So you're saying, the illusory soul pill. It really does have this effect. However, Yifeng actually thought of using the pill he just absorbed. This thought is really hard to imagine for a 20-year-old young man. Everyone waited in disgust for a moment. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. So that's how it is. We were so far away and yet we were all hypnotized. No wonder Qi Zimo was like this, absent-minded. Who knows what he was thinking about? He saw that Qi Zimo's eyes were glazed and his expression was dispirited, as if he had lost his soul. Yifeng planned to work with Qi Zimo to deal with Fengling, but whether it was for the sake of results or for benefits, it was more appropriate to hypnotize him. A moment later, as Yifeng and Qi Zimo used the catalyzed ingredients, they tried to harmonize the pill to its best condition. Thus, after Yifeng's effort, Qi Zimo was completely hypnotized by him.
As a result, when Yifeng tried to reconcile the effects of the pill, things became much easier. After all, without any opinions, all they needed was to carry out their own ideas authoritatively. 10 times the power. Perfect. The qi of the two spirit-absorbing pills had once increased dramatically. At some point in time, they had finally merged into one. The resplendent red light was like the color of blood, dazzling everyone's eyes. What? Fengling was stunned as she looked at this scene, unable to believe it in her heart. If a spirit attraction pill was increased to 10 times its power, then the yin-yang universe pill might still be able to endure. However, if it was two spirit-absorbing pills at the same time, the power would increase tenfold. Then, the real effect would no longer be just a simple math stacking of 20 times increase. Qi Zimo! Qi Zimo! Fengling was stunned for a moment. She immediately thought of something and began to shout. However, to Qi Zimo, it was just like a passing wind. He didn't have any impression of anyone listening to him. It's no use, Fengling. When a person is deeply hypnotized, no matter how much people talk, it will be ignored by him. Yifeng smiled lightly for a moment and continued, moreover, I was so close to him, so the main power of the illusory soul pill was concentrated on him. If you want him to return to reality, you probably won't stop for a short while. By that time, the competition for the Dodan would have ended. Damn it! Yifeng, I didn't think that you would be so despicable when you do things. Fengling glared at Yifeng and looked at the yin-yang universe pill anxiously, as if she wanted to make some difficult decision. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Fengling, don't try to stall for time by calling me despicable and infuriating. I won't get angry. I know what you want to do, but you still want to continue forging pills and fight me, right? What? Fengling looked at Yifeng in shock and frowned. Yifeng, you are indeed a great person. It seems like, even if you are from the countryside, even if you are a man, I still have to give you the respect of a pill master. You're too kind. Yifeng smiled calmly, stop hiding it, go all out. Yifeng smiled calmly, stop hiding it, go all out. Yifeng smiled calmly, stop hiding it, go all out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569. Chapter 569. Going all out? There was a moment of silence. Oi, Yifeng, what are you pretending for? Do you really think you're someone special? That's right, your partner, Yi Wanyuet, has no right to talk to you. The group of students looked at each other. They were obviously not used to Yifeng's tone and could not help but speak up. This place, after all, was the Wind Rebel Academy. If Yifeng was standing here with the world's most powerful alchemist, they would naturally not talk much. They would even kneel down and beg for a celestial pill. However, the current Yifeng had nothing. Thus, his own words were not very convincing. If his tone were arrogant, it would only arouse the disdain of others. Even Yi Wanyue couldn't help but frown. Yifeng, you should be modest. After all, you're still a newcomer. Otherwise, it'll be hard for you to get a foothold in the future. Furthermore, even if I really lost, it's not that important. I understand. Yifeng lowered his head and continued to speak in a low voice with a profound look in his eyes. However, this has nothing to do with winning or losing. If you were to back off now, they would bully you in the academy in the future. It would be better to end the matter by letting them turn their displeasure towards you into anger at me. What nonsense are you spouting? If that happens, you'll be in danger. A look of surprise appeared on Yi Wanyue's charming face. Her calm heart trembled slightly. If it's dangerous, then so be it. Since you're living with me, I have been bothering you for a long time. No matter what, I can't just eat for free and not do anything, right? Yifeng paused for a moment and smiled.
And most importantly, I believe what you said last time. You said that you were cultivating in the way of pills to become an earth-rank pill refiner because you wanted to help me improve my constitution. Since you've always been worried about me, it's now my turn to help you. You? Yi Wanyue's eyes were wide open as she looked at Yifeng in shock. You really believe what I just said? Yi Zi laughed. It's not good for you to lie to someone like me, who has nothing at all. When he turned around, he had a cold expression on his face. Okay, Fengling, your yin-yang universe pill has been destroyed. For the last hour, let's decide the victor. Yi Feng. A fierce expression emerged on Fengling's charming face. Alright. I really didn't think that after I, Fengling, had kept my eyes shut for so long, I thought that I would be able to become famous overnight. Very good. Then today, I will broaden your horizons. If I were to let you know, in terms of a direct battle, you are not my match either. As the sound of his voice faded. Bring me the pill furnace. I, Fengling, will concoct the pill in front of Yifeng and humiliate him. In her extreme fury, a glimmer appeared before her eyes. She waved her hand and extended her hand to a high place. Although she still appeared to be weak like a willow tree, her current appearance was like a noble queen. The students behind her had already understood after seeing this. Quickly do as master has instructed. Hey, you must be Hong Shang, right? You newcomer, what are you doing? Stand at the front and move the pill furnace. We'll be supporting you from behind. Do you hear me? Hong Shang froze for a moment. He looked at Yifeng, then looked at the student who commanded him to do things. He felt a bit unbalanced in his heart. Alright, I'll be there right away. From his point of view, he and Yifeng were both new people. Why was there such a huge difference? Yifeng dared to challenge his master. No matter what the final outcome was, he at least had the momentum to do so. As for him, he was the assistant of master's disciple. Next time, I wish we were competing purely in martial arts. He sighed and stopped thinking about it. After that, he took a deep breath and used all his strength to lift the pill furnace, finally moving it to the front of Fengling. Master Feng, the pill furnace is here. Fengling casted a sidelong glance at him and gently lowered her head. From start to finish, she had never seriously spoken to Hong Shang. When Hong Shang saw how she ignored him, he could not help but feel a little unhappy in his heart. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched. Yifeng smiled as he looked at Hong Shang. The light in his eyes slowly condensed. It was unknown what he was thinking about. At this moment, bang bang! Two deep blue flames instantly blazed beneath the pill furnace on the side of the bellowing wind. The moment the flames appeared, even the expressions of Sixen Kong and Su Datong, who had been eliminated, changed. So it's a flame at the peak of the spirit rank. Normally, I wouldn't be able to tell, but I've heard that he's painstakingly training in the way of pills. Who would have thought that Lord Fengling would be so powerful after all? Yeah, did you notice that just now? As for Yifeng, he was still using ordinary fire to concoct pills, so it's not that embarrassing. But Yi Wanyue couldn't stand looking at him any longer and couldn't help but say, even if it was just ordinary fire, it would still have some miraculous effects. The key to refining pills still lies with people. Forget it. When Yi Wanyue's low shout and Yifeng's gaze swept over the people who were discussing, they finally gave up. After a long while, they asked for a loss of interest and naturally closed their mouths. A short moment passed in an instant. Oh? Fengling, you're only on fire, and you're still not concocting pills? Yifeng looked at Fengling and smiled. When Fengling heard this, she slightly frowned. She was cautious by nature. Even if she had to brag, she still wanted to make sure that there were no mishaps. After seeing the direction in which Yiwen had refined the pill, she would concoct pills herself. However, Yifeng was able to hold his calm.
So that's how it is. You said earlier that you would humiliate me face to face and refine pills face to face with me. That is to say, if I were to try to scheme something, it would fall into your eyes, no? Yifeng seemed to understand something. He nodded his head, smiled towards Fengling's direction, and said in a voice that only two people could hear. Hee, you understood it pretty quickly, Yifeng. Fengling froze for a moment, then smiled. Not bad, so what? I'm happy. In any case, the time limit is there and there is less than an hour left. I can afford to wait. Her pill refining speed had always been very fast, and now there were so many people by her side helping her. In her opinion, she might not be any weaker than Yifeng if she wanted to concoct pills faster than she would in the near future. She paused for a moment, then continued. Besides, after all, just you and Yi Wanyue alone, in terms of numbers, can't even compare with the 11 disciples that I have carefully nurtured here. You will lose without a doubt. When Fengling swept her gaze over Hong Lang, her gaze paused for a moment before she frowned. Oh, you're wrong. Perhaps you should say, it's 10 disciples that were meticulously trained. When he heard this, Hong Lang didn't say anything, but his heart felt like it had been knocked over. It wasn't a good feeling at all. Do you think that just because we have less people, we can't compare to you? But as for the quality of the pill refiners, why don't you take that into account? Yifeng had a smile in his eyes. As he spoke, he sent a ball of crimson flame from his fingertip into the bottom of the pill furnace. Rise! The eyes of others looked at the blood-red flames of the common grade. Other than disdain, there was also disdain. Fengling froze for a moment, and the expression on her face gradually became interesting. Quality of personnel? You have the face to say that it's just the two of you. If it really comes down to it, your strength can be discounted. The truth is, there's only Yi Wanyue, fighting 11 of us alone. Yi Wanyue pursed her lips, thought for a while and couldn't help but speak up. Enough, I'm not speaking. You think I'm quiet? She laughed coldly. Who fought with you alone? I didn't believe you just now, but now I believe you. Yi Feng's strength is perhaps beyond our imagination. He can definitely fight with you. She had thought about Yi Feng's words for a long time. Only now did she wake up and decide to trust Yi Feng. Yeah, who said I would duel you? Yi Feng repeated, and the corner of his mouth curved into an indescribable smile. You should know that Qi Zimo is also on my side. What? Fengling seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. That's right, what was left in the competition was not only Fengling and Yifeng, but also Qi Zimo, but... Therefore, Yifeng raised his starry eyes while smiling, and looked in the direction of Qi Zimo. He had a dumbstruck expression, as if his entire body was locked in place by something. The young man who even dreamed of competing against Yifeng in a fight, now, he was standing on the same battlefield as his arch-nemesis, competing in alchemy. However, he was completely tricked by Yifeng. For the time being, he didn't even notice it as he responded to Yifeng's voice and followed his hypnotic instructions to move step by step. Young master, young master. The black-clothed old servant looked at Qi Zimo's motionless appearance, feeling anxious, but unable to wake up his young master. He could only look helplessly at Elder Mo, this. At this moment, Elder Mo's expression was rather ugly. What hypnosis? What the hell? From his childhood up until now, he had experienced many things. However, he had never encountered anyone who was hypnotized by their opponent in a match. Just keep doing, just hypnotize. Although I sympathize with Qi Zimo, he's the one who's being foolish. Elder Mo paused for a moment before sighing and giving his answer. Elder Mo, thank you for handling this matter impartially. Yifeng smiled lightly and looked back at Yi Wanyue seriously. I heard that the medicinal pill you refined at the academy last time was the rebirth pill, right? Not bad, what's wrong? Yifeng laughed, then. This time, we will refine. Second cycle of the samsara pill,
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570. Chapter 570. When they heard the words rebirth pill, the expressions of everyone present changed. Fengling also frowned, feeling disbelief in her heart. What did you just say? What reincarnation pill? It can't be. Is there really no problem in refining the reincarnation pill in this kind of place? One must know that even Yifeng himself transmigrated to the continent because of the violent explosion of the pill furnace when he was refining the 9 reincarnation pill. Therefore, the difficulty and danger of refining the reincarnation pill could be easily imagined. Yi Wanyue looked at him in disbelief. Yifeng, are you serious? Exactly. Yi Feng's answer was resolute and decisive. But not only to refine the reincarnation pill, but also the second reincarnation pill? Even if I go all out, the possibility of that is next to zero. Yifeng smiled, the blood-red flame in his hand became brighter and brighter. After a quick glance, he selected the ingredients and threw them into the pill furnace one by one. Don't worry. It's not just you, Yi Wanyue, who is concocting pills by yourself. I'm here. Moreover, Qi Zimo could also be of help. From now on, you have to follow my instructions and do it step by step. Then the probability of winning will be 80%. 80% chance, as long as... Listen to what you say and do what you say. Yi Wanyue looked at Yifeng with a dumbstruck expression, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of joke was this? Letting an Earth-grade pill refiner listen to Yifeng's commands was simply bullshit. Furthermore, she found it hard to accept Yifeng's praise for a short period of time. You can understand that you don't believe me now. Yifeng stared into his eyes. I don't ask for anything, but I will tell you. Listen. You are an Earth-rank apothecary, so you have your own judgment. If you think that it's possible, you can do as I say. Is that all right? Yi Wanyue frowned and nodded. Okay, then I will listen to what you, Yifeng, have to say. Dan pills, Xuanji, pearls falling into the Aura Sea. TL, Xuanji equals Xuanji equals Xuanji equals Xuanji equals Xuanji equals Xuanji. Compared to the first cycle, the second cycle of the rebirth pill opened up an extra life and death passage. However, the skin of the living, the dead, the reborn. How do you know all this? The moment he opened his mouth, he saw a series of second-round rebirth pills. Yi Feng's words were like a thunderclap, striking right into Yi Wanyue's heart. For ordinary students, who would want to know how to make a reincarnation pill? Even if they were to refine the reincarnation pill, most people would have already reached their limits when refining the reincarnation pill. However, Yifeng was so familiar with it right now. He directly spoke of the main points of making the second cycle of the pill. It was as if he'd not only refined the second circulation pill before, but had also refined it for fun. What are you standing there in a daze for? There isn't much time left. Hurry up and start refining the pills. Yifeng saw her shocked expression and frowned. After all, compared to refining a good pill, the most important thing was to refine one before the deadline. The former determined the grade of the result, while the latter decided whether the result was good or not. Good. Yi Wanyue pursed her lips and lowered her head. Although she felt uneasy, there was an unspeakable sense of anticipation in her heart. Like everyone else present, she did not understand Yifeng. It was this mysteriousness that caused her to want to believe in Yifeng for once. Thus, she calmed her heart and started to truly act according to what Yifeng said. The pill shop's Xuanji, the pearl dropped into the Qi Zimo. She carefully felt Yifeng's words and could not help but have an indescribable feeling in her heart. Then, Yifeng continued, the Qi of the pill furnace gathers too, each in its own form. The making of the reincarnation pill absorbs unparalleled spirit energy,
so it requires a large amount of catalytic-type herbs. Thus, he smiled for a moment before pouring the ingredients in a sack onto the ground. I have already put all the basic ingredients into the pill furnace. However, in order to catalyze the medicinal ingredients, you still need to bake them with a mysterious rank fire and then put them into the pill furnace. The success rate will be increased by a lot. Bake it with a mysterious rank fire first. This method is quite similar to when he was refining the first cycle of the rebirth pill. Yi Wanyuan nodded in agreement. The next moment, she was silent for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly burst out a bright ray of light. Rise! All of a sudden, a demonic red light suddenly ignited from her palm. It was half the size of a human head. When everyone saw this, they started to discuss in astonishment. Look, it's a mysterious rank flame. Powerful. The size of this flame is truly something that one would yearn for. Although the color of the flame is the same for the Wind Chime's peak spirit level flame, the size of the flame is quite a bit different. That's right, the grade of the flame is one level lower. I think that the medicinal pills refined by it would also be different. When Fengling heard this, she clenched her fist and frowned. From the moment Yi Zichen started to concoct the pill till now, she still didn't move an inch. Master, what should we do? Isn't it so? If the other party wants to refine a second cycle reincarnation pill, what are we going to refine? Speaking of which, Master, do you want me to try concocting another spirit-absorbing pill? She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and shook her head. This won't do. What kind of existence do you think the second cycle of the reincarnation pill is? How can something as opportunistic as the spirit-absorbing pill absorb the pill's medicinal strength? Hong Shang made use of this opportunity, and his eyes lit up as he spoke. Then, what should we refine? Do you want me to make a rank 1 reincarnation pill to protect my foundation? Fengling had intended to ignore him, but hearing the last sentence, she couldn't help but curse. Idiot! He, Yifeng, is currently concocting a second cycle reincarnation pill. You even suggested that we concoct a first cycle reincarnation pill, but before we even started, we already lost half of it. Moreover, if both of our groups fail, maybe Elder Mo will choose the more difficult one as the victor. You don't even understand this, and really don't know why I let you join my group? Her tone was especially intense, causing a haze to rise in Hong Sheng's heart. Back then, it wasn't like he wanted to join Fengling's group. Shut up and let me think about it. Fengling pondered for a moment. Suddenly, her bright eyes lit up. That's right, there is a way. As long as the second cycle of the rebirth pill you refine has a tiny flaw, I will. Yi Wanyue withdrew her gaze from the front and frowned. Yi Feng, something's wrong. Did you see that? That Fengling over there said she wanted to humiliate you face to face, but now, she's not facing us. She's secretly picking herbs by herself. I really don't know what she's going to make. She's facing me to see what I'm refining. I've already told her that I'm concocting a second cycle reincarnation pill, and if she faced me again to concoct pills, then she'll be a fool. Yi Feng's words were as calm as the waves, and there was a hint of profoundness in his eyes. He turned his head reluctantly and smiled in relief. However, let's not bother about him anymore. Wanyu, my goal in refining the second cycle of the refinement pill is to pursue the limit, so no matter how picky someone is, they won't be able to explain it. Therefore, as long as we do not leave a single flaw in the refining process, we will definitely obtain victory. It may sound easy, but it's not easy to do. Forget it, alright. Just tell me what to do next. Yi Wanyue had accumulated quite a bit of confidence in Yifeng. Here is the truth. Even if Yifeng didn't have any sort of pill name on the martial spirit continent. However, what Yifeng was saying right now was, without a doubt, a good way to concoct the second cycle of the samsara pill. This was a good idea,
and it had never been recorded like this even in the Wind Rebel Academy. If it wasn't for the competition, no matter what Yi Wanyue said, she would have recorded everything Yifeng said, bound it into a book and read it carefully. After the grilling of the earth fire, the main event that follows is fusing. The universe acts as a mirror, the 8 trigrams act as a surface, piercing in and seeping into each other.
Ugh, alright. I'll do it.
Yi Wanyue had been suspicious of Yifeng from the beginning to the end. Until now, she had believed a lot of what Yifeng said.
This was because she was following Yifeng's instructions and concocting the second round of the reincarnation pill. She was slowly making the changes described by Yifeng. It has become like this again. Yifeng, have you really refined a second cycle reincarnation pill before? However, this was impossible. The basic condition for refining this pill was that one had to have mystical fire. The problem is that your mortal fire is not even worth mentioning. There was a hint of suspicion in Yi Wanyue's expression. The more she believed Yifeng's words, the more she suspected Yifeng. There was actually no contradiction between the two. Her mind was a complete mess. She chanted a few sentences and couldn't help but say, "I understand. Are you like me? I just happened to run into a grade 1 alchemist and took you as my disciple. What I am taught is skill, while what you are taught is knowledge. What level of an alchemist is this?" Yifeng looked at Yi Wanyue deeply. "I just thought that you became an earth rank pill refiner too quickly. You really had a fortuitous encounter." "Who is he?" After Yi Wanyue said it, she felt like she had misspoken. A complex look flashed through her eyes as she quickly shook her head. "Sai, let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about this. I promised that person that I wouldn't say his name." Yifeng paused for a moment, then smiled. "Alright, let's keep this question for later. Now, I am about to enter the most crucial stage of pill forging. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 571. Chapter 571. What key point? Yi Wanyue was stunned, and blurted out, "I remember when I was refining the reincarnation pill, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Wait, could it be?" She suddenly thought of something and stared at Yifeng in disbelief. Yifeng's face was solemn, and he slightly nodded. "Not bad, it's exactly as you think. It was the splitting of the furnace. One mysterious rank pill furnace is split into two, but the biggest difference between the second cycle of the rebirth pill and the first cycle of the rebirth pill was this. Divide the furnace." This, although Yi Wanyue was mentally prepared, she was still a bit disappointed when she heard these two words. One pill furnace was responsible for the path of life and one pill furnace was responsible for the path of death. Only by combining two life and death could one form the second cycle of the samsara pill. But even so, this was only the most basic theory. There were many people who knew that they needed to split the furnace. However, those who knew exactly how to refine them and how to split them were definitely extremely rare in the academy. But if Yifeng were to succeed, he would become famous in the academy for his skill in the Tao of pills in a short period of time. "Wanyu, what are you staring at?" "Just like before," I said, "just do it." However, the difference between the two is that you are in charge of one pill furnace and the other one. Yifeng smiled and turned his head to look at Qi Zimo, who was stunned. "Leave it to him. Cuckoo, you are overly chasing after the final result. Do you intend to separate the second cycle of the samsara pill into different parts?" As Fengling listened, she revealed a knowing smile. "Lord Fengling, that Yifeng has taken the risk. Our chance has come. Yes, as long as there is the slightest flaw in their pill refining process, then it will undoubtedly be our victory." That's right, if we were to split it into two pill furnaces, the most important question is, if two people of a similar level were to refine pills, what sort of good pills would he be able to concoct if he didn't even know this? The disciples of the Wind Bell sect, in order to curry favor with their master, did not spare any effort in speaking kindly. Only Hong Sheng snorted coldly. This cold snort was especially striking amidst the silence. Fengling also frowned. Oh? Oi, Hong, you newcomer, don't you understand the rules? Are you taking you in as Master Feng's disciple for you to display this kind of attitude? All right, I heard that Hong Sheng seemed to have teamed up with Zifeng at the admission ceremony. The two of them have a close relationship. No wonder he would help Zifeng now and be so rude to his master. A wave of ridiculing words that came one after another, as well as words that had a negative impact on one's character, caused Hong Sheng to be unable to bear it any longer. Zifeng stood quietly and watched everything with a faint smile. At one point, he turned his head and whispered with Yi Wanyue and Qi Zimo, telling them the main points of the pill refining process. You guys are acting like lackeys, hugging each other's thighs. Could it be that others will reward you with a piece of bone each? Hong Sheng, what did you say? When the group of students heard Hong Sheng's fierce words, their eyes couldn't help but show a hint of fierceness. What did I say? After a long period of depression, Hong Sheng was still somewhat unhappy. After all, he had always been a straightforward person and wasn't used to holding back his words. These two words were painful. I bet that Zifeng will definitely win against you guys in a while. Do you believe me or not? With your little pill refining strength, you still have the nerve to mock me? Why don't you think about it? If you were in his place, could you take his name, Qi Zimo, for your own use? The students all looked at each other when they heard this. Obviously, they couldn't do it themselves. In terms of hypnosis, this was the first time some of them had witnessed it. Even if I can't use it for myself, so what? These unorthodox things, it's fine if I don't want to learn them. It was you, Hong Sheng, who turned your elbow outwards, wanting Master to punish you for what? There was an indescribable viciousness in their eyes. A short while later. Brothers, stop talking to him. I think he's just asking for a beating. Some people couldn't help but rush forward. They even wanted to fight with Hong Sheng. That's enough, if you have something to say, then say it. Everyone stop. Fengling glanced around, indicating for everyone to quickly calm down. Fine. For Master's sake, count yourself lucky. Fengling smiled slightly for a moment. She turned her head around and glanced at Hong Sheng. Oh right, Hong Sheng, didn't you want to make a bet? Alright, I was just worrying about how to accept this big and tall brute. If you want to bet now, I'll give you a chance. They were betting on whether I could win against Zifeng. If I win, get out of the academy and don't come back. When these words were spoken, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Elder Mo, look at this. Some people looked towards Elder Mo with an inquiring look. After all, this was still a competition. However, Elder Mo only frowned and did not relax. Forget it. These are personal actions. Whatever, just let them be. Hong Sheng was slightly taken aback. His heart sank as he felt that he had played a big game this time. If he was kicked out of the academy with his newbie identity, who knew how he would end up being ridiculed by his old friends and family? What are you afraid of? Hong Sheng. Nonsense, why am I not afraid? It's not like the person being chased out of the academy is you. Hong Sheng was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt that the voice just now was somewhat familiar, and did not sound like it came from a bystander. Thus, he suddenly raised his head and saw the person who had just spoken. It was Zifeng. Zifeng, so it's you. But, aren't you refining the pill properly? Distracted, multipurpose. Zifeng answered Hong Sheng with a smile, while he turned his head back to instruct the branch. What, can't it be me? Zifeng let out a faint smile. If she wants to bet, then bet with her.
Since you trust me, then you should make the request after your victory right now. Immediately after, he would turn his head back from time to time and incessantly explain the matter of concocting pills. Starting from the center, a mysterious rank pill furnace was separated by artificial spirit energy. It was divided into two parts and had its initial shape. The scene before him caused Hong Sheng's eyes to flash with light as he gained more confidence in Yifeng. But what request should I make? You mean, there was some uncertainty in Hong Sheng's voice. Yifeng smiled and said, I'm just giving a suggestion. If you win, then ask for the cultivation resources that Fengling gave you to be invested in us, which is also Yuanyua's sect. After a moment of silence, there was a pin drop sound. Yifeng. No matter how well-bred Fenglinger was, she couldn't help but shout out at this moment. This roar caused her already pale face to turn even paler. One must know, Yifeng's current actions. Not only did he steal his cultivation resources from the other side, he even made the other side pay the price. Thus, his words greatly stimulated Fengling's nerves. What, we are only allowed to peek at Yi Wanyue's cultivation resources, are we not allowed to look up to you? What kind of logic is that? Leaves laughed as she looked at Fengling. While he was talking, he was observing the situation of the pill making behind him from the corner of his eyes. When he had time, he would turn around and instruct them from the side. You? Fengling's gaze gradually turned ice-cold and her expression gradually became serious. Good kid, Yifeng. Young and arrogant, indeed, but I promise you. If you really win against me, then what's the harm in giving you guys this cultivation resource of Hongsheng's? Thank you. Yifeng smiled and cupped his hands. He looked as if he had already won his opponent and was asking for his reward. Humph. Fengling was infuriated, her face full of rage. Wait a minute, just you two mentioned the rules of the bet. Then, what about my own opinion? Hong Sheng's mouth twitched as he blurted out. Your own opinion? Feng and Fengling coldly looked at each other. After a long while, they both turned their gazes towards Hong Sheng. Soon after, they returned to their original state and no longer looked at him. Hong Sheng. 2 parts of Tai Yi. Breath clearing. When splitting the pill furnace, remember not to be impatient. Wanyue, you must control the mystical fire. Do your best to match Qi Zimo's spiritual fire, do you understand? As matters stood, Yifeng's words were very convincing to Yi Wanyue. Even if she didn't do as he said, at least she had quite a bit of trust in Yifeng. Oh. Alright, I'll do it, Yi Wanyue deeply nodded and took in a breath of cold air. The light in her eyes suddenly brightened up, and she instantly controlled the mystical fire to almost the same level as the spiritual fire. Alright, I've succeeded, Yi Wanyue's face lit up and she smiled. Once the fire was controlled to its left and right sides, the 2 transparent pill furnaces that appeared were especially obvious. Wisps of spirit energy, 1 red and 1 blue, wrapped around the pill furnace from left to right, forming 2 completely different streams of air. Very good. 2 out of the 10 pill furnaces. A light flashed across Yifeng's eyes as he laughed in a carefree manner. Qi Zimo, come closer to the pill furnace. Later, I'll let you be responsible for the baking of the basic ingredients. You're in charge of the way of the living. As for Yi Wanyue, you will be responsible for catalyzing the roasting of the herbs, and will be in charge of the death of everyone here. He paused for a moment before continuing. When the 2 of them combine, it will be the time for the second cycle of the reincarnation pill to complete. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572. Chapter 572. The pill furnace trembled, and rays of light shot out in all directions. Ordinary pills would only emit a faint glow when the lid of the pill furnace was opened. But, the second cycle of the samsara pill was completely different. Hisses.
Since the splitting of the furnace, the sound has been incessant. 100 people were watching. So when I refined the reincarnation pill, it's like this. That's right. It has really broadened my horizons today. But then again, don't you find it strange? Why is Yi Zifeng, a newbie, able to make Yi Wanyue, an Earth-rank pill refiner, listen to him? The students looked at each other, unable to come to a conclusion after a long time of thinking about this. After a long while, they could only sigh heavily and let out a bitter laugh. No matter what, it seems that this year's Feng Yan'ai Academy has really recruited a great talent. No matter what the result is, we will have to form a good relationship with him later on. Perhaps in the future, we can ask him to do something for us. At this moment, someone suddenly stretched out his hand with a stunned expression and pointed in the direction of Yi Feng. Wait, look! What is Yi Feng doing? Several meters away. Leaf Tip closed her eyes tightly and stood quietly by the side of the pill furnace. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, as if reaching for the pill furnace. Hey, Yi Feng! Yi Wanyue said anxiously. At this moment, she no longer cared about being reserved. Still not stopping? The temperature of this pill furnace is so high, with your cultivation level, if you were to place your hands on it, it would be a waste. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yi Feng replied with a smile. When his hand was just half an inch away from the pill furnace, he suddenly stopped and said, I am this close. I just want to confirm the situation with the two pill furnaces. He took a deep breath and focused his mind, sensing all the changes in the pill furnace before him. The distance between his hand and the pill furnace could be said to be just right. If he was even a little bit closer, he might have been burnt, but if he was a little bit further away, he wouldn't have been able to feel the change in the spiritual energy in the furnace. Ugh, so that's how it is. He smiled knowingly. On his left and right, there were two pill furnaces that were cut open by the spiritual energy. One was extremely hot, while the other was extremely cold. They were being roasted by the spiritual energy flames of Yi Wanyue and Qi Zimo. Just the bright golden light that leaked out from it was enough to make people feel that it was exceptionally dazzling. In that case, I understand. Yi Feng's expression was serious. He held a piece of spirit paper in his hand, as if he was quickly calculating something on it. All of a sudden, he raised his head and said, First, Wanyu, the firepower has been reduced. Third Dao of the mysterious rank pill furnace, add a little windthorn grass. Second, when roasting Qi Zimo, lean to the right and concentrate your aura on the bottom of the pill furnace. The arrangement was like flowing water. Not to mention those who came to watch the show, even those who were well versed in the Tao of alchemy were constantly praising Yi Feng. Even so, there was still someone who couldn't help but mock Yi Zichen when they saw his personality. Hey, Yi Feng, you only know how to shout at people, what about yourself? If you want to refine a second cycle reincarnation pill, do you not have to do anything yourself? Me? Yi Feng smiled, who said I didn't make a move? Look at the blood-red flame on my fingertip, has it ever stopped burning? What? When everyone was reminded by Yi Feng, their eyes immediately stared at Yi Feng's fingertips. Sure enough, just as Yi Feng had said, the blood-red mortal rank flame on his fingertips continued to burn furiously. The stupefied expressions of the students gradually faded until they finally turned into mockery. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. To refine the second cycle of the rebirth pill, you actually need ordinary flames? Yeah, Yi Feng, if you want to make up a good reason, then do it. Don't tell me that you want to show off. Don't tell me that you want to use a mere mortal rank flame? Yuan shook his head with a smile, so what if it is a mortal rank flame? Isn't it the last straw that broke the camel's back? It was the same for pill forging as well. When forging in separate batches, one yin and one yang would be on different levels. To reach an identical scale, one would need to adjust their forging slightly.
Because of this, I've brought an immortal rank flame to control the balance.
The theory was actually very simple.
The most important aspect in a divided pill refinement was balance. It was like a balance.
If the weights on both sides were not the same, then one would need to add more strength on the lighter side.
Sigh.
At this time, if Bingqian is here, with her fire martial spirit, perhaps the results will be even better. The gentle and beautiful image of Liu Bingqian suddenly flashed through Zifeng's mind, causing a wave of warmth to surge in his heart. Then, he smiled in relief and shook his head.
Whatever, what do you want her to do? Obviously, she wouldn't have come to Starfall City. Even if I have to put in more effort, I can make a flawless second transition reincarnation pill.
When he said those last words, his starry eyes were already filled with seriousness.
Continue refining.
The catalytic medicinal ingredients that I spent these 50,000 gold coins on are all for the sake of throwing out this second round reincarnation pill of yours.
After an unknown period of time.
The starlight was resplendent, and the light was boundless. The mysterious rank pill furnace was mixed with hot and cold air as it slowly rose into the air. The purple qi was rising from the top of the pill furnace. A gray-robed youth dozed off for a long time. Suddenly, he saw a burst of purple light within his line of sight.
Could it be?
Almost there, almost there.
Look! The second cycle of the samsara pill is about to be completed. Heavens, is this true? Second cycle of the samsara pill.
I remember that no one had ever refined such a pill in a pill competition before.
It is truly shocking. Hearing the crowd's words, Fengling's heart tightened. Master, this. All of her disciples looked at Yifeng in doubt. What do we do now?
I never would have thought that he, Yifeng, is really going to refine the second cycle of the rebirth pill.
What's there to be afraid of? Did you guys see any pills? Did you guys see any high-grade pills? Do you see that this is a flawless pill?
Fengling's face was pale white, but her mouth didn't have the slightest intention of sparing him. The students looked at each other and shook their heads in unison.
Since you didn't see it, why not?
Fengling sneered, listen up, don't worry about what pill Yifeng is concocting right now, we just need to take care of ourselves. Moreover, even if he was lucky and succeeded, if the pill he refined had a small flaw, it would still be considered as
our victory. Master. The group of disciples listened to Fengling's explanation. Their originally gloomy moods were immediately swept away. I've already said this before. As long as I follow Lord Fengling, there won't be any problems.
That's right, but in the end, it's a pity for our adorable junior brother, Hong Sheng. Before we even got to know him, he was kicked out of the academy. As a senior brother, I feel a bit reluctant to part with him. A red-clothed man pretended to smile and did his best to talk back. He seemed to be taking pleasure in Hong Sheng's misfortune.
King Hell, do you believe what you're saying? Lousy.
Hong Sheng clenched his fists tightly, and his face flushed red.
Oh? From the looks of it, you want to bite me?
The corner of the red-clothed man's mouth raised into a sneer. He sized up Hong Sheng with a gaze filled with loathing.
Isn't it so? You want to become Lord Feng's disciple with your big and tall build?
Hong Sheng's face was filled with anger, and blood gushed through his veins. Just as he wanted to make a move, his expression froze. He suddenly turned around and looked at Yifeng, but it was unknown what he was thinking. Behind him, Yifeng's smile was very faint.
Everyone could see that Fengling's impression of Hong Sheng was not good.
Therefore, as long as her disciples followed her example and treated Hong Sheng the same way she did, they would definitely be acknowledged by her. This was the real reason why the students were bullying Hong Sheng.
Alright, that's enough. Did I let you guys make a move? Don't waste time on him.
Help me open up the pill furnace when Yifeng is doing it, and continue to concoct pills.
Yes, Master. Right after Fengling finished speaking, she chuckled and said, "Oh yeah, Hong Shang, don't you believe in Yifeng a lot? Fine, just open your eyes wide and watch. Exactly what kind of second transition reincarnation pill can Yifeng make?" The way she said it was actually in the dark. After all, if he was in a rush to open the pill furnaces, then the second cycle pill furnaces were different. This way, the pressure inside and outside the pill would be too great. It would greatly compress the pill and affect its final quality, resulting in certain flaws. Sure, what's there to be afraid of? Just look. How could Hong Shang know about this? He snorted angrily. Although he couldn't quite decide what to eat, there was no possibility for him to back down at a time like this. Yifeng, since the purple gas is rising, quickly open the lid of the pill furnace and let us see what's going on inside it. Fengling laughed coldly. "That's right, what are you afraid of? Just open it. You don't need to tell me, I will do the same." Yifeng laughed lightly. His expression suddenly turned serious as he touched his crystal ring. "Yifeng, you want to?" When he opened the lid, what was Yifeng doing touching his storage ring? Thus, this bizarre action of his caused Elder Mo to be baffled. Of course. Yifeng took a deep breath, as if he was preparing something. Then, with a sudden force, he pulled out the purple lightning flying sword from the magic crystal ring. He then roared harshly and hacked downwards at the mysterious rank pill furnace. "Open the furnace and take the pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 573. Chapter 573. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive sounds, the sounds of metal clashing, resounded in the hearts of everyone, causing them to tremble. What? The noisy atmosphere suddenly turned silent due to Yifeng's sudden hack. They opened their eyes wide, unable to believe it in their hearts. After all, they had lived for so long. Since when had they not watched an apothecary forge pills properly? To an alchemist, a pill furnace was like a rice bowl. Breaking open the pill furnace and taking the pill from it? Yifeng had never seen anything like this before. Even Fengling was shocked. "Yifeng." The anger in Elder Mo's heart grew even more intense. "Yifeng, you son of a b*tch, who allowed you to split the pill furnace? This mysterious rank pill furnace is worth at least 10,000 gold coins. Do you want to compensate me in full?" Yifeng cupped his fist with a hint of guilt on his face. "Sorry, 10,000 gold coins, Zifeng will compensate you in full." "You?" The corner of Elder Mo's mouth twitched. His expression was somewhat unfriendly as he coldly glanced at him. "Don't be in such a hurry to compensate me. Right now, it isn't a matter of money but..." However, before he could finish his words, Yifeng interrupted him and said solemnly, "But, I have already made a perfect one for this second cycle of the samsara pill." "What did you say?" When these words were spoken, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. "Are you saying that splitting apart the pill furnace is to make the second cycle of the rebirth pill more perfect?" Yifeng paused for a moment and walked to the side of the pill furnace. "That's right. One has to know that the second cycle pill is split into 2 pill furnaces. If you recklessly open the lid, it will create an asymmetrical pressure on both sides of the pill and affect its effectiveness." As he spoke, he pulled out the purple lightning flying sword. At this moment, the pieces were scorching hot. Therefore, Yifeng used the tip of his sword to brush away the fragments. There is only one way, and that is to destroy the pill furnace from the middle and cause the gas inside to come out at the first possible moment. This is the second cycle reincarnation pill that you are seeing right now. He smiled faintly, and his expression suddenly became fierce. Using his strength, he flipped his wrist and waved it. A white light flashed past everyone's eyes. The next moment, the last piece of the pill furnace was smashed away by him. Everyone was shocked and looked over. Beneath the fragment was a pill. Crystal clear, red and blue. On the left side of the pill, there were wisps of hot air, while on the right side, it was ice cold. The pearl was round and smooth. Looking at it, there was not a single flaw. High grade. This was an absolutely high-grade pill. When everyone saw this, they all pointed their fingers. Could it be the second cycle of the samsara pill? Isn't this way too incredible? This is the first time I've seen a pill which can be split into red and blue. That's right. It's hot on one side while cold on the other. The two completely different characteristics are actually concentrated on a single pill. Isn't this too inconceivable? Yi Wanyue was shocked and covered her lips. In her eyes, there was still a trace of incomprehensible doubt. It can't be. In the past, she had successfully refined a first-cycle reincarnation pill, so now that she had successfully refined one, she was able to immediately see the level of the pill. Xian grade. It was a mysterious second-cycle reincarnation pill. Yifeng, just now, you refined a Xian grade second-cycle reincarnation pill. It's really hard to imagine, but it's not cultivated by me, it's we. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. If it wasn't for you, Yi Wanyue, or Qi Zimo, I wouldn't have been able to do it. What he said wasn't wrong. Even though he had theory and experience, he didn't have any practical experience. He definitely wouldn't be able to concoct this second cycle pill. He paused for a moment, and then revealed a smile. Moreover, if it wasn't for the illusory soul pill that you refined before, how could I have easily hypnotized them? Qi Zimo. On the other side. Young master, young master. The black-clothed old servant shook Qi Zimo's body non-stop. Cough cough, cough cough, after a short fit of coughing. Qi Zimo's eyes had regained their normal luster and a trace of substance had appeared within them. Young master, you're finally awake. When the old servant saw this, he was excited and overjoyed. Oh? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Qi Zimo woke up from his dream and looked around, as if he was sleepy. Just now I took a nap. How's the situation now? Tell me, what pill should I refine next to deal with Yifeng and fight him to the death? When the old servant heard this, he froze on the spot, not knowing what to say. Young master, let's go. I didn't expect it to be a perfect second cycle reincarnation pill? Feng Ling's face was ugly as she took a step back. With a bitter smile, she said, impossible, how is this possible? A mere newcomer from who knows where, how could he destroy my plan just like that? Her disciples looked at each other with a slightly embarrassed expression. Master. What should we do now? Indeed. Given the current situation, should we reveal the cauldron now? No, at least she could save some face. If they were to compare their strengths and weaknesses, then Feng Ling's face would no longer be in danger. There were too many uncertainties. She pondered for a moment, and after pondering for a long time, she still did not come to a decision. Just when she was about to give up, suddenly, an ice-cold aura came from her mind. Her expression was overwhelmed with shock. She opened her eyes wide, and after looking left and right for a moment, she slowly closed them. Spiritual will. Elder Mo, you're looking for me? Yeah. Elder Mo's voice was incredibly gloomy. Feng Ling, if I ask you a question, then answer honestly. Do you have a way to deal with Yifeng with the pills you concoct? I'm afraid not. Feng Ling smiled helplessly and shook her head. If there is a flaw in the second cycle, then perhaps my pill can restrain him. However, since Yifeng made the perfect second cycle, then I can't do anything about it. Elder Mo pondered for a while, but did not reply. Feng Ling pursed her lips and was about to give up. If that's the case, Then, if I add some man-made flaws to the second cycle of the samsara pill, would you be able to make a comeback?
What? Fengling was startled, and she stood there absent-mindedly. She could tell that Zifeng and Elder Mo did not like each other. However, she didn't think that Elder Mo would do this for the sake of harming Zifeng.
Elder Mo, could it be that you plan on? What am I going to do?
You don't have to worry about that. I'm just asking you, if I help you create the flaws in the second cycle of the samsara pill, can you reverse the situation later? Elder Mo's voice was low, obviously showing a trace of impatience.
Yes, no problem. As long as there are flaws, there definitely will be.
Fengling clenched her teeth and replied seriously.
Good. Remember what you said. I will create an opportunity for you. Yifeng.
An urgent voice suddenly sounded out in Yifeng's mind.
What's wrong, Spirit Shadow? I was adjusting my breathing. Did something happen?
Yifeng replied plainly.
Guiying was slightly anxious. You still have the mind to adjust your breathing? Have you noticed that you've gotten into big trouble?
There's a spiritual will coming towards us. I'm afraid it's trying to do something bad.
Yeah, I can already feel it.
Yizong smiled and opened his eyes. He did not express any attitude. His soul talent was like a spider web as it was slowly retracted. Moreover, just now, I had already marked the soul consciousness.
If my guess is correct, this should be Elder Mo's spiritual will. Elder Mo?
Guiying was slightly stunned. It's not a matter of who it is.
What are you marking him for? The most important thing right now is the pill. The second cycle of the samsara pill is in danger. So what?
Yifeng smiled helplessly and shook his head. I do not have a spirit binding pill with me. Furthermore, I am currently in the star meteor shower city and the spiritual will of the ancient master, Elder Zhao and Elder Song are not available to me. Even if I know that my spiritual will is not working against me, and my second cycle of samsara pill is not working against me, I can do nothing to stop it.
Then you can attract other people's attention. At least let them know that something is different. Spirit Shadow did not seem to give up as he continued to speak.
Yeah. Yifeng smiled and nodded. That's not a bad idea, but the other party clearly thought of this. Just a moment ago, he pierced one of these rank 2 rebirth pills, making it difficult to recognize it with his naked eyes.
It can't be. It just pierced through a small hole that is difficult to see with the naked eye?
Spirit Shadow froze in place, completely dumbfounded.
That's right, that's it.
Yifeng's expression turned serious. He held the second cycle of the samsara pill in his hand and started scrutinizing it.
Look, this is the place. Yifeng, you're too calm, aren't you? If you knew earlier, wouldn't you have done nothing and allowed him to do as he pleases? Yifeng, you're too calm, aren't you?
If you knew earlier, wouldn't you have done nothing and allowed him to do as he pleases?
Yifeng, you're too calm, aren't you? If you knew earlier, wouldn't you have done nothing and allowed him to do as he pleases?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 574. Chapter 574.
I will naturally remember the person that I, Yiwen, have blackmailed in my heart, but now, Elder Mo had hastily used his spiritual will to touch the second cycle of samsara pill.
He had already. I have to pay the price. What do you mean? Spirit Shadow was slightly stunned and slightly puzzled. Yifeng smiled and looked towards where Elder Mo was at. Look, this is the price.
Elder Mo's face alternated between green and white, appearing exceptionally unsightly.
A loud sound was heard. Sure enough.
A thin line of blood flowed out from the corner of Old Mo's mouth, mixed with a hint of black. One had to know that the second cycle of the samsara pill was made from all sorts of catalyzing ingredients and had an astonishing medicinal effect. If one used his spiritual will to destroy it, he or she would suffer some backlash in a short period of time. Cough cough, little brat, what kind of lousy second transition reincarnation pill is this? It's actually so powerful. He pursed his lips and licked them dry. Then, he raised his head and his gaze met with Zifeng's. He couldn't help but be startled. Zifeng? Why is he suddenly looking my way? Elder Mo was shocked, and he couldn't help but think of this. Could it be that the matter of him destroying the second cycle of the samsara pill was discovered by Zifeng? However, the other party was only a martial disciple, yet he could even detect the aura of the spiritual sense? In an instant, Elder Mo fell into deep thought. On the other side. Spirit Shadow, things have gotten to this point. Don't worry about Elder Mo. Just as he was puzzled, Zifeng had already turned his head around and looked towards another direction with a solemn expression. Because, compared to taking revenge on Elder Mo, the person who needs to pay the most attention to right now is Fengling. Not far away, an ice-cold aura slowly emerged from Fengling's mind. He did it. I didn't expect him to really do it. This is great. Fengling opened her eyes, and a strange light flashed across her eyes as she smiled in her heart. Master Feng, why are you so happy all of a sudden? What's going on? The other disciples did not know about the discussion between Fengling and Elder Mo, so they looked at each other in confusion. Fengling came back to her senses, pulled herself together, and laughed heartily. What do you mean what happened? Cut the crap. Quick, open the lid of this furnace, and take out all of the pills that we refined. Take out a pill? But just now, Master, didn't you still hesitate? The group of disciples did not know what kind of medicine Fengling ate wrong, but it was as if she suddenly became a different person. Just now is just now, and now is now. Can it be the same? Seeing that they were not taking action for a long time, Fengling frowned and coldly snorted. Forget it, just take your time. It's not straightforward at all. There's no need for you guys, I'll just do it myself. She looked left and right, took a step forward, and quickly walked in front of the pill furnace. A light flashed in her eyes as she took a deep breath and struck her palm fiercely. Go! Bang! A loud sound was heard. They saw that the pill furnace was shocked by the force from her palm and flew all the way to Zifeng's location. Only then did it barely stop and heavily fall to the ground. At first, the crowd thought that she would just take the lid off the pill furnace, but they never would have thought that she would push the pill furnace to Zifeng's side. This. Lord Fengling, what is the meaning of this? Indeed. We can just directly uncover the cauldron during the pill competition, and push the cauldron straight to the other party's face. What is the point of bragging so arrogantly? Most people didn't think that Zifeng would win, and at the same time, they didn't have a good impression of him. However, at least in this matter, Fengling had gone a bit too far. It was hard to look at her. Even Elder Mo was frowning deeply as he looked somewhat reproachfully at Fengling. It's not that I'm showing off, Fengling raised her head, and an indescribable sneer appeared on her pale face. Rather, the closer we get to this bone ghost pill, the better its effects will be. As the sound of his voice faded, a fierce light flashed through her eyes. Her delicate, jade-like hands lifted the lid of the pill furnace and then threw it behind her. In an instant, an aura of death suffused the area the moment the pill furnace was opened. The choking gray dust made people feel fear, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. The airflow churned, permeating through every orifice. Skeleton ghost pill? It can't be, she can actually refine such a pill? Even though it was Zifeng, at this moment, a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. Wait a moment, Zifeng. What's this bone ghost pill? What is it? Yi Wanyue looked at Zifeng in confusion. This was the trump card Fengling used to deal with Yi Wanyue before the match. She had previously investigated Yi Wanyue's pill refining methods to see if she knew anything about it. Of course, she would ensure that Yi Wanyue knew anything about it, so she was unable to find a solution to the problem. If it wasn't for Yi Feng, perhaps she would be able to win against Yi Wanyue now. Yi Feng's expression suddenly changed. However, time was of the essence, and he had no time to explain the effects of the bone ghost pill. The next moment, he came back to his senses and shouted loudly. "This is bad. Wanyu, use some spiritual energy to cover this second cycle of samsara pill." Alright, I understand. Although Yi Wanyue still didn't know what was going on, but since Yi Feng said so, she would take it seriously. At the same time, Yi Feng also took in a deep breath. He calmed his mind and released a stream of spiritual energy, which formed a barrier around the bone ghost pill. However, everything he did was in vain. Yi Feng's martial disciple level spiritual energy could not stop the corrupted ghost Dan from corroding his body. Even the aura of Yi Wanyue's martial art was barely able to keep her breath. She could be penetrated at any time. After all, Yi Wanyue was only at Fighter 2 Dan. Yi Feng frowned and said to himself. So that's how it is. I finally understand. No wonder Elder Mo used his spiritual will to create a small hole in the second cycle of the samsara pill. This is to create an opportunity for this ghost skeleton pill. He paused for a moment, gave the wind chime a thoughtful look, and raised his head. However, Fengling, you are too vicious. You're actually using the bone ghost pill to deal with me. Are you trying to kill me? What do you mean? Hearing this, Yi Wanyue was shocked. Yi Feng, what will the effects of this bone ghost pill be like if it were to seep into the second cycle of the samsara pill? Yi Feng sighed. He stared at the second cycle of the samsara pill in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking about. If it's light, I'll destroy the pill. If it's heavy, I'll. Causing a huge explosion. Explosion? Yi Wanyue was shocked. Exactly. A moment passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng came back to his senses, and looked at Fengling intentionally or not. They spoke to Elder Mo almost at the same time. Elder Mo. Elder Mo froze for a moment, clearly not expecting that at this critical moment, the two would greet him. What's the matter, gentlemen? Fengling looked meaningfully at Yi Feng and made a pleased gesture. Oh. Yi Feng, what do you want to say? I told you to say it first. Yi Feng did not hold back and smiled solemnly. Alright, but I'm afraid that the things you want to say are the same as what I want to say. Thus, he turned his head and looked deeply at Elder Mo, his eyes filled with an indescribable seriousness. I hope that Elder Mo can host and quickly evacuate the students present. If Zifeng is not mistaken, there will be a huge explosion later on. Everyone here, those below the level of martial artists, if they do not leave, their lives will be in danger. The moment he said this, everyone fell silent. Elder Mo froze for a moment, his expression somewhat stiff. What do you mean by life-threatening? Nonsense. Since the competition has reached this stage, did you, Yi Feng, deliberately come up with this excuse because you're afraid of losing? No, Elder Mo. A soft voice sounded. The person who spoke was Fengling. She cupped her hands and said with a solemn look on her face, Yi Feng is right. The skeleton ghost pellet is specifically used to destroy the internal structure of the pellet. If this matter is placed on a pellet as powerful as the second cycle, it might cause a huge explosion. I hope that Elder Mo can quickly evacuate the students, otherwise it will be too late. If Elder Mo does not believe me, I, Fengling, can swear that everything I just said is true. You? Elder Mo stared into Fengling's eyes. The doubt in his heart gradually turned into trust. However, the more he believed, the more he found it difficult to imagine. In fact, he listened to Fengling's words. There were already people who could not suppress the fear in their hearts and could not help but take a few steps back as they stared at the deep aura wrapped around the white bone scorpion. What should we do? Are we going to wait until this Dodan competition or just wait until now? Nonsense, didn't you hear what they said? Skeleton ghost dawn seeping into samsara pills can cause one's life to be in danger. Besides, can the lives of others be compared to our own? Alright, let's stop talking. Speaking now is equivalent to dancing on the tip of a blade. Let's go. Elder Mo's face changed several times, alternating between green and white. Finally, he sighed and gave his answer. Did you all hear that? Everyone stand far away from me. Don't look any closer, otherwise, if something happens, our Feng Ni Academy will not be held responsible. He thought for a moment and decided to put everyone's safety first. This, after Elder Mo opened his mouth, the rest of the people looked at each other before slowly walking away. Not long after, a large majority of the people that came to watch the pill competition had decreased. Even the remaining people had left the most dangerous area far behind. Well, according to what you said, I evacuated them all. Elder Mo turned his head and continued, then, what do you think about yourselves? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575. Chapter 575. The airflow roiled and the gray air dispersed. After Elder Mo's evacuation, there were only a few students left. Occasionally, there would be some who would stand far away to watch. Occasionally, they would point at the little Qilin and look at the grayish Qi that was gradually becoming thicker, revealing expressions of fear. Are you two really going to continue? Elder Mo's expression did not relax. Fengling smiled sweetly. Compete, why don't we compete? The good show has just begun, so I will naturally have to wait until the end of this competition. Her expression was extremely calm as she turned around and looked at Yifeng. On the other hand, Yifeng, you should listen to Elder Mo and admit defeat early. It would be better for you. The powerful words were enough to cause one's heart to tremble. It was both advice and provocation. No. Yifeng stared at the bone ghost Dan enchanted, but no one knew what he was thinking. I never planned to leave from the beginning. Fengling was startled. She thought that he was just being stubborn, and her expression instantly changed. She coldly snorted, enough, Yifeng. Even now, are you still trying to be brave? Staying here with only the cultivation of a ninth martial disciple is simply courting death. One had to know that if any martial artist or below were to stay here, they would be affected by the explosion of the pill and might even be in danger of losing their lives. Yifeng, actually, what she said makes sense. Yi Wanyue's eyes lit up. She pursed her red lips and looked at Yifeng. You don't have to care too much about winning or losing, your life is still the most important, leave this place to me. Are you worried about me? Yifeng looked up with interest and glanced at Yi Wanyue. Hearing this, Yi Wanyue's face suddenly changed. Who's worried about you? I'm just afraid that you will die. If my father comes back, he will definitely blame me. Then there's no problem. The smile on Yi Zifeng's face was very faint. What? Yifeng smiled, since you are just worried about my life, then there is no need. Because the second cycle of the samsara pill corresponds to the second realm of martial arts, which is the supreme pill among martial disciples. Even if it is destroyed to the extreme, it would at most injure me severely and not be able to kill me. But Yi Wanyue frowned, as if she wanted to say more. However, at this very moment. Yifeng's expression changed and turned serious. Alright, stop talking. Time is of the essence. The current plan is to quickly deal with the gray gas on this bone ghost pill. Yifeng's expression turned serious as he took a deep breath. After which, a bright light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he swiftly took out an Ice Emperor's sword from his magic crystal ring.
What do you want to do? At first, Fengling didn't think much of it, and didn't even think about it.
However, he saw that Qi Zifeng was getting closer and closer to the Bone Ghost Dan.
Then, her heart froze and her expression turned to shock. Wait a moment, Yifeng, are you going to split the Bone Ghost Dan open? This is against the rules. Elder Mo, look at this, Yifeng is going to violate the rules. What kind of joke was this?
If the Bone Ghost Dan that he had refined with great difficulty was turned into powder by Yifeng, then what kind of victory would that be?
Then, whoosh whoosh. *2.
Yifeng smiled, a white light flashed in his hand, and a bright light appeared.
Fengling's expression froze on the spot.
She could only see that the surrounding area of the Bone Ghost Pill seemed to be frozen in place. However, nothing strange happened to the Ghost Skeleton Pill itself.
Yifeng did not choose to attack the Bone Ghost Dan.
It actually froze the area around the pill.
Yifeng, you. Fengling was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know how to reply to Elder Mo. Yifeng smiled calmly. Why, are you not going to continue complaining to Elder Mo? Isn't it fine as long as it doesn't directly destroy the pill?
The corners of Fengling's mouth twitched. Hearing this, Elder Mo snorted coldly. That depends on the situation.
Yifeng, your way of doing things is to take advantage of the situation and delay time. I want you to quickly retreat to the ice layer. Is it really impossible? Cut the crap. Yifeng, I will be in command on the spot. We will deal with any sudden incidents.
Therefore, listen carefully.
The words that I, Elder Mo, am speaking of right now are the rules. Yeah, Yifeng, did you hear what Elder Mo said?
Fengling relied on Old Mo's support as she chuckled and said while nodding her head.
Or should I say?
Once the layer of ice is removed, you will be left with no other choice, because the spirit-absorbing pill you just refined has lost its potency, and there is not enough time to make another one. If there's no other way, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible.
That may not be the case.
Yifeng thought for a moment and stared at the Bone Ghost Pill. After a long while, he smiled and raised his head. If I'm not wrong, when you refined the Bone Ghost Pill just now, you used 10 calm spirit flowers, 8 green pine grass, 14 desolate mushrooms.
What?
As Qi Zichan listened, he told Fengling about the ingredients she used to refine the Ghost Dan as if she was a treasured item.
Fengling's expression froze, like a piece of wood, stuck there without moving. Could it be someone leaked it?
She looked around and saw that the surrounding disciples were all trustworthy people. Only when her gaze passed by Hong Shang did she stop. But when she thought about it carefully, even if Hong Shang wanted to betray her. However, how could such a burly man know the names of those various medicinal pills? In other words, although Hong Shang might have betrayed her, he wouldn't betray her in such a manner because he didn't know anything about the Tao of pills.
At this moment,
Yifeng clearly had just thought of the other person's thoughts, and an elusive smile surfaced on his face.
Fengling, there's no need to think too much about it.
What I want to tell you is, since I know the dosage of the medicinal ingredients you used, I've calculated it already.
Can I rely on my flesh and blood to absorb all of them? Inhale, absorb? Fengling's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise.
Even Yi Wanyue was shocked when she heard that.
What are you talking about, Dot? She didn't even have the time to think about it. Are you crazy?
This Ghost Skeleton Pill isn't a big tonic pill for you to absorb. If you recklessly absorb it, it will only put you in an even more dangerous situation.
Hey, did you hear that, Yifeng?
Despite the wind chimes and shouts, Liu seemed to ignore all this. He took a deep breath and pushed away the sleeve of his arm.
2 bright lines of blood appeared on his arms in an instant before the crowd's eyes. How is it? Ghastly Shadow, Demon Fox, can you do it? His question was simple and straightforward. Guiying pondered for a moment and smiled. Don't worry, if it's just sucking over here, it's fine, it's not a problem. However, this bone ghost pill might be filled with poisonous gas. Besides absorbing the gray gas, don't absorb anything else.
Good. Seize the opportunity and get ready to start the moment the ice melts.
Yifeng's face lit up and he nodded his head with a smile.
When he turned around, his face was full of coldness. Do it.
Right after he finished speaking, the layer of ice on the Ice Emperor's sword started to melt.
Hisses, the sound of ice cubes colliding could be heard.
Elder Mo's heart was filled with gratification when he saw Yifeng do as he said.
However, something strange happened very quickly.
Wisps of spirit energy were emitted from the bone ghost pill, and they began to slowly climb up along Yifeng's Ice Emperor's sword.
Yifeng closed his eyes, and after a long while, he suddenly let out a low moan. This is Elder Mo's eyes narrowed into a line.
He did not need to rely on the pill furnace or the Ice Emperor's sword.
Then, what exactly was Zifeng doing to absorb the aura of the bone ghost pill? Elder Mo.
Elder Mo came out of his contemplation and turned his head to look at the speaker.
That was also to say that it was Fengling. What's wrong, Fengling? Is something the matter? Elder Mo was stunned and he could not help but ask. Fengling's expression revealed some anxiety. Elder Mo.
Yifeng has violated the rules time and time again, and I don't know what method he's using now to actually be able to absorb the bone ghost dance spirit energy.
About this. Seeing this, Elder Mo could not help but fall into deep thought.
If he relied on the Ice Emperor's sword to slow down the progress of the competition, he would naturally be stopped. However, Yifeng's current situation was different. He was relying on his own strength, using his physical body to absorb the bone ghost pill. Regardless of the final outcome, if Elder Mo were to rashly make a move to stop him, it might cause his cultivation to go berserk.
Fengling, let him handle this matter.
Please forgive me, old Mo, for being unable to help you.
But, Elder Mo, Fengling seemed to be unwilling.
Elder Mo's expression was solemn as he stared at her for a while, then said in a low voice, Fengling, be more confident. Even a rookie like Yifeng, if you think about winning with the help of an external force, how will you submit to the public in the future when your name spreads throughout the academy? Don't worry, believe Elder Mo. Someone like Yifeng, after absorbing a moment of energy, he immediately lost all his strength and fell to the ground to stop.
Yes, I understand, Elder Mo. If so, we shall do as Elder Mo says.
Hearing this, Fengling helplessly curled her lips.
Who said that the highest-ranked person here was Elder Mo?
No matter what she thought, she could not afford to offend him. There was a sizzling sound. The sound became louder and louder as if the silence was being broken.
Finally, it resounded in their ears. Why does it feel like something's wrong?
Elder Mo and Fengling looked at each other, then turned their heads to look in the direction of Yifeng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 576. Chapter 576.
There was a hissing sound. As time passed, the sound became louder and louder.
The spiritual energy loop is complete, could it be? Fengling and Elder Mo looked at each other, and the surprise on their faces was clear. Yifeng, is absorbing the spirit energy in the bone ghost pill is here?
The truth was no longer something they could doubt. The violent gray chi was like sand swirling in the sky, forming a circular ribbon that wrapped around the tip of the leaves and converged into the blood veins on his arms. The white, misty fog, along with the unique poison aura of the bone ghost Dan, started to corrode Yifeng's body.
After an
Yifeng's head was covered in sweat, as if it was raining. He took in a few breaths of cold air, while his expression turned extremely ugly. When Yi Wanyue saw this, her heart clenched.
Yifeng, are you okay? Don't try to be brave. If there's no way to block the effects of this bone ghost pill, then I will just miss one move. No way. Yifeng shook his head with a serious expression. Even if the second cycle of the samsara pill doesn't explode, if the pill were to be destroyed, it would mean that all my 50,000 gold coins would have gone down the drain. Hey, what are you thinking? Is the gold coin more important, or is your life more important? Yu Wanyue glared at Yifeng in annoyance and couldn't help but speak up. About this. It can't be? Are you really considering this? The corner of Yi Wanyue's mouth twitched and an awkward expression appeared on her pretty face. Yifeng paused for a moment and continued, furthermore, the key point is, Yi Wanyue will also lose this competition. To be honest, he didn't have any gold coins, so he could earn more. However, if she failed here, she would lose her pride as an earth-rank pill refiner. If she was slightly lacking in mental fortitude, she would suffer a blow and never recover. Yi Wanyue's cold face suddenly trembled, showing an indescribable warmth. Who wants you to care about me? You just need to care about yourself. Obviously, I'm not good to you. There's still so much to say, I didn't tell you. At the end of her sentence, her voice was like a mosquito's, unrecognizable. However, when she raised her head, she wanted to say something. However, he was surprised to find that Yifeng was no longer paying attention to him. He was fully engrossed in the process of absorbing the bone ghost Dan, completely ignoring his own feelings. It would be fine if Liu Bingqian or Yi Shuai were here. However, the other party was so unromantic. This was the first time she had met one like this. Yifeng, you. However, she forced a smile and felt relieved. After all, she understood that the current situation was extremely dangerous. Alright, since you've worked so hard, I won't hold you back. I'll use my limit to refine a pill and help you share your worries. Thus, she looked left and right for a moment before making up her mind. She ran all the way until she reached the pill furnace at Nkang's side. What do you want to do? Yi Wanyue, who allowed you to use a different set of pill furnaces to concoct pills? Elder Mo's expression turned solemn as he frowned and said coldly. Listen carefully. If you use another pill furnace to refine pills, the result can only be considered as someone else's result. Sure. Yi Wanyue lowered her head and said, in that case, let's treat it as a bargain. In that case, he won't get a 0. What? Elder Mo was stunned as he looked at Yi Wanyue in confusion. To forge a pill for another person, is that considered their result? This is acceptable? So, what was she really thinking in her heart? What I mean is, I will concoct a spirit-absorbing pill at the limit of my time to help Yifeng relieve the pressure. For this, even if I give some results to Luan Kong, so what? As the sound of his voice faded, she concentrated and her eyes lit up. After a moment, a raging fire was ignited in her palm. Go! Then, her gaze sharpened as the flame in her palm shot towards the bottom of the pill furnace like an arrow released from a bow. Come on, Fengling, don't you think that you won't be able to concoct any more pills in such a short time? Fengling's brows gradually furrowed. Little brat, you. Yi Wanyue sneered and continued. But, the only one who can't concoct pills in a short period of time is you, not me, an earth-rank apothecary, Yi Wanyue. A small dark green light spread out from between Yi Wen's eyebrows. Suddenly, with a pu sound, a drop of green blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he then stuck out his tongue and licked it. Apparently, he did not want others to know his current state. Yifeng, this isn't going to be easy. I didn't expect there to be a lot of poison in this ghost skeleton pill, Guiying panted, and then sighed. Right now, just maintaining the gray air of this bone ghost pill and not corroding your heart, is already required my full strength. I don't have the energy to continue detoxifying the poison. Demon Fox also said in a deep voice, that's right, Yifeng.
The amount of spiritual energy that I have been sending you is almost the limit. I can't give you any more, just be careful, I can cut off the flow of spiritual energy at any time. However, there was no answer. Hey, Zifeng, are you playing dead? That's right. Right now, the situation is critical. We can't joke around. All along, the two of them had only asked a short question to Zifeng. However, in the end, they were still able to get a reply. But now, Zifeng didn't even say a single word. It was unknown what happened. Zifeng, did you hear that? Don't play dumb for us. Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow originally didn't like each other. However, at that very moment, when Zifeng did not reply to them, they all felt pity for each other. Guiying said worriedly, what do we do? Do you want me to teach Zifeng a lesson and wake him up? Who did you say you were going to hit? At this moment, a familiar voice startled Spirit Shadow. Is it because I haven't used my martial spirit technique on you for a long time that I'm being dishonest again? This, upon hearing the words martial spirit technique, Spirit Shadow was dumbstruck, as if he were a mouse meeting a cat. So, she purposely changed the topic, Zifeng? That. You're finally awake. Just what happened just now? Those who didn't say anything were already frightening me. As Zifeng's martial spirit, if her master didn't give up all hope, she wouldn't be able to escape. Zifeng did not mind her change of topic and smiled. Do you two still remember my previous cultivation base? Isn't it just the 9th level of the martial disciple realm? Of course I remember. What happened? This is the same thing as when you passed out. What does it have to do with you? This time, the one who spoke was Demon Fox instead. Hold on. All of a sudden, she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Zifeng in disbelief. Could it be Zifeng? Just now, when you took advantage of the fact that you absorbed the bone ghost pill, you were actually. That's right. Zifeng let out a faint smile. Actually, it's also my opportunity. This bone ghost pill and the second cycle of the samsara pill, no matter which one it is, will be extremely beneficial to me. That's why I've been searching for the possibility of breaking through to the martial realm ever since. Sure enough. Spirit Shadow and Demon Fox sucked in a deep breath of cold air. At this moment, Zifeng might not even be able to keep his life. Zifeng was very optimistic. Not only did he not give up, he even thought of breaking through. Therefore, Guiying paused for a moment and continued, oh yeah, Zifeng, when did you say just now? When did you start considering about breaking through? Zifeng frowned and said slowly, about when I first saw the bone ghost pill. Spirit Shadow was a little helpless. Isn't that the beginning time? She was startled for a moment before she said seriously, but then again. Have you found any tricks to breaking through to the martial realm? Do you want us to help you with something? Of course. Zifeng was a martial ancestor realm expert in his previous life, and he was even very experienced in how to ascend to the martial ancestor realm. Not to mention, he had just been promoted to a fighter. However, I don't want you to do anything, but rather, I don't want you to. Ghastly Shadow, Demon Fox, and the others, listen carefully. I will count 3 to 2 of you, and then the 2 of you will come out of my body and enter it together with the poison and the gray gas. Do you understand? Oh God, are you crazy? Guiying was stunned for a little bit and said almost absent-mindedly, letting the poison and gray energy enter your body, what difference is there between this and courting death? If you die, then wouldn't we be in trouble? As far as she was concerned, she could lose the pill competition. However, Zifeng couldn't take the risk of dying. Otherwise, it would be 1 corpse and 3 lives. Zifeng spoke with a solemn tone, time is of the essence, I have no time to explain myself. 3. The Demon Fox also did not understand. Hey, Zifeng, listen to us. That's what you say. Besides, shouldn't you wait for that Yi Wanyue to finish refining the pill first? Spirit Shadow rarely heard of this from Demon Fox's side. 2. Yifeng took a deep breath. His expression seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. No one would have thought that amidst this tranquility, the next moment would be like a torrential downpour. Guiying smiled helplessly. Yifeng, think carefully. 1. Spirit Shadow. Demon Fox. The next moment. 2 streams of spirit energy, one on the left and one on the right, emitted from Yifeng's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577. Chapter 577. Yifeng's order was like an iron order. Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow could express their dissatisfaction, but they had to obey. Thus, after the 2 strands of spiritual energy were released, thick strands of gray gas, which was emitted by the bone ghost pill and was mixed with the dark green poison, continuously entered Yifeng's body. Whirlwind filled the air, and the entire scene was shocking to the extreme. It was incredibly shocking. Piercing screams could be heard incessantly. When ordinary people saw this, they would have thought that it was a life and death struggle. Who would have thought that this was a competition of dawn? Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from Liu's cheeks as she panted heavily. However, all of a sudden, those beads of sweat were dyed red with blood. In the next moment, blood started seeping out of his skin. The scarlet Qi wrapped around him like a blood cocoon, making it seem as if his body would explode and die at any moment. Yifeng. Everyone present watched the scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. As cultivators, they had seen people die before. However, this was the first time they saw someone like Yifeng, who was courting death and doing nothing at all, in front of them. Blood flowed like a pillar. Countless tiny explosions caused one's heart to tremble with fear. Yifeng, what happened to you all of a sudden? Yi Wanyue looked at him anxiously, then turned around and looked at Elder Mo. Elder Mo, Elder Mo. Did you see that? With Yifeng like that, it's very likely that his life is in danger. Hurry up and help him. No way. Elder Mo frowned and shook his head. The competition is still ongoing. It isn't appropriate for me to make a move, it violates the rules. But if I don't save him, he's going to die soon. A pleading expression appeared on Yi Wanyue's pretty face. This. Elder Mo, please help him, I beg of you. She was naturally proud, and was also the precious daughter of the Yi family. From childhood till now, she rarely begged anyone, but now, for Yifeng's life, she humbly begged Elder Mo. Elder Mo stared coldly at Yifeng, and only after a moment did he turn back, his expression extremely stern. He had indeed thought of saving Yifeng, but that thought only lasted for an instant. After he thought about it carefully, he didn't even have enough time to deal with Yifeng, so why would he save him? It was simply a dream. It's useless even if you beg me. A cold snort came out of his nose. If I say no, then no. Forget about others, Yi Wanyue. You've been in the Wind Inverse Academy for so long, don't you know the importance of rules? I, Elder Mo, will never violate the rules for the sake of a mere newcomer, but... Elder Mo looked at her seriously, chuckled, and continued speaking. What's the point? Since you want to save Yi Zifeng, then do it yourself. What do you need my help for? After all, no matter what, you are still at Fighter 2 Dan. You can absorb some of the poison from his body and share some of the pressure with him. Yi Wanyue's eyes dimmed as she looked seriously at the pill furnace in front of her. She didn't know whether she should first concoct pills or save him. Did Yifeng really think of everything before he went to absorb the spiritual energy from the bone ghost pill? The next moment. Hong Sheng could not bear to watch any longer, so he casually said, Elder Mo, these words of yours are a bit too heartless.
Even if she is a fighter too, Dan, if I absorb the poison, my life will be in danger. At the very least, my cultivation level will be lowered because of this. You didn't make a move, yet you let a weak girl make a move. This kind of action really makes one's heart go cold. What does their matter have to do with you? Newbie, you just need to help your master do what a janitor should do. Elder Mo looked at Hong Shang with contempt as the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Did you hear what Elder Mo said? Hong Shang, don't embarrass me over there, withdraw. Yifeng's matter has nothing to do with you. Fengling waved her hand, and her pretty face had an unfriendly expression. The corner of Hong Shang's mouth twitched. The last sliver of reason in his heart was completely crushed by their contempt. Good, very good. Since that's the case, from now on, Yifeng's business will be related to me, Hong Shang. Like a meteor, he took a few steps forward, closing in on Leaves. Hey, Hong Shang, what are you doing over at Yifeng's side? Come back here. Fengling's expression tightened, her eyebrows slightly knitted as she coldly shouted. Hong Shang laughed coldly and said solemnly, What are you doing, do you still need to ask? Of course it's to give Yi Zichen a hand. What? Fengling's face turned pale. She was so angry that it seemed as if her lungs were about to explode. It had been so long, but he hadn't met many students who dared to speak to his teacher in such a manner. Yifeng was one, but this Hong Shang was another. It was simply a small fry. You dare? Hong Shang, do you want me to expel you from the sect? At this moment, even though his blood was boiling, Hong Shang did not give in at all. It's up to you. If you want to expel me from your sect, then so be it. In any case, I have no future under your hands. He might as well give it his all and help Yi Zichen. If he wins the bet, then I'll follow him. If he loses, then I'll be expelled from the academy together with him. When we leave, I'll be able to have a partner when I return to the River Styx, right? You, Elder Mo and Fengling looked at each other. They didn't think that Hong Shang would be so bold. After Hong Shang finished speaking, he felt much better. He let out a long breath, and when he looked up, his face had already become extremely grim. All right, time is short, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll do my best to save him right now. As the sound of his voice faded, he made up his mind, clenched his teeth, and walked behind Yifeng. Yifeng, listen carefully, you owe me this. Then, he was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and threw a palm towards Yifeng. With a loud bang, white light rose from his palm, obscuring the mist. However, his whole hand, as if sucked by a suction cup, was unable to move. That was because, as soon as the two touched, Hong Shang's powerful force lost its direction like a clay ox entering the sea. What was even worse was that his hand seemed to be sticking on Yifeng's back. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it off, and Yi Zifeng's rate of extracting spiritual energy from his body became faster and faster. What was going on? Yifeng, is something wrong with you? Yifeng, did you hear that? He raised his head to look at Yi Zifeng and saw that he was covered in blood and couldn't even make out his expression, not to mention talking to him in this sort of situation. Thus, he tried a few more times. Each time, it could be said that he used all his strength and tried to struggle free, but to no avail. F***CK, Yifeng, stop, quickly stop. You are trying to squeeze me dry. From the moment Hong Shang came into contact with Yi-1, the transmission of spirit energy had never stopped. It was because of this that not long after Hong Shang became pale, and it was difficult for him to even breathe. The spiritual energy in his body was still being absorbed by the leaf. Yifeng, you. Hong Shang saw that things were not going well. He quickly turned his head to look at Yi Wanyue. Miss Wanyue, come over quickly and take a look at the situation. Help us. Wait a moment, I'll be there. Yi Wanyue looked anxious. She wanted to come over and help, but she was afraid that if she didn't finish refining the pill, she wouldn't be able to solve the problem.
The process of waiting. Without a doubt, it was the most painful. Zifeng, wake me up. The roars helped Hongsheng keep himself awake, but at the same time, they also made him more tired. After an unknown period of time, the sky spun and the earth spun. Hongsheng felt as if he had fallen into a cave of ice. Everything around him darkened, and he could not see anything. It was completely silent and peaceful. Suddenly, a deep yet familiar voice of a man was heard in Hongsheng's ears. I owe you, I will pay you back. What? Hongsheng was on the verge of fainting when the pressure on his body suddenly decreased. Even the feeling of his spiritual energy being sucked away gradually disappeared. The corner of his mouth twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, a gust of wind that was as sharp as a knife cut past his earlobe, causing countless small wounds to appear, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and feel extremely fearful. The person before him was covered in blood-red clothes, and he had an extremely concentrated expression on his face. It was actually Zifeng. You? Before he could react, an extremely violent force intertwined with lightning and thunder beside Zifeng, forming a huge circular net. The pill had a spiritual nature. Good pill, even more so. The bone ghost pill seemed to have sensed that the aura around Zifeng had become restless. The gray aura that was spreading out once again spread out, intending to suppress him. Bang, bang, bang. The breath that Zifeng inhaled and the gray gas from the bone ghost pellet collided, creating a series of loud explosions. A string of blood blossomed on Zifeng's body. The intense pain he felt in his entire body, accompanied by a black ray of light, gradually turned better. A wondrous feeling he had never experienced before turned into a trickle of heat that ran through all the tendons and veins in Yichen's body and through every cell of his body. Incomparable comfort. Suddenly, a cold light appeared within his starry eyes. Gather. With blood as a guide, we will be reborn and reborn. With a single word, countless blood robes gathered together at the same time, turning into a real blood cocoon and surrounding Yiwen. It was like a heart. The blood cocoon was constantly beating, occasionally emitting rays of light that attracted the attention of others. With blood as a guide, we will be reborn and reborn. Elder Mo's expression froze as he silently recited a few sentences. His expression greatly changed. It can't be, he wants to participate in this pill competition. The next moment, the blood cocoon expanded several times in an instant. Bam! Then, they only heard Zifeng yell loudly. Fighter Realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578. Chapter 578. Zifeng stood in midair, like a king looking down at the world. A frightful cold light burst out from his eyes. He had been on the verge of death, but now he was as lively as a dragon and as if he had transformed into a completely different person. Breakthrough? Fighter Realm. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock as they looked at each other. What happened? Did you hear what he just said? Even the students standing far away could not hold back their doubts as they slowly approached. I heard him call out, Fighter Realm? It can't be. Breaking through to a martial artist during the competition? I've never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. Their hearts were filled with doubt. They couldn't help but want to go closer to see what change had happened to Zifeng. However, they had only taken a few steps when they stopped. Wait a minute, everyone, you're too rash. What if the gray gas from the bone ghost Dan hasn't completely dissipated yet? That's right, if we rush in and barge into this fog barrier and coincidentally end up with an illness, things would be bad. They looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. Then, they gave up and stopped to look into the distance. After all, for now. The gray air of the bone ghost Dan and the thick smell of blood that came from the blood cocoon remained around Zifeng.
From start to finish, it gave people a sense of danger. If one got close hastily, it might cause blood to splash out 3 feet. In their hearts, there was fear. At the same time, fighter golden body, it's really fighter golden body. Elder Mo stared at it for a moment and his mind jolted as the corner of his mouth twitched. Even if he didn't like Zifeng, he couldn't help but admire him at that very moment. I thought that this fellow would die. To think that not only did he achieve a breakthrough, he even forged a fighter gold body. Standing behind Elder Mo, Gao Wei was stunned for a moment before he asked with some doubt. May I ask, Master, what exactly is a fighter gilded body? When I broke through to the fighter realm, why didn't such a thing happen? Nonsense. Elder Mo replied sullenly. He was just worried that no one would vent their anger on him. You idiot, you're just someone with upper middle class talent. You still want to pray for the fighter gilded body? If it's not a dream, then what is it? Master, as the prized disciple of Elder Mo, Gao Wei had always been praised as a role model by Elder Mo. It was also because of this that Elder Mo had scolded him so harshly, causing him to be momentarily stunned. If even those with superior abilities could not obtain a golden body, then what was Zifeng doing? Could it be that her aptitude was not as good as this newbie, Zifeng? Elder Mo calmed down when he saw the look of grievance on Gao Wen's face. Apparently, he understood that his words were a bit too harsh. All right, I admit it. I was too serious just now. Elder Mo paused for a moment before forcefully calming down. Then, he turned to Zifeng and sighed. However, speaking of whether or not you can obtain the golden body of a martial artist, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a 1 in 100 choice. What exactly did Zifeng do to get the chance to mold a golden body? Since the golden body had been formed, it gave off an imposing aura. Zifeng's aura seemed to have a qualitative improvement in an instant. Zifeng, good brat, you're really something. Hongshang was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. With a carefree smile, he was about to step forward and pat him on the shoulder. However, he had yet to come into contact with Zifeng. His body suddenly relaxed, and when he had used up all his energy, he collapsed to the ground like a ball of cotton. It seemed he was about to fall to the ground at any moment. At this moment, when Zifeng saw this, his starry eyes lit up and he waved his hand. Rise! A wave of deep and continuous spirit energy pierced through the void and carried Hongshang's body upwards, preventing him from falling down. Damn it, what technique is this? I'm already at Fighter 2 Dan, how can I not know this technique? Hongshang was startled, and could not help but shout. Borrowing power through the air was already beyond the category of martial disciples. Only a martial practitioner could do that. Zifeng had already learned how to borrow power from the air since he had just reached the martial warrior realm. Thus, when this scene appeared in everyone's eyes, they were naturally extremely shocked. What they didn't know was that Zifeng had already experienced the realm of warriors before, so he could be said to have a very good understanding of some warriors' basic knowledge. Yi Wanyue pursed her lips and asked tentatively, Zifeng, honestly, have you really reached the warrior level? Also, are you really alright? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Zifeng's answer was simple and clear. Huff. After hearing Zifeng say that he was fine, Yi Wanyue finally felt relieved. That's great. Just now when you were covered in blood, I thought you were going to die. Actually, she didn't care at all whether Zifeng had a breakthrough or not. She didn't even care about the outcome of the competition. Because she realized that all she wanted was for Zifeng to be safe and not cause trouble. In fact, I did die once. Zifeng's words froze the smile on Yi Wanyue's face. What did you say just now? Zifeng looked at her seriously and let out a long sigh. Just now, I did indeed abandon all means of defense and walked through the gates of hell. In order to create the golden body, one would have to rely on innate talent, and the other would have to rely on the ability to risk one's life to survive. I chose the latter,
because I believe that you will at least help me through this crisis. That's why I gave it your all. I just did not expect that the person who helped me would become Hong Shang. When it came to Hong Shang, it was indeed a variable. Hearing this, Yi Wanyua's delicate face turned slightly red. Even without Hong Shang, who would have said that they would help you? What are they thinking? I think you're a relative of the branch family, so I'm a little concerned about you. But if I'm in danger myself, then I won't listen. By the time she finished, her voice had grown softer and softer. So, you understand. Yi Feng? I am not risking my life to refine the spirit-absorbing pill because of you. Her heart was beating so fast that it was hard for her to calm down. She raised the corner of her eye, wanting to see Yi Feng's expression. However, what she saw was only Yi Feng's back. You? Yi Feng, who was standing in front of him, completely ignored Yi Wanyue's side. He smiled and picked up a second cycle reincarnation pill from the ruins. He held it in his hand and carefully examined it. Due to the effect of the Bone Ghost Dan, the second cycle of the refinement pellet was no longer complete due to the loss of a corner. But even so, there was no way to hide the fact that the crystal clear light was still as bright as before. Opposite. He saw that most of the Bone Ghost Dan's energy had been absorbed by Yi Wan, and the last bit of the spiritual energy had been absorbed by the pill that Yi Wanyue had hastily made. As a result, it was incomparably dim, without any luster or luster. At this moment, it was obvious who was superior in these two pills. Elder Mo. Dong dong, the sound of the pendulum striking rang out. This meant that the time had come. Things have come to this point. It should be about time for a final judgment, right? Yi Feng smiled and slowly turned his head. He looked at Feng Ling and then looked at Elder Mo. This. Feng Ling's expression immediately became unsightly. She could accept losing to Yi Wanyue. However, as a teacher, with so many people under her command, she had only lost to Yi Feng, the newbie. How could she lose face like this? If word of this got out, it would be a complete disgrace. Elder Mo, I refuse to accept this. That Yi Feng must have cheated on something just now to concoct that second cycle pill. Otherwise, why would a newcomer refine such a miraculous pill? Elder Mo heaved a heavy sigh, his expression unsettled. Feng Ling, forget it, calm down a bit. Don't be too discouraged before the results come out. Do you have anything else to say in comparison to this? When Feng Ling heard the tone in Old Mo's words, her heart was already filled with despair. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Clenching her fists tightly, she said, Fine, There was nothing more to say. It's all up to Elder Mo. Good. Since that is the case, let me announce the result of this pill competition. Elder Mo nodded his head with a serious expression. He suddenly raised his head and leaped to the center of the field. A few remnants of the ghost court Qi had yet to approach him, but they were all shaken away by his oppressive aura. This was the oppression of a martial spirit stage expert. Everyone listen up, come over here. His words were spoken using true Qi. The distance that could be spread was extremely wide. Enough, did you hear what Old Mo said? That's right. Since the competition has ended, everything has returned to normal. With Elder Mo here, our lives can definitely be protected. In the next moment, countless students gathered around as if they had all agreed on it. There was actually not a single one missing. After a while, they all arrived in front of Elder Mo, Yi Feng, and the others, just like before. Greetings, Elder Mo. Elder Mo scanned everyone and spoke with a solemn expression. I want you back as notaries. Do you still remember the rules that everyone set before the competition? Someone could not hold it in and immediately replied, Of course I remember. Isn't it just compensation for the cultivation resources? Elder Mo, what do you want? Quickly tell us. Actually, we already know the result, right?
As he spoke, he looked at the second cycle of the samsara pill concocted by Zifeng, exclaiming in admiration from time to time. After all, this was the first time he had seen a second cycle pill.
Elder Mo shook his head helplessly, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "That's right.
After discussion with our elders, the victor of this Do Dan competition." Suddenly, a trace of craftiness flashed within his eyes.
It's Fongling's group's skeleton ghost Dan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579. Chapter 579. It was earth-shattering. What?
Not to mention the crowd, even Zifeng and Fongling's expressions changed.
Elder Mo.
Hongsheng was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He was the first to shout out loud.
You can't lie without opening your eyes. Everyone can see it clearly. The victor should be Yifeng's second cycle of the samsara pill.
If Zifeng lost, it would mean that the two of them would have to return home and travel with him to the sticks.
Exactly.
The spiritual energy within the bone ghost pill had run out. How could it compare to the second cycle of the refinement pellet?
Elder Mo, give us an explanation.
Yi Wanyue stared at Elder Mo, not letting him go.
If it wasn't for the difference in status, there would be differences in age.
She really wanted to rush forward, vent her anger, and ruthlessly curse at him.
On the other side, Fongling also looked at Elder Mo with a puzzled expression. Her heart was filled with shock.
Honestly speaking, even she herself didn't understand why Elder Mo would claim that she had one.
Finished? Then, can I talk about it? Mo swept his gaze over the crowd and pointed at himself, sneering.
It was unknown what his mood was. Everyone, quiet down first. Hearing this, Yifeng frowned and waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down.
Alright, then I'll listen to Brother Yi. Everyone looked at each other and finally quieted down.
If this was before, other people would not even spare a glance for a newcomer like Yifeng.
But, how could a person who could guide him in refining the second cycle of the rebirth pill be an ordinary person?
It was definitely rare to see a person capable of breaking through to the martial disciple realm during a pill competition. It was also because of this that Zifeng's words now possessed an indescribable aura that guided everyone to listen to his words.
Alright, Elder Mo, you can speak now.
Zifeng's eyes were like lightning.
He turned around and looked at Elder Mo.
When Elder Mo heard his tone, he felt slightly unhappy, but it disappeared in a flash.
He smiled and nodded. Ha, good.
Zifeng, as a newbie, I also admire such prestige.
However,
even if you can concoct a good pill, you have no right to do so.
You have violated the rules. Rules? Zifeng frowned, his face darkened. Elder Mo, what are the rules?
With his hands behind his back, Elder Mo raised his white eyebrows and chuckled.
It's very simple. I've already said that different groups cannot interact with each other. Zifeng, don't you think that you're talking too much during this competition?
When Hongsheng heard these words, he was stunned for a moment before he immediately shouted.
That's not right. Elder Mo Fongling has also communicated with other groups before.
You said that Zifeng broke the rules, but didn't that Fongling also break the rules?
This is unfair. Elder Mo did not revoke Yifeng's qualification during the competition.
However, he only mentioned it after Fongling had lost to Zifeng. From this, it could be seen how sinister Fongling was.
Fair? You want to be fair to us when we're still at the Wind Rebel Academy? Elder Mo spread out his hands.
His voice was loud and his gaze was cold. What's more, Zifeng, you controlled Qi Zimo to do things for you, and Yi Wanyue, who was in the same group, used in Kang's pill furnace to make the pill.
Did you get my permission to do that? He was simply talking to himself. This time, the punishment that the elders and I have discussed with you has nothing to do with the competition itself. At this point, Elder Mo's meaning was clear. He wielded power in his body and used the rules to talk, ignoring the results of the match. Elder Mo. Hong Sheng's eyes were wide open as he glared furiously at old Mo. Yifeng was silent for a moment, and frowned deeply. After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and looked behind him. Sure enough, he was right behind him. A familiar figure dressed in green entered his eyes. Little brother Hong Sheng, don't be rash. Let's withdraw first. Niezun walked out from the crowd and patted Hong Sheng's shoulder. His expression was ice cold and he held a jade token in his hand. The Wind Emperor's hand token. Hong Sheng looked at Niezun, as if he still had more to say. I know how you feel now. Niezun raised his head, his eyes were deep and profound. Don't worry. It's not that easy for Elder Mo to bully Yifeng. Yifeng was not without a backer. In terms of benefits, he was a pawn that the spiritual martial sect invested into. Before he lost his value as a pawn, the spiritual martial sect would think of ways to protect him. Old Mo, you should know that the result of the pill competition may not be decided by the few of you. As Niezun spoke, he quickly walked in front of Elder Mo. My friend, although the Wind Emperor token is useful, it is not omnipotent. In the future, do not use it to scare others. Niezun could feel the hostility from the other party, and his gaze made it seem as though he was about to devour someone. Elder Mo stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. All right, I am not trying to make enemies with the spirit martial sect. Don't get so worked up yet. Listen to what I have to say. Niezun's expression was cold as he glared at Elder Mo. What do you mean? Elder Mo laughed out loud. Originally, according to the rules, Yifeng should be expelled from the academy. However, since he knows how to concoct the second cycle of the samsara pill, his potential is great, so I can keep him safe. Yifeng and Hong Sheng can continue to train in the academy. His words were like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Those who wanted to see Zifeng make a joke of himself had a rather ugly expression on their faces. What? I can stay. When Hong Sheng heard that he could still stay even after losing, his expression changed slightly as his emotions became incomparably complicated for a moment. If he could ensure his own benefits, then wouldn't he have to fight for it regardless of the consequences? He walked back and forth a few steps with a rigid face, not wanting to think for a long time. Thus, he turned around and looked deeply at Yifeng. Yifeng, tell me. What should I do now? I'll listen to you. Yifeng thought for a while, then nodded and looked seriously at Elder Mo. Elder Mo, then what about Wanyu? When Wanyu heard that Yifeng did not care about her gains and losses, and instead took the initiative to care for her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. A smile that was difficult to notice appeared on Elder Mo's face. Since I announced that she had lost the competition, then we will do as we've said. She will immediately be disqualified from being a mentor. However, the cultivation resources that she had originally obtained can be kept. Hearing this, Wanyu clenched her fists with a complicated feeling in her heart. Actually, what she was worried about the most was losing cultivation resources. As for the title of mentor, if she didn't have it, it would be easier for her, so she didn't really care. Retain cultivation resources? Then if I Fengling win, does that mean I didn't get anything? Fengling mumbled to herself, but her voice wasn't loud. However, there was a moment of silence. Her words, however, were clearly heard by everyone. Shut up! Elder Mo blared at her unhappily. If not for Elder Mo's existence, not only would Fengling not have been able to defeat Wanyu, she would definitely have lost her portion of cultivation resources. Now that she was so insatiably greedy, even being able to get something cheap and act good, it naturally made Elder Mo feel stifled.
A Fengling had only subconsciously said this one sentence, but she didn't expect the words in her heart to accidentally come out of her mouth. Immediately, she felt extremely embarrassed. She clasped her fists and bowed. Fengling knows her wrongs. Everything will be decided by Elder Mo. You? Forget it. This way, Elder Mo's expression relaxed a bit as he turned to look at Zifeng. So that's how it is. Zifeng squinted his eyes slightly and smiled. Zifeng understands Elder Mo's meaning. Elder Mo laughed coldly. It's for the best if you understand. I advise you to quit when you see the good news. This is, after all, Star City's Wind Rebel Academy, not your heavenly law palace. Don't make your relationship too bad. No matter what you do in the future, you will always be tied down, as if there is a pair of eyes staring at you from behind. Bullying, enticement, and intimidation. From Elder Mo's point of view, there were few who were dishonest when he chopped down with the 3 axes. About this, Zifeng chuckled and turned his head to look at Yi Wanyue. Wanyue, this side of you. I can accept that. Yi Wanyue pondered for a moment before nodding and giving him a look of affirmation. All right. A ray of light flashed across Yi Wen's eyes as he looked expressionlessly at Elder Mo. Elder Mo, I'll be frank. I, Zifeng, am not afraid of causing trouble, and I don't mind causing trouble. Even if I am kicked out of the Feng Ni Academy, as long as I can lower your evaluation of the principal, I wouldn't dare to do anything. When everyone heard this, their hearts tightened at the same time. Hearing Zifeng's tone, it seemed like he was going to fight against Elder Mo. Zifeng. Elder Mo also frowned, looking straight at Zifeng, trying to find the answer in his eyes. You? However, Zifeng's eyes were as deep as the ocean. It was impossible to tell if his eyes were real or fake. Zifeng paused for a moment and continued. However, Zifeng is more willing to use a controversial defeat to go against the academy to prove my existence. Thus, if Elder Mo can agree to a request of me, then Zifeng will be willing to accept Elder Mo's judgment of the result. Interesting newcomer. Elder Mo was stunned. He smiled and nodded his head, waving his hand. What request? Why don't you tell me? I heard that there is a test in the academy that can greatly increase one's realm. It's called the Shura Purgatory, and it can select a certain number of martial practitioners from the academy to enter the alternate dimension. Oh? How long have you been here? You actually already know about the Azura Purgatory. Elder Mo's eyes lit up. Zifeng's suggestion did not continue to be entangled in the competition. Instead, he started to talk about other things. This kind of magnanimity caused Elder Mo to be secretly impressed. Then, Zifeng, you mean to say? Zifeng's eyes flashed. That's right, Zifeng is willing to use this defeat to exchange for our next chance to train. I hope Elder Mo can fulfill my wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580. Chapter 580. With this said, everyone was stunned and looked at Zifeng in surprise. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Azura Purgatory, is it? He's just a newcomer and has only been in the academy for a few days, yet he's already talking about going to the Azura Purgatory. At the same time, Elder Mo also rolled his eyes as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind before he chuckled and said, You really are an interesting person. Little Frenji, you have really thought it through. If you want to go to the Azura Purgatory, I can indeed help you make the recommendation. Leaves slightly raised her head, her eyes sparkling. In other words, Elder Mo laughed heartily and nodded, that's right. In other words, I can promise you that as long as the 3 of you are willing, I can send the 3 of you to the alternate dimension of the Azura Purgatory. As he spoke the last sentence, his eyes emitted a sense of cunning that was difficult to notice. He was just worried that he would not be able to teach Zifeng a good lesson during this competition.
Who would have thought that this youth would actually voluntarily request to go to the Azura Purgatory to send himself to death, not knowing whether or not his brain had been crushed by a door? There was no reason for him to not agree to such a good opportunity. Then, "Thank you, Elder Mo." Yifeng's eyes brightened and he nodded, while his eyes lit up. "No, no." Yi Wanyue's expression changed. She shook her head and walked up to face Yifeng. "Yifeng, are you alright? You only know a little about the Azura Purgatory. If you go recklessly, it would be equivalent to suicide." Yifeng said slowly with a serious face. "Martial artists and above can enter the outer layer of Azura Purgatory as early as possible, while the inner layer will only be open for a limited period of time. Isn't that the rule here? Yifeng, you should understand how big the risk is because of how much money you earn." Yi Wanyue's face sank as she spoke seriously. "And the problem is, you've only just entered the fighter realm, so you're considered the weakest existence among fighters. If you can go, then who can't?" The powerful words were somewhat ear-piercing. If an ordinary person were to hear this, it might harm their self-esteem. However, in order to dissuade Yifeng from thinking too much, she did not even have the time to think about it. In fact, she did not even care if he would hate her. Thus, she directly said those harsh words. However, the other person was not an ordinary person. It was Yifeng. With a solemn expression, he earnestly said, "Wanyu, then if I must go to the Azura Purgatory. Why are you doing this? I had thought that you were a very cautious person." Yi Wanyue frowned. "You have to take such a risk to raise your cultivation level." "No, not just to raise my cultivation level, but I heard that that place is connected to an unknown mysterious area. Perhaps it can connect to the outside world of the river Styx, or perhaps there is a possibility of going to the new continent. I want to confirm this point." Yifeng would not let go of any means of returning to the Black Tortoise continent. Perhaps it was the deepest hope in his heart to meet Jialan and the former Shenwu Huang. "You? Alright then." Yi Wanyue had said all this, but she still couldn't persuade Yifeng, so she finally gave up. A complicated expression flashed through her beautiful eyes. "Since that's the case, Yifeng, then I'll go with you. At that time, even if we meet with danger, we can look after each other." "Wan Yu." Yi Wanyue saw that the atmosphere wasn't right and immediately said, "Oh yeah, Yifeng, listen carefully. I was just afraid that father would come back and scold me, so I decided to go with you. Don't misunderstand." "Of course, I understand." Yifeng revealed a surprised look and smiled. He looked at her deeply, nodded, then looked towards Hong Shang. "Hong Shang, what plans do you have?" "Me?" Hong Shang was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. Sure. Since I, Hong Shang, am with you, then you can follow me wherever you go. Moreover, that Azura Purgatory sounds more suitable for rough-line people like me." In this pill competition, he, Hong Shang, basically did not put in much effort. However, this was not surprising. It was similar to having a brute write 8 pieces of paper. Even if he had the strength, he would still hit the cotton. He did not have much strength left in him. As for the location of the Azura Purgatory, it was just suitable for him. The next moment. "In that case, all 3 of you have decided to go to the Azura Purgatory." A faint smile appeared on Elder Mo's face. "That's right." Yifeng slightly cupped his hands. "Furthermore, everyone is here today as a witness. I hope that Elder Mo can arrange for us to go to the outer circle of the Azura Purgatory as soon as possible." When the surrounding people heard this, they couldn't help but start discussing and point at Liu's direction. "This Yifeng seems a bit smart, but he's actually pretty stupid. I don't get it. Why is he so anxious to go into reincarnation? What does he take the Azura Purgatory to be? That is to say, Moreover, the earlier they go to the Azura Purgatory, the less prepared they will be. Even if they stay outside the Azura Purgatory, it would be very dangerous. I really can't see any possibility of the three of them escaping alive. What they didn't know was that the earlier Zifeng went to the Azura Purgatory, the less time Elder Mo and the others would have to prepare. In this way, those who secretly wanted the Een Leaf Edge would give up due to the lack of time. After weighing the pros and cons, Zifeng decided to do so. How is it, Elder Mo, could it be? Are there any difficulties? Leaf Edge stared into Elder Mo's eyes, as if trying to discern something deep within. Elder Mo pondered for a moment. When he saw Zifeng look over, he silently cursed. But his face was especially calm. Of course not. How about this? After 3 days, let's gather here. I will send all three of you to the outer layer of the Azura Purgatory. As for when the inner layer will open, I don't even know yet. At that time, you guys can just wait patiently. There's no problem with anything else, but can Elder Mo please head to the outer layer of the Azura Purgatory a day earlier or 2 days later? Zifeng smiled meaningfully. Hello. Seeing that he was so crazy, Hongsheng couldn't help but try to persuade him. However, Yuanyue stopped him and shook her head, causing him to shut up. You? The corner of Elder Mo's mouth twitched. The plan in his mind was repeated time and time again, and was suppressed by Zifeng. Some of it was even directly strangled in the cradle. If he didn't agree, then there had to be a suitable reason. However, if Zifeng tried to test her, if he tried to use any excuse to shirk her, then she would see through his thoughts. Alright, 2 days is 2 days. Elder Mo pondered for a moment before clenching his teeth with a solemn expression. As long as you give me a definite piece of information, and don't back down after 2 days, this matter is settled. Don't worry, I can make a blood contract right now. I'll be here in 2 days. As Zifeng spoke, he took out a piece of spirit paper from the magical crystal ring. He waved his hand, and the lines of words were as smooth as flowing water on a piece of paper. From the time he took out the spirit paper, to the moment he finished writing, to the time he pressed down on the blood seal, a series of movements combined together were extremely fast, causing many to be dazzled and secretly impressed. Does this Zifeng often make blood contracts? Isn't it so? It feels like he's an old hand that's been soaking in the water for many years. It's hard to imagine. He's clearly only in his early 20s, right? Thus, when Elder Mo took the blood contract from Zifeng, he was still in a daze, as if he was in a dream. Oh, right. Zifeng suddenly thought of something and his eyes brightened. You brat, what else do you want? Elder Mo blared at him snappily. It's like this. Zifeng smiled and pointed to the pill in his hand. I don't care about anything else. I spent a lot of gold coins and bought a lot of catalytic ingredients to refine this second transition reincarnation pill. Can I take it away? Elder Mo. This is great, this is great. Zifeng, you really did it. You actually brought back such a rank 2 rebirth pill. On the way back to the Yi family, Yuanyue was still in high spirits as if she was still reminiscing about what just happened. Originally, I lost the title of instructor and retained my previous cultivation resources, so my mood was neither too good nor too bad. Since you said that we'd go to the outer layer of the Azura Purgatory, then we might as well not enter the inner layer. However, this second cycle of samsara pill has truly exceeded my expectations. Zifeng smiled and looked at her seriously. This is also a good thing that Elder Mo doesn't know much about the Tao of alchemy. From their previous judgment on the process and results of refining the pill, it can be seen that they have naturally underestimated the value of the second transition reincarnation pill. When they return, they will definitely understand the meaning of the second transition reincarnation pill. That's right, that's right. Yuanyue stared at this second cycle of the samsara pill, not moving her eyes away from it. So beautiful. I have been refining pills since I was young, but this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful pill. The red and blue color is distinct, and the spirit energy is crisscrossing. It can be said to be perfect. Wanyu, since you like it so much, I'll give this second cycle pill to you. When these words were spoken, the surrounding atmosphere instantly froze. Yi Wanyue was stunned. She pointed at the second cycle pill and then pointed at herself. Yi Feng, you're going to give it to me? Is that true? Seriously? Yi Feng looked at her with a smile. I broke my promise not to help you win this time. I hope the second round rebirth pill can more or less make your heart feel better, and it can also be considered as repaying you for your love towards the Yi Feng from the past. I. Hearing this, Yi Wanyue's face turned red. What Yi Feng of the past, how is he different from the current you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581. Chapter 581. About this, Yi Feng smiled warmly without denying anything. Let's not talk about this for now. He wrinkled his brow and turned around, sizing up the area behind him. Alright, you can come out now. Fengling, follow us along the way. It's about time for you to show yourself. What? Fengling. Yi Wanyue was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she turned around. Sure enough. What he saw was a beautiful figure slowly emerging from the darkness. It was Fengling herself. Oh. Her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, and she was extremely charming. Her pair of legs were taut and powerful, and her figure was well proportioned. Although she looked weak, it didn't affect her unique beauty in the slightest. On Fengling's jade-like face, the small fan in her hand closed with a whoosh sound. Following which, a bright smile blossomed on her face. Yi Feng, when did you notice it? She asked herself if she had a good method of hiding her aura. However, right now, Yi Feng had reached the martial warrior realm. His senses were even sharper than before. Because of this, the level of his soul talent had risen to another level. Yi Feng slightly smiled. Probably, not long after you left the Inverse Wind Academy. Not long after leaving the academy? Are you kidding me? Isn't that the beginning? That's right. Fengling's expression changed slightly as she stared straight at Yi Feng. You. However, it only took a moment. So she opened up her folding fan and smiled in relief. Forget it, that's not important. What's important is, you want this second cycle of samsara pill, right? Yi Feng smiled as he held up the second cycle of the samsara pill. Those who loved pills held special feelings towards the rebirth pill. Even Yi Feng himself was no exception. That's right, Fengling's eyes lit up, her eyes filled with desire. She couldn't help but slightly move her foot, only taking half a step forward. Yi Wanyue was already standing in front of her, stretching out her slender hands. She shouted sternly, her expression cold, "Halt! Who allowed you to come forward? This is the Yi family's territory." Not only did she not wish for Fengling to obtain the pill, she even felt some disgust at the fact that the other party was standing in her own territory. When Fengling heard this, she frowned and retracted her hand. Then, she stopped on the spot. The two women had a good relationship with each other. But, the array formation in the pill competition this time caused them to thoroughly tear off their pride. When their gazes met, they were like fire and water. A moment later, Fengling and Yi Wanyue both turned their heads away. On Fengling's slightly pale face, she coldly snorted and turned her head, staring at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I said it straight to the point. Name a price, I want this second cycle pill. Just as he finished speaking. I'm not selling. Yi Wanyue's expression turned serious, and she shouted in a low voice. A hint of coldness flashed through Fengling's eyes. I'm not asking you, I'm asking Yi Feng. Yi Wanyue hesitated for a moment before speaking up. but just now, Zifeng gave me the second cycle of the reincarnation pill. What? Fengling froze for a moment, then she immediately lifted her head and looked at Zifeng with an inquiring gaze. Is that true? Yes, indeed. Zifeng nodded expressionlessly. The wind chime fan lightly patted itself, thinking for a moment. Even so, this pill is still in your hands. I offered a good price to buy it, but you're not interested at all? Tens of thousands of gold coins in medicine, or whatever you want, I can give it to you. Then I'll say it again, no. Yu Wanyua looked at her deeply and said each word slowly. You. While Fengling was speaking, on the other side, her delicate body seemed to be trembling because of her excitement. The paleness on her face was also becoming more and more obvious. The next moment, the two women looked at each other coldly for a moment and snorted coldly at the same time, before turning to look at Zifeng. Zifeng, explain it to me. Indeed, it was as Fengling had said. No matter what, the second cycle of the samsara pill was still in Zifeng's hands. It was up to him whether or not he would go back on his word. Seeing this, Zifeng could only smile helplessly. Miss Fengling, I've already promised to give this pill to Wanyu, so no matter what you exchange it for, I won't change my principles. You. Fengling's expression changed as she tightly pursed her lips. The feeling of despair in her heart involuntarily rose. Her offer could be said to be generous, it could be said that she was going to spend all her resources. However, Zifeng didn't even leave her with the chance to spend all her efforts. At this moment, Zifeng paused for a moment, then smiled, but... You might be confused for a moment, but you have to know, I can help you refine another second cycle reincarnation pill, right? What? Fengling's expression froze on the spot. Yes. Since Zifeng could guide others to make the second round of the samsara pill, it also meant that he could make a second round of the second round. This was entirely possible. Thinking of this, Fengling's tears immediately turned into a smile. That's right, what happened to me today? I haven't recovered from the shock of sparring with you guys over refining pills, and I haven't even figured out such a simple logic behind it. Yu Wanyua looked at Zifeng in dissatisfaction. What, you really want to help her concoct the second cycle of the samsara pill? I'm not helping her, but she just said that she was willing to let me bid, so she said. This is a deal. Zifeng raised his starry eyes, stared at Fengling and said with a smile. I'm not greedy either. 50,000 gold coins and news about the Azura Purgatory. 50,000 gold coins? You really know how to talk. Fengling could not help but curse in her heart. Although she was a teacher, she had many ways to earn money. But these 50,000 gold coins, to her, was a fairly large sum. She stared at the second cycle of the samsara pill in Zifeng's hand. Her eyes sparkled as she thought for a while. Gold coins might not be a problem, but about the information that came from the Azura Purgatory. You must have. Fengling was stunned for a moment, then asked with some suspicion, I didn't say anything, how can you be so sure? Zifeng smiled and said firmly. Because when I mentioned the Azura Purgatory in front of Elder Mo earlier, I noticed that your expression changed drastically. It was different from the others, and there was a deep sense of fear in your expression. It was just like... It's the same with me. Hearing Yi Zichen's words. You... Fengling's countenance abruptly changed. At that time, you actually had the leisure to pay attention to the expressions of others? To be honest, it was hard for her to imagine why this young man who looked even younger than her had such a temperament. Thus, when she saw that Yi Zifeng was still staring at her, she hesitated for a moment before sighing. Good, I really admire you. However, the matter of the Azura Purgatory did not happen to me, but rather, it was experienced by my elder sister last year. I wanted to beg you for your second cycle of the samsara pill in order to save her. Hearing about the rescue, even Yi Wanyue's expression changed. She no longer held too much hostility towards Yi Wanyue. She tilted her head and didn't look at Fengling. Instead, she curled her lips and said, "Fengling, about the Azura Purgatory, don't you want to talk about it outside your room? Aren't you afraid of others eavesdropping?" When Fengling heard this, she seemed to have understood something and her eyes lit up. "Yi Wanyue, you mean?" Yi Wanyue smiled helplessly and waved her hand. "Do you really need me to explain myself so clearly? Please come in." Within the Yi clan inner courtyard. Phew. Half supporting her head as she dozed off, a beautiful woman in blue clothes woke up from her stupor. She rubbed the traces on the corner of her eyes as she took a closer look. "What happened? You stay by the door. What are you doing back here? Could it be that Yu Er is back?" Yi Chengfeng chuckled as he poked at the lamp oil on the table, a little disturbed. "I'm asking you a question. There's still Fenger, stop fooling around. What should I do if I get burned?" Mrs. Zhong knocked his hand away and gave him a disgruntled look. Yi Chengfeng stopped and nodded in frustration. "Yes, mother. One you had returned. As for me playing with fire." He paused for a moment, as if hesitating whether to say it or not. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's because I was at the Wind Inverse Academy today and I saw Yi Feng from afar. He seemed to be very good at alchemy and playing with fire, so I wanted to see what it felt like to have fire sprouting from my fingertips." When Madame Zhong heard this, she pondered for a moment and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Speaking of the competition for the Dodan, my heart is heavy. I had long heard that it was Yu Er who lost. Sigh, it's all their fault for not listening to mother's words. Otherwise, Yi Feng would have been the one to blame Yi Feng for wasting her cultivation resources." No. Yi Chengfeng chuckled and shook his head. "Mother, you're not right. You didn't see the competition today, so Kong was defeated early on. Later on, it was Fengling who fought against Yi Feng and the others. Moreover, in the end, you didn't lose any cultivation resources." "What? Kong lost? Did the wind chime itself?" A hint of suspicion and disbelief appeared in Madame Zhong's eyes. "Moreover, Yu Er really didn't lose any cultivation resources?" She knew Elder Mo, that's why she was puzzled. Logically speaking, if Yu lost, under Elder Mo's leadership, there would be no room for compromise. Then, why was it that she did not have her cultivation resources cancelled? At this moment. "Oh yes, mother, I forgot to tell you. That Fengling seems to be with Yu right now. They were staying in Yi Feng's room for the night. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 582. Chapter 582. Madame Zhong had her own informants in the Inverse Wind Academy. Naturally, she had heard of the Wind Bell before. However, it was also because of this that she was even more astonished. "No way, it's fine with Yu. Fengling, why is she going to Yi Feng's room?" She frowned, puzzled. "Mother." Yi Chengfeng chuckled and waved his hand. "This is what you don't know. A young man and woman, both male and female, because of a competition, had improved their relationship and thus spent the night together. Why couldn't you understand?" "Shut up, Dot." Madame Zhong's face sank as she glared at him. "You're just spouting nonsense at me. Do you think that Fengling is the same kind of person as you?" Yi Chengfeng looked a bit embarrassed. He understood in his heart that because he spent all his time with a bunch of ignorant and unscrupulous friends, he'd always been disliked by his mother. "Alright, it's useless to say anything more to you." Madame Zhong thought for a moment and then raised her head. "Let's go and have a look. I want to see what kind of trick is Yi Feng playing. Does he really think that the Yi family belongs to Legacy-City?" The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Inside the side courtyard, it was pitch black. The two servants chuckled and pointed towards the door from time to time. No one knew what they were discussing. How do you do things? Madame Zhong's expression turned solemn and her brows furrowed. Hey, you two, come over here. When the two servants heard this, they were startled and quickly took a step forward and replied. Madame Zhong, I did not know that Madame Zhong had come. Madame Zhong looked around at her surroundings and shot a cold glance at them from the corner of her eyes. Even if I don't come, you should at least light the lamp. The guests are here, and the surroundings are so dark. When we come out, what should we do if they fall down? But the two servants looked at each other with troubled expressions. They wanted to say something, but hesitated, as if they wanted to say something. Hesitating. What does it look like? Madame Zhong's expression turned serious as she glared at them. Don't challenge my patience. If you have something to say it quickly. It's like this. When young Master Zifeng entered the yard, he specifically ordered us to extinguish all the lights. He said that he wanted to bring the woman called Fengling with him. What game are you going to play? It's been a long time, at least 2 hours. What? The moment she said this, Madame Zhong's expression froze. She looked at the two servants in astonishment and then looked into the courtyard. What kind of joke is this? He said he's going to play games with that Fengling? Absolutely true. If there is even the slightest bit of deceit, this little one is willing to be struck by lightning and punished. After listening to the servant's explanation, a sense of doubt was added to Madame Zhong's heart for no reason. What kind of game was this? The game needed to be played in the dark? At the same time, Yi Chengfeng smiled and said with a profound tone, Come on, mother. Like I said before, young men and women look at each other and feel love for each other. What's wrong with that? Just because of this, I really admire Yi Feng. At least, he dares to bring a woman home. What's there to admire? You should know that Yue is also in there. Madame Zhong's expression became anxious. Sense and impulse surged in her heart at the same time. That stinking girl, why didn't she inform me when she came back? She even wanted me to worry about her. I wonder if this Zifeng from the branch family will harm Yue. At this moment, sound was heard. What followed was the sound of a woman gasping for breath, resounding in the ears of Madame Zhong. Her face froze as her eyes widened, but then they immediately turned for the better. It's okay, it's not Yue's voice. The next moment, Madame Zhong heard Yi Wanyue's gasp. This action, without a doubt, greatly shook Madame Zhong's heart. This? Yue? The corner of her mouth twitched a few times as a wave of blood rushed to her head. The anger in her heart was palpable. Almost at the first moment, she swiftly ran forward. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out. Madame Zhong, please calm your anger. When the two servants saw this, their expressions slightly changed and they hurriedly followed him. Madame Zhong abruptly pushed open the door. She shouted harshly, Yi Feng. However, before she could finish her sentence, all of a sudden, a wave of heat hit him in the face. Layers upon layers of qi. It was incredibly powerful. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The moment they came into contact, that blast of air blew Madame Zhong out of the room. She fell heavily onto the ground. Her entire body was burning in pain. She was in a daze. Her mind, which was previously washed away by the hot blood, had only regained its calm at this moment. What's going on? The balls of fire gathered at the center of the room, emitting strands of hot air that reverberated around Madame Zhong's feet. Madame Zhong raised her head and saw that Zifeng was staring at her with a cold gaze. On the other side of the room, inside the room, Yi Wanyue and Fengling were drenched in the rain. From time to time, beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. one on the left and one on the right. The two girls stood on both sides of Liu's peak. In front of the three of them was a high-grade mysterious rank pill furnace. It was the pill furnace that Yi Wanyu had been using to concoct pills at home all this time. Mother! If you have nothing to do, why are you here? Yi Wanyu gasped for breath, and when she heard her mother's voice, she could not help but speak. Madame Zhong was momentarily at a loss for words. She felt embarrassed to say that she was here to catch the traitor. Yifeng slightly frowned and said, Wanyu, don't be distracted, we are at the critical moment of refining pills. As for your mother, she only suffered some superficial wounds. Yes, Yi Wanyu felt a little bit more relaxed. She nodded and immediately entered a serious state. She meticulously gathered the mysterious rank flame again. At the heart of the flames, it was incomparably bright and dazzling. On the other side, Fengling's movements weren't sloppy either. She was even more focused. Fengling, do you need me to repeat what I just said? Yifeng looked up and said seriously. No need. Fengling's expression was especially serious. Whenever Yifeng said something, they would do it without exception. Sometimes, they would raise an objection. Even Yifeng had to admit that her talent in pill refining was extremely high. In comparison, Yi Wanyu was slightly weaker. With the cooperation of the three of them, it vaguely appeared as though they were at the beginning of the morning during the Do Dan competition to refine the second cycle of the refinement pellet. The only difference was, at that time, Qi Zimo had already changed to Fengling. It can't be, you three. They are actually concocting pills together? Yes, Yifeng's answer was simple and clear. Help me up. Only with the help of two servants did Madame Zhong stand up and cough. Her eyes seemed to have some disbelief. One must know that in the morning, the three of them were rivals in fire and water. How could they all turn off the lights at night and start concocting pills in Yifeng's room? It was simply unbelievable. Alright, I understand what's going on now. However, Yifeng, why don't you all start concocting pills? Why are you all turning off the lights? You made me worry for nothing. Seeing that her daughter was fine, Madame Zhong knew that she had wrongly blamed Yifeng. However, she would not admit defeat, so she found an excuse to blame Yifeng. Then, now that you know about it, can you go back, Madame Zhong? You? Yifeng smiled and turned to look at her. Fengling frowned and said, Yifeng, what's the next instruction? Hurry and give it to me. When Madame Zhong saw a person like Fengling listen to everything Yifeng said, the shock in her heart could be imagined. Yifeng, what kind of top figure was he? He had only been in the academy for a few days, yet he could actually make a teacher like Fengling trust him to this extent. In time, his future would be limitless. She couldn't afford to offend someone with such potential in the future. She cleared her throat, embarrassed. Since he had understood the situation and felt relieved, it would be useless to stay any longer. It would only affect their efforts to refine pills. Alright, I admit that I was rude just now. You can ignore me and just continue forging. She gave an embarrassed smile, let out a long sigh, and turned to leave. Greetings to Madame Zhong. Yifeng made a deep bow with a respectful expression. Just as Madame Zhong was about to step out of the door, she was caught off guard and almost bumped into Yi Chengfeng. Mom, how is it? My guess is correct, right? The corner of Madame Zhong's mouth twitched for a moment. She glared at him coldly before snorting angrily and turning around to leave. Yi Chengfeng was the only one left standing there, stunned and at a loss of what to do. As the light began to shine, the pill furnace became completely transparent. Fengling's face was filled with joy as she laughed and said, Second cycle of the samsara pill, great, I did what you said just now, I can actually concoct the second cycle of the samsara pill with your help. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to lift the lid. Hold on. However, right at this moment,
Yifeng and Yuanyue reached out their hands at the same time and placed them on Fengling's shoulders.
You all. It's just as we agreed. If you want to open the lid of the furnace and take out the pills, then you must just say a few more things about the Azura Purgatory.
Ugh.
Fengling's expression stiffened as she looked deeply at the pill furnace.
She pursed her lips, revealing a look of great desire.
Alright, what more do you want to know about Azura Purgatory?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 583. Chapter 583. Azura Purgatory, huh?
A red-robed man in his 40s held a cup of spirit wine in his hand. In front of him was a huge sand table. The sand in the sand seemed to outline the terrain of a certain place, full of potholes and potholes. In some places, there seemed to be banners of varying sizes. Elders, this year, over 100 students have registered for the Wind Rebel Academy.
How many people do you think will die in the end?
This. Elder Mo and the other elders around him were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other, not knowing how to reply. Sir, you may not have heard it clearly, but why did we come here? A cold smile appeared on the face of the red-robed man. I know, of course I know. You told me to target a prey called Zifeng, and wanted to borrow a knife to kill him, didn't you?
We. The corners of Elder Mo's mouth twitched, appearing somewhat awkward.
After all, killing people was not something that could be done in public. Now that he'd spoken of it so easily, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to have become a bit stiff in an instant.
Don't be impatient, the answer is that I already gave it to you. As long as the price is right, anyone's life can be bought, including the lives of all of you, the lives of the other people in Feng and I Academy. It's the same.
As he spoke, he swept his gaze across the crowd.
What are you saying? How preposterous. A elder surnamed Han couldn't hold back his anger any longer.
His eyebrows shot up, and he took half a step forward, on the verge of swearing loudly.
Elder Han. You may leave. Elder Mo frowned, extending his hand and blocking in front of him. Elder Mo, is it really alright to hand the matter over to this person?
Elder Han's eyes widened, as if he wanted to say something.
I told you to stand down, don't you understand? Apart from the Venerable One, no one else is allowed to kill anyone in the Azura Purgatory.
Elder Mo blared at him coldly and let out a cold snort.
This.
Forget it, I'll just do as Elder Mo says.
Elder Han helplessly smiled and let out a deep sigh.
As elders, if they were to openly kill the students for their personal grudges, then their future would be ruined. Therefore, if they wanted to deal with Yifeng, they had to kill him with a knife. As for the best location, without a doubt, it would be Azura Purgatory.
Honored warrior.
Elder Mo turned his head and looked at the red-robed man.
He smiled gently. Don't worry, do as I said.
Once we settle this, not a single piece of gold will be left for you.
That's good. The man in red laughed.
However, since I am the one who was going to kill people, I should get the money first and then get some.
It's a bad habit. I'd like to ask the reason. Reason? Surprise flashed across Elder Mo's face. Sure, Dahai chuckled, that's right. If it's not convenient to talk about it, then no matter how high the price is, it's useless. Let's call it a day. No.
Elder Mo thought for a moment and immediately said, there is nothing that cannot be said, because in the beginning. He took a step forward, lowered his voice, and spoke slowly. It can also be considered to be a task from the Wang clan in the Heavenly Lost City.
Oh?
Sure. Sea Breeze narrowed his eyes and looked at him with interest.
With both hands behind his back, the corners of Elder Mo's lips curled up in a cruel smile.
Originally, I was afraid that I would dirty my hands and let this Zifeng live.
Now that he doesn't know what's good for him and offended me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Venerable one, thank you. The entire night passed. Fengling's eyes dimmed and her expression dimmed. Fengling? Yifeng asked tentatively. However, the man showed no reaction at all. Miss Fengling, I've taken the second cycle of the samsara pill that you concocted last night.
Hearing this, Fengling's expression suddenly changed. Her originally empty eyes finally regained some substance.
No way.
She came back to her senses and stretched out her hand, swiftly touching a scented sachet in her bosom. It was bulging and sharp. Obviously, the second cycle of the reincarnation pill was still here. She breathed a long sigh of relief, as if she had just wandered through the gates of hell.
Yifeng, are you kidding me? Don't be angry.
Yifeng smiled. Just now, no matter how I called you, there was no reaction. That's why I used this method.
Fengling's face had a hint of anger on it. Last night I was tormented by you until you asked me about the Azura Purgatory again and again, and this morning you even came to scare me? If it wasn't for Wanyu, I would leave the Yi family immediately.
Yifeng spoke up with a smile. Yes, but it's a fight to the death. I thought the two of you would be in the same boat after the competition, but who would have thought that you two would be in the same boat? His gaze was directed at the wind chime's jade-like face, then immediately shifted downwards. Don't leave me. Yuanyua's beautiful eyes were closed tightly as she murmured softly, falling into Fengling's embrace, sleeping soundly. Her slender hands hooked onto Fengling. At first glance, it seemed that they were on very good terms with each other, and those who didn't know her would think that they were sisters. Speaking of Yuanyua, Fengling smiled helplessly. A trace of a strange tenderness flashed across her pale face. Although I looked familiar with Wanyu before, and know a lot about her, I didn't talk much about her. It wasn't until last night that I realized that the two of us, essentially the same kind of people, would unceasingly work hard for a certain goal.
Really?
Let's not talk about this for now. Wanyu just fell asleep.
I have a question to ask you about Wanyu.
Yifeng thought for a moment and suddenly said seriously.
Fengling frowned.
It was obvious that she was unhappy with her conversation having been interrupted. Therefore, she raised her head and looked at Yifeng deeply. What do you want to ask?
I'll answer you after I see my mood.
Alright, I'll be straightforward then. Who exactly taught her the way of pills and the skills of an earth-rank pill refiner? Yifeng looked at Fengling seriously, and spoke concisely.
So it's this. Fengling nodded her head, seemingly enlightened, before smiling helplessly. Actually, I am the same as you.
I had my doubts about her pill refining skills from the very beginning. She's just a young girl, yet her pill cultivating talent can't even compare to mine. What virtue or ability does she have to become an earth-rank pill refiner?
Ugh, I'm listening.
Yifeng listened quietly and replied, continue.
Fengling nodded her head and continued.
Later on, I heard that when she was young, she seemed to have fallen into an alternate dimension. It was exactly when she came back from that alternate dimension that her alchemy skills improved so fast that it was almost impossible to deal with later on.
An alternate dimension?
His pill forging skills have soared?
Yifeng's expression was shocked. Could it be a place with a narrow crack in space? Did she encounter any fortuitous encounters, or encounter any masters from other continents?
If it wasn't a superior cultivator from the world, how could he have brought such a mediocre girl to the level of an earth-ranked dandmaker in such a short time? After a moment of silence, there was a pin drop sound.
An incomprehensible expression appeared on Fengling's pretty face. Yifeng, you can't be, right? What time and space slits? Or could it be that you have always believed that there was an otherworldly continent in this world?
Yifeng smiled. That's right.
You? Fengling helplessly shook her head and curled her lips. What are you thinking about? I thought you were some rational person, but now it seems that I was wrong about you.
Without understanding you in depth, it would be difficult for me to come to a conclusion.
Yi Zichen smiled, but did not deny it. Fengling paused for a moment before her eyes lit up as she continued. Speaking of which, didn't you mention something about a time and space slit? I've also heard of this kind of talk before. It is said that it will exist in another dimension. The Azura Purgatory this time is a good opportunity. However. But what? Yi Feng immediately asked with a solemn expression. However, I am afraid that Elder Mo did not do much to you during the pill competition. With my understanding of him for many years, I am afraid that this Azura Purgatory will become even more powerful. You all should take care of yourselves. Fengling looked seriously at Yi Feng. So, are you worried about us? Yi Feng smiled calmly and looked at her meaningfully. Nonsense. Worried about you? At most, I'm just worried about Wanyu. All the men in the world have the same moral character. Do you think I don't know what dirty thoughts you are thinking? If it wasn't for the fact that you are Big Brother Wanyu, I wouldn't even want to say a word to you. Fengling had always had a deep feeling of disgust towards men. To Yi Feng, this was already considered to be quite benevolent. What is it? What the hell are you arguing about? Yi Wanyue was still in a daze. She turned her head slightly, and looked like she was about to sit up. Fengling was startled. After thinking for a moment, she quickly joked, "It's nothing. I was just discussing the matter of the Azura Purgatory with your cousin." As she spoke, she gave Yi Zichen a look and told him to cooperate with her. Is that right, Yi Feng? Yi Zichen nodded, then said with a serious smile. That's right, we were just talking about the Azura Purgatory. Elder Mo might very well do us harm due to the previous matter, and it's precisely because of this that Fengling wants to join us and lend us a hand. On the other side, Fengling smiled sweetly. That's right, Elder Mo, he. Halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Feng without moving. Her bright eyes widened unceasingly, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Wait, what did you just say? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584. Chapter 584. Yi Wanyue was shocked as she looked at Yi Feng and said, What? Big sister Fengling, you want to join our team? Is that true? It had to be known that Yi Wanyue had never had many friends who were intoxicated by the art of alchemy. It was rare to see Fengling and himself as the same kind of people, after a thorough understanding, met late. If she could join the team and help him, that would be for the best. Yi Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? Fengling glared at Yi Feng in annoyance, and the corner of her mouth twitched. However, when she looked back at Yi Wanyue, she was a bit hesitant. No. I mean. She was in a hurry to explain, but when she looked into Yi Wanyue's hopeful eyes, she couldn't bear to say anything. At this moment, she wasn't paying attention. Suddenly, she felt her palm turn cold. When she raised her head again, he found that the Dan bead had fallen into Yifeng's hands. She only stayed for a short period of time, but in that short amount of time, Yifeng managed to get his hands on her. Give me back the second cycle of the reincarnation pill. Yifeng's expression was calm as he said calmly, then according to what we said just now, do you still want to join our team? Yifeng, you want to force me? Hearing this, Fengling's expression became serious. Her face was filled with anger and she was about to vent her anger on Yiwen. Can't I? Yifeng smiled, and directly threw the second cycle pill into Yi Wanyue's hands. Calm down first. It's no use telling me this. I want you to tell Wanyu yourself. Do you want to join her team or not? Do you want to help her? Unyielding. Actually, even if it was Yi Zichen himself. He wasn't sure what he would encounter in the Azura Purgatory,
so to be able to trick a good teammate, he had to think about it first. As for the method, the most important thing was the result. Why would he care about the form? Wan Yu. Fengling gazed into Yi Wanyue's eyes and saw her looking at her with hope. For a moment, she couldn't bear to do anything. She finally understood that Zifeng had already seen through her weakness. Knife mouth, bean curd heart. Sigh. Yi Wanyue sighed. It's okay, I understand. Those who are as weak as our team won't be able to find anyone with a palm in their hands. It's only right that Sister Fengling did that. Fengling paused for a moment. She looked at Yi Zifeng and then at Yi Wanyue, as if she was making an important decision. Grow, Fengling lowered her head. What did you say? Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, say it louder, I can't hear it. Join. I said, did you hear me joining Wan Yu's team? A surge of blood energy rose up and floated in his mind. Fengling couldn't control herself and actually said all the angry words she said. As soon as the words left his mouth, even she was stunned on the spot, unable to understand what she was saying. Oh? Yi Feng smiled. A ray of light flashed across his bright eyes. Miss Fengling, are you sure that what you said is true and reliable and not a lie to Wan Yu's feelings? Yi Feng, you. At this moment, Yi Feng had not completely let go of Fengling. As Fengling listened to Yi Feng's words, which seemed to lead her in the right direction, her heart was full of anger. However, she couldn't show any dissatisfaction. After all, Wan Yu was still watching from the side. That's right, I, Fengling, want to join Yi Wanyue's team and go to the Shura Purgatory together, okay? When Yi Wanyue heard this, she was surprised. Apparently, she hadn't expected that someone would actually join her side. Sister Fengling, is that true? Can I take it seriously? Of course. Sure. Fengling nodded with great difficulty. On the other side. Thank you, Miss Fengling, but please rest assured. Yuan looked into the distance with his sharp eyes. In time, Yi Feng, will prove to you just how helpful it will be for your future cultivation by standing by our side. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The aura of Yi Feng breaking through to the martial realm had finally merged into one. At this moment, if one were to size him up again, they would be able to feel that Yi Feng's entire demeanor had subtly changed. Ha! A fierce light flickered in his eyes as he gathered all the strength within his body into a point on his hand. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud bangs rang out. A large tree in the distance was struck by a powerful force. Pieces of bark and leaves fell from the sky with a rustle. That's right, a fighter's golden body is indeed extraordinary. Fengling clapped her hands as she walked out from the shadows with a smile. You, Yi Feng, have only just entered the martial realm, yet you can already have this kind of accomplishment. It's really rare. I'm afraid that your future prospects are very limited. If I'm only at a decent level and can't survive the Azura Purgatory, then I'm not that naive. Yi Feng smiled and continued. So, Miss Fengling, have you bought the thing I asked you to buy? Fengling hurriedly nodded her head. Of course, I don't want to be unable to escape just because I joined your team. In addition to the items that you need, I have also prepared some necessary escape talismans. At that time, I can give you some of them. Wind Reversal Academy, the Front Mountain. As usual, it was the location of the pill competition. If it was a person looking down from a high altitude, one could see the students rubbing their shoulders as they formed a long, winding line. Next. By Mudong, I'll say it again. Where is Bai Mudong? Elder Mo, after Mudong signs up. Maybe it's because of the rumors of the Azura Purgatory, but my heart is filled with fear and I do not plan on coming here. A gray-clothed youth hesitated for a moment before finally revealing the truth. You don't want to come, so why not? Elder Mo snorted coldly. Do you even know the rules? Someone, go to Bai Mu Dong's study room and drag her out. Even if you have to use pawns, you have to push her into the Azura Purgatory, do you hear me? Understood, Elder Mo, we'll do it. Alright, tell me who else is leaving for now. Elder Mo laughed coldly and scanned the crowd. He even looked towards Zifeng, whether intentionally or not. Once you enter the Azura Purgatory, you won't be able to come out without breaking through the third level. Therefore, those people who think that they can do nothing after entering and wait for the time to end, I advise all of you to prepare yourself for certain death right now. A complete breakthrough to the third level? This. When Yuan Yue and Fengling saw this scene, they couldn't help but let out a sigh. At this moment, the last hope in their hearts was shattered. Fengling could not hold it in any longer, and her heart was filled with despair. I didn't expect that I would have to break through to the third stage now. I remember that I only needed to break through to the second stage in the past, but the difficulty is so great now, it's even more difficult. One had to know that the higher one's base level was, the more difficult it was to break through. For example, her current cultivation level was Fighter 3 Dan. If she wanted to go out, she would need to reach at least Fighter 6 Dan. That's not an easy thing to do. At the same time, Hong Shang looked around and patted Yifeng's shoulder. I say, Brother Yi, you really aren't joking, right? You called Fengling into the team. What are you thinking? However, when Yifeng heard this, he did not move at all. It was as if his body had been frozen. Hey, Brother Yi, Yifeng, I was asking you a question. Hong Shang frowned and patted Yifeng's shoulder. However, Yifeng still maintained his previous actions and remained expressionless. You. What exactly are you looking at? Hong Shang was furious. He followed Yifeng's gaze and looked over. What entered his eyes was a man in red robes who appeared to be around 40 years old. A middle-aged man? Hong Shang was slightly surprised. He stroked his chin and chuckled. Brother Yi, I didn't know that you would say this. What are you thinking of? Hong Shang, listen carefully. I've already observed him, so other people don't have to worry about him. This person's aura is very dangerous. Yifeng's gaze gradually focused as he stared at the red-robed man. Danger? Hong Shang looked carefully and found that the man had a stubble on his beard. He didn't seem to have any energy at all. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be just a dangerous person. A character like an uncle, yet his realm is still only at the martial artist realm. In the Wind Rebel Academy, this is already a very embarrassing matter. That might not necessarily be the case. Yifeng's gaze focused and his eyes squinted into a line. For example, he might have hidden his strength for some purpose. At this moment, the red-robed man seemed to have felt Yifeng's gaze and slowly turned his head in surprise. Oh. The moment their gazes met, cold lightning shot in all directions. Each of them was suspicious. Yifeng? The red-robed man let out a cold laugh. Hearing that, Yifeng momentarily blanked. He obviously did not expect that not only did this dangerous person know his name, he even spoke to him. What exactly did he want to do? You are Yifeng, right? Answer me. The red-robed man looked at Yifeng from afar. He didn't say anything and just mouthed. Yifeng frowned deeply and nodded. Not bad, you are? I've finally found you. The red-robed man let out a cold laugh. It can be considered a bad habit of mine. I like to chat with people who are about to die. Will die at my hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585. Chapter 585. What did you say? Such earth-shattering words caused one's heart to tremble. Even Yifeng did not expect this. This red-robed man was actually talking to him in such an arrogant manner.
He was stunned for a moment, and when he looked again, he wanted to ask something else. The red-robed man had already disappeared from his line of sight. How is this possible? Zifeng was shocked. He quickly ran several steps to the right and looked around. Ta. Zifeng kept walking and looking around. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even find the red-robed man anymore. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared from this world. Brother Yi, I say, are you okay? Line up properly, otherwise, we will have to line up again. Hongshang raised his head and yelled at Zifeng. Hongshang. Zifeng looked around again for a while, then frowned and walked back. I'm going to ask you something. Did you see the actions of that man in red just now? Also, did you see where he went? As he spoke, a peculiar light shone in his eyes on the other side. No. Hongshang looked at him suspiciously and shook his head. I was curious just now, why do you care so much about him? Could it be that you really know him? No, it's the first time we've met. A stranger. Liu sighed, her brows furrowed. Hongshang's mouth twitched as he looked at him strangely. Brother Yi, are you all right? A stranger, why do you pay so much attention to him? Zifeng's expression froze as he looked hesitantly at Hongshang. If he told Hongshang the truth, it was very likely that he would treat it as a joke. After all, a stranger wanted to kill him? What was worse was that while he was stunned, the stranger disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zifeng couldn't even point his finger at him. Just the mere thought of such a ridiculous matter was enough to make him feel incredulous. Right at that moment, he didn't get enough time for Zifeng to say anything. Suddenly, a loud and clear sound rang out beside their ears. It was Elder Mo. Everyone, quiet down. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment before falling silent. A young man in white clothes had a stern expression as he advised everyone. Quickly, Elder Mo is going to inform us of the rules of this Azura Purgatory. Those who wish to live, please calm down. Rules? Old Mo laughed coldly when he heard the youth's words. I'm sorry, but what I want to tell everyone today is that there are no rules in this Azura Purgatory. What? There are no rules? Not to mention the youth in white, even the people gathered around him were shocked when they heard this. They looked at Elder Mo in surprise and wondered what he was up to. Elder Mo swept his gaze over the crowd. His imposing aura exuded from him, exuding majesty even without anger. Right, there are no rules, only targets. Those who entered the Azura Purgatory could only leave if they broke through to the third level of their boundary. In this purgatory, I am not responsible for anything that happens. No matter what you do, it is everyone's freedom. Of course, as the schools department, I still wish for everyone to avoid internal strife. Otherwise. He paused for a moment, a strange sneer on his face. The difficulty of the Azura Purgatory itself will teach you how to write the word Azura. When these words were spoken, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. No rules? Didn't this mean that even the matter of killing and injuring would be allowed to happen? Mo. Elder Mo, this is too cruel. I hadn't thought about it before, but now I have to withdraw? Can you? A green-robed woman trembled as she looked at Elder Mo, at a loss of what to do. Exit? Elder Mo laughed coldly and gave Gao Wei a look. Teach her. Yes. Gao Wei smiled in understanding as he leapt forward, arriving at the side of the green-robed woman. Don't come over. The green-robed girl had obviously guessed the purpose of Gao Wei's visit. With an excited expression, she took a few steps back. However, with every step she took back, Gao Wei took a step forward. When she had nowhere to run, she steeled her heart and immediately pulled out a dagger, facing Gao Wei. I beg of you, I really don't want to go. I don't want to die. With my talent, breaking through to the third level is simply impossible. I will definitely die in such an environment. She wailed and held her dagger high. What does your death have to do with me? When the rules are set, you have to follow them. Gao Wei looked at her with a cold smile and attacked like lightning. Before she could react, he had already sent the dagger in her hand flying high into the air. With a stern expression, his right hand, like an eagle's claw, grabbed the other's throat and viciously slapped to the side. Bang! The girl was sent flying like a straw. Wind Reversal Academy allows the weak to exist, but it does not allow the weak to retreat. Throw her straight into hell for me. 100 thoughts flashed across Zifeng's mind, and after a moment, he raised his head. Elder Mo. Elder Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this familiar voice. He turned around and looked at Zifeng amiably. What, Zifeng, could it be that you're also going to quit? No, on Zifeng's side, there is a question I would like to ask. Zifeng thought for a moment and said. Oh? Elder Mo paused for a moment before smiling. It doesn't matter. After I bid farewell to you today, it will be difficult to meet again. If you have anything to ask, feel free to say it. Zifeng smiled and nodded. Yes, since the Azura Purgatory belongs to a different dimension, then what exactly is the reason behind it? A person can return to the Wind Inverse Academy after breaking through to the 3rd level? Zifeng looked at Elder Mo seriously as he spoke. I thought you wanted to ask me something. It's about the alternate dimension itself. Elder Mo did not hear what he wanted to hear, and upon hearing this, he let out a joyful sigh. With such a standard question, he wouldn't be able to answer it even if he didn't answer it. Whatever, this matter is not important. I'll tell you then. He finally decided to speak up. It said that the Azura Purgatory is a different dimension. It said that it's connected to another continent. It's connected to another continent through time and space. It's special. It can even be said that space itself is alive. Space was alive? This concept was too novel, it was hard to accept. Yi Wanyue was listening on the side with a frown on her face. But, Elder Mo, Zifeng isn't asking about this. I know. Elder Mo's face turned serious as he scanned across the crowd. Therefore, these words are actually said for everyone to hear. Perhaps because of the existence of the crack in space and time, everyone's cultivation speed will be at least twice as fast as normal. In addition, everyone's cultivation level will be considered by the Azura Purgatory itself. This. Not to mention Zifeng, even the other people who heard this were stunned. Killing them on the spot. Wasn't it too much of a pity to be killed on the spot after painstakingly studying for 20 years without being able to properly enjoy life? Zifeng, are you satisfied with this answer? Elder Mo stroked his beard and laughed. Thank you, Elder Mo. Zifeng has no more objections. Zifeng's answer was straightforward and forceful. Elder Mo smiled and nodded his head. All right, if there are no problems, then the 3 of you can come forward as a team. No, not only the 3 of us, there's also one more person. Yi Wanyue's eyes lit up. She turned around and pointed at a young woman wearing a bamboo hat. The 4th person. Elder Mo looked at the lady wearing the bamboo hat with interest and chuckled. I can't believe that you guys were able to find someone who would help you guys in such a short time, forming a 4-man team. Congratulations, take off the bamboo hat, I want to see if it's someone I know. Big Sister Fengling, what are you standing so far away for? Come over here quickly, we're going to enter the Azura Purgatory. Alright, I'll be right there. At first, Elder Mo was smiling quite happily, but when he heard the words Sister Fengling, his smile froze on the spot. He looked around, then looked around again. Sure enough, Wind Bell was the only one not in the group of coaches. What? His heart trembled. When he turned around and carefully sized up the bamboo hat-wearing woman, his face instantly became unsightly and flushed red. She slowly took off her bamboo hat, revealing her snow-white countenance. Lowering her head, she didn't dare to look at anyone else. It was the wind chime. Wind. Fengling, are you alright? You're going to join Yi Zichen's team?
Fengling tightly pursed her red lips and deeply closed her eyes.
At the same time,
the surrounding crowd also started to discuss with one another. Everyone was whispering to each other, occasionally pointing at each other.
Hey, did you see that? That's Instructor Fengling. Wind bell? You must be joking.
2 days ago, I remember that this Fengling and Yifeng had a hard time competing with each other.
They couldn't tolerate each other. Could it be that it's all fake? How could it be fake?
I saw it with my own eyes the day before yesterday, but I didn't expect that Fengling would join their team today.
Is this Yifeng's ability, or Yi Wanyue's? Elder Mo, Elder Mo? Yifeng reminded old Mo and said, "You can bring us to the Azure Purgatory, right?"
Hearing that, Elder Mo finally came back to his senses. Good, Yifeng, consider yourself capable. I hope that you are still so capable during this Azure Purgatory trip. His gaze turned cold as he spoke coldly.
I will now open the outer entrance of the Azure Purgatory for the 4 of you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586. Chapter 586. Go!
A huge map of heaven and earth flew out from Elder Mo's hands and hovered in the air, lingering without dispersing. The thick fog separated Yifeng and the other 3 from the other students. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder. The dazzling pillar of light fell from the sky in all directions. Like a peacock spreading its tail, it followed the map of heaven and left behind countless small doors. Behind each door was a completely different world. Since the outer circle of the Azure Purgatory has already been opened, please come in. Elder Mo's voice was as calm as the waves.
Yi Wanyue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. How could this happen? So many doors, which one should we go through? Elder Mo smiled slightly as he replied. There is no difference in the nature of the Shura's purgatory world. No matter which door you go to, there is no absolute difference between good and bad. Therefore, just pick your luck, it's also a part of your strength. So that's how it is. Yifeng looked around and walked past the light pillars. He was expressionless and would occasionally touch the light pillars beside the door as if he was sensing something. I understand now. This is indeed an alternate dimension. The legendary space of time and space, every light door's transmission, all has a very random quality to it. He looked calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was inexplicably excited. If the space in front of him was really a spacecrack, then he might be able to fulfill his wish and return to the Black Tortoise continent to see Shenwu Huang and Jialan again. Yifeng, stop lamenting about all this nonsense. Say it plainly. Which door should we choose to enter? Hongshang looked around and looked at Yifeng, because his subconscious told him to let Yifeng make the decision. If you must choose. Here. Yifeng smiled. He stopped and pointed to a door beside him. Oh. I'll go take a look. Hongshang's eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran over and took a step forward. Inside the door, the sky curtain was filled with ashes. The fiery red sky seemed to be coming to an end. Outside, the sky was clear and the sun was high in the sky. Outside the door, there was a huge gap. Oh my God. Hongshang was quite frightened when he saw this. One of his feet stepped within the door and the other outside. It was as if he was on the edge of life and death. He looked back and forth, his heart trembling. After a while, he unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yifeng, is there something wrong with your head? What kind of shitty place did you choose? There's no difference between this and hell. Yifeng smiled calmly. It looks like hell to me. At least it makes you nervous. It's better than some peaceful places where you die at critical moments, thought. Indeed, behind some light gates, there was a seemingly peaceful grassland that prevented people from connecting it to the Shura purgatory. However, this place might not be much safer than the one Yifeng chose. Thus, Yifeng turned around to face Elder Mo as he spoke. Elder Mo, we have decided to enter through this door. Elder Mo frowned, but he quickly recovered. Wherever you want to choose, that is up to you. Hongsheng was stunned. Wait, Yifeng, you can think about it again. Hey, Yifeng, don't turn your head away, let's discuss a bit more. Since you've already made your choice, what are you doing blocking the door, Hongsheng? Hurry up and enter. Qiao Wei looked at him from afar and took a few steps forward, coldly glaring at him. Obviously, at the time of admission. Under the joint effort of Hongsheng and Yifeng, he had suffered losses. Even now, Qiao Wei was still a little bitter about it. Who said I'm not going in? It's just that my legs are numb from the cramp. It's like I'm afraid of the stage. Then let's go in. Don't embarrass me here. Fengling creased her delicate eyebrows and waved her horsetail whisk. Hongsheng cried out, but his butt had already suffered a solid hit, causing him to tumble and crawl into the ground. As Hongsheng was the first to enter, the other three people looked at each other and gathered their attention. They stepped into the door of light and gradually disappeared. When Elder Mo saw this, the corners of his lips curled up into a strange and sinister smile. Pass one down, Roxy Breeze. There's no need. Elder Mo, I'm already here. The spiritual fog quietly spread to a corner. The red-robed man's figure gradually became clearer from within the fog. You? Seeing how the other party didn't know the rules, the rage in Elder Mo's heart surged. However, he was unable to do anything about it. After all, he couldn't enter the Azura Purgatory and do things himself when dealing with Yifeng. Right now, he could only rely on Qi Breeze. Elder Mo, are there 4 people? This is different from the 3 people we agreed upon last time. Qi Breeze chuckled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without a doubt, he was referring to Fengling. Elder Mo snorted coldly, what's the rush? The extra person won't let you work for nothing. Have I, Elder Mo, ever let you down when it comes to gold coins? That's good. Qi Breeze laughed. Then, he turned his head and looked at the light door that Yifeng had disappeared from earlier. Let me see, where did Yifeng go? He narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly as he was shocked in his heart. What? This was the center of the map of heaven. Broken limbs and a river of blood. The sky was burning with a fiery cloud, and the darkness was pressing down on the hearts of others. Birds and beasts flew past each other, sometimes circling high in the sky. However, without exception, they were all staring at Yifeng and the others, as if they were going to pounce on and devour them at any moment. What a great hell scene, What kind of joke is this? Is he really going to cultivate to the 3rd level in this damned place? Even if one could increase their cultivation here, when approaching a breakthrough, it would undoubtedly be the most dangerous. If one were to be targeted by these vicious beasts, one might even die without a burial. Hongsheng looked around him and tried his best to calm down. However, the scorching ground was still scorching hot, as if it was going to roast him alive. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't calm down. On the other side. Fengling, on the other hand, widened her eyes and stared at Yifeng in a daze. Yifeng, it can't be, you said just now that someone wanted to kill us? In front of her, Yifeng put a finger in front of his mouth, signaling her to be quiet. To Fengling, the situation in front of her could be said to be extremely dire. It had to be known that Azura Purgatory was already a dangerous place to begin with. If he were to be hunted down in this situation, the chances of him surviving could be easily imagined. Speaking of which, she looked at the expressions of Hong Shang and Yi Wanyue, as if they were still in the dark and didn't show any signs of panic. Yi Feng, why did you only tell me one? Yi Feng said seriously. That's because if I tell them now, they'll think it's a joke. As for you, you should understand that I have no reason to lie to you. Alright, I'll believe it. Looking at Yi Feng's serious expression, Feng Ling no longer doubted him. After all, it was just as Yi Feng said. He was not close with Feng Ling, so lying to her was meaningless. Feng Ling whispered into Yi Feng's ear. However, at a time like this, shouldn't we work together and discuss countermeasures? Is it really okay to keep it a secret from them? Yi Feng spoke slowly with a dull look in his eyes. There's another reason, for the two of them to come to the Azura Purgatory for the first time. They are still novices. If they were to know too many unfavorable conditions, they would inevitably feel despair. Newbie? Feng Ling was startled and glared at him unhappily. Yi Feng, what right do you have to talk about them? Aren't you a novice yourself? Not only was Yi Feng a novice in Azura Purgatory, he was also a newcomer to the Inverse Wind Academy. To be honest, he was the most thorough rookie. Feng Ling smiled helplessly. Forget it, luckily we bought quite a few life-saving appliances this time. If I really meet someone who looks like a hitman and run away once or twice, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The next moment. Hey! Old Hong, have been shouting here for a long time. Brother Yi, please answer me. After being roasted by such a high temperature, even his clothes started to sparkle. The anxiety in his heart became even more intense, and he couldn't help but shout out. That's right. Big sister Feng Ling, Yi Feng. Why does it feel like your relationship with each other has suddenly improved? Yi Wanyue frowned and looked at the two of them meaningfully. No one knew what she was thinking about. Before entering the Azura Purgatory, the two of them had barely interacted with each other. Right now, Feng Ling's body was almost touching the tip of the leaf as she slowly breathed out. No matter how one looked at it, it felt a little intimate. Feng Ling gave an awkward smile. She had obviously noticed this as well. She hurriedly ran a few steps away from Yi Feng. We have met with our first trouble. Yi Chang's eyes flashed and gradually narrowed. What? Could it be a fierce beast? Hong Shang withdrew his playful thoughts when he heard this. His expression also became serious. Good. Yi Feng, quickly tell me, where is the beast? I was just worrying that there was no place to vent my anger, so it came just in time. However, after looking around for a while, Hong Shang did not find a single living thing. Not him, but them. As Yi Feng spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Everyone was startled as they looked up. A whirlpool of aura gathered in the midst of the dense clouds that were shrouded in fiery clouds. A moment later, a black mass of flaming birds flapped their dazzling wings as they swooped down from the sky with a shrill hiss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587. Chapter 587. Fire and clouds exploded. Spiritual energy swept through the entire area. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless flaming birds appeared small from afar. Looking at them from close proximity, they all seemed to be about half the height of a human. They breathed out a fiery aura to their heart's content. The scene was extremely terrifying. Feng Ling's expression was solemn. She held a few charms in her hands. Yi Feng, run? Or do you want to stay? She had bought a lot of items that could allow her to escape. If she really wanted to escape, she only needed a single word from Yi Feng to escape. Ugh. Yi Feng thought for a while, then squinted his eyes and began to observe the movements of the firebirds. The firebird would circle around and dive down, but it wouldn't actually attack Liu's group. It was as if they were still observing something and worrying about something. No need for now. Don't even mention the limited number of talismans. If you escape right after entering, how will you have the courage to face greater danger in the future? The next moment. Zifeng. You make it sound simple, but the number of flame birds, the size. This is too shocking. Hongsheng smacked his lips. He originally wanted to pour out the air that he was holding back. However, when he saw this black mass of firebirds, he immediately became somewhat terrified. If he was to deal with 2 or even 8 flaming birds, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. However, with such a concentrated number, it was definitely not easy to deal with. If one wasn't careful, it would be a matter of life and death. If it's not surprising, then why do you call this place a purgatory? Don't worry, I have an initial plan to deal with them. Is that true? When Hongsheng and the others heard this, they were shocked. Yifeng's expression turned serious. He took out a few pills from his bosom and threw them out one by one. Alright, cut the crap. Take this pill and consume it as fast as you can. Hongsheng was stunned and hurriedly took the pill from Zifeng. What is this? On the other side. So that's how it is. Unlike Hongsheng, after Yuanyue and Fengling received the pill, they smiled and consumed it at the first possible moment. Hey, wait a moment. Tell me and let me know too. Looking at their expressions, Hongsheng felt his chest tighten. Yuanyue and Fengling were both alchemists, and only Hongsheng himself had no knowledge of the art of alchemy, so he naturally didn't know the name of the pill. Fire avoidance pill. If you don't eat it, you don't have to return it to me. There was an indescribable coldness in Yifeng's words. You can just wait for death right now. This. Alright. Hongsheng was slightly surprised. Seeing the second wave of firebird flying towards him, he quickly swallowed the fire avoidance pill as if it were a date. Gulp. As the pill entered his body, heat spread through his internal organs, roasting his entire body. Hong Dian shouted as he raised his head, feeling as if his entire body was about to melt. How could this even be considered a flame-avoiding pill? It was more like a fire creation pill. They were almost going to burn him. Cough cough. Zifeng, what the hell is this? Are you sure it's a flame-avoiding pill? It was actually a fire creation pill? Could it be that I was wrong? Zifeng touched his chin and fell into deep thought. However, there was no hint of guilt on his face. Damn you! It was all done on purpose. The anger that filled Hongsheng's heart was almost in unison at this moment when he heard this. However, just as the rage in his heart surged, a heart-wrenching pain instantly spread throughout his entire body. Because of the fire creation pills, a person's spirit was already burning with rage. If he got angry under these circumstances, it would only add fuel to the fire. Zifeng, I'll remember it. Just you wait. Hongsheng cursed loudly. Then, he shouted loudly and waved his long saber in a circle. In his extreme rage, he ignored everything else and bravely chopped down on the head of the nearest firebird. Shwa! Blood gushed and hot. The head of a firebird actually flew high into the air and heavily crashed into the distance. The saber light radiated with a mighty strength that brought forth countless ripples and bounced away quite a number of flaming birds. This. Hongsheng was startled as he stared at the scalding blade in his hand. Even he himself was surprised. This firebird seems powerful, but isn't it actually that hard to deal with? Zifeng smiled calmly, that's right. This flaming bird seems powerful, but its courage is extremely small. Just now, you chopped off the head of the first flaming bird, and we have already succeeded in taking the first step. You said the first step? And the second step is what? Doubtful, Hong Shang could not help but ask. Second step. It's because of my Ice Emperor sword. As soon as he finished his sentence, Yifeng suddenly stretched out his arm. A huge storm, layers upon layers of icy airwaves, condensed into frost and rushed towards Hong Shang crazily. Yifeng, so what if you're fighting? Why are you using the Ice Emperor's sword against me? Hong Shang's foot was entangled by the ice wind and his movements were hindered. Seeing the flaming bird in the sky about to swoop down at any moment, he couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious. However, Yifeng dashed all the way to Hong Shang's side. Let me borrow your shoulder. Before Hong Shang could react, Yi Xi had already leaped high into the air, using her toes to touch the frozen spot on Hong Shang's shoulder to borrow a bit more strength. The tip of the Ice Emperor's sword was pointed straight at the firebirds that were circling in the air, bursting out with countless ice auroras. The balls of ice crystal Qi were layered over each other. As early as when Yifeng was a martial disciple, he could already unleash a decent amount of power. Now, as a martial artist, Yifeng's power was even more astonishing. Almost at the first moment, he had frozen a lot of flaming birds. Bang, bang, bang. A string of sounds rose and fell. The few flaming birds that descended from the sky landed on the ground and immediately shattered into dust. Li. Formidable. Hong Shang's expression changed slightly. Although he was still a bit annoyed at Yi Wen's deceitful actions, his anger started to fade following the implementation of Yifeng's plan. Anyone who did great things would only end up dying if they stopped in their tracks. Sigh. Hong Shang raised his head and looked at the black sky. He shook his head somewhat helplessly. Yifeng, your method is not bad. You did effectively kill a few flaming birds and even intimidated them in a short amount of time. However, this is not the solution after all. In a short period of time, the blazing bird would have some concerns and would choose to wait and see. However, as time passed, it was difficult to predict what would happen. Yifeng smiled calmly. Don't worry, there will be a third step. Third step? Hong Shang was stunned when he heard this. Foamling, I told you to buy the boneless drunken heart powder, it's ready for use now. A playful smile appeared on Foamling's face. In the end, you, Yifeng, still know how to use the magic treasure we bought. What's the difference between that and before? Of course there's a difference. One is to escape. At the same time Yifeng spoke, his face revealed an unusual vicious expression. And now it's being used for mass extermination. In such a large space. Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound. It was very strange. Space ripping. The red-robed man slowly stepped out from the space that had been torn apart. Oh. It is indeed worthy of being a good seat in the center of the map of destiny. Just how much time has passed, yet Yifeng and the others are already gone? At the same time. As his gaze swam about, he was suddenly intimidated by the flurry of birds' corpses. It can't be, so many flaming birds all died here? Who did it? He bent down and picked up a flaming bird. He pointed his finger at the bird and cut open its abdomen. Then, he injected his spirit energy into it and began to slowly feel it. This feeling is, sure. Breeze closed his eyes and quietly felt everything for a moment. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. Yifeng. There's Yifeng's aura up there. Achoo. A wave of heat rushed towards Yifeng's nose. Yifeng was unable to control himself and immediately sneezed. Yifeng, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. Foamling hesitated for a moment, her expression complex. In the end, she pulled Yifeng aside and chose to speak. It's fine. Tell me and I'll listen. Yifeng smiled. Say, you want to use these flame birds to make fire-resisting pills suitable for this space, but why didn't you capture all the flame birds' corpses, and instead left a little of them at the same place? Actually, this is not a big deal in normal times, I'm just afraid.
Yifeng muttered to himself a little and smiled. You are afraid that the target that chased after us would use this as a clue and know that the firebird made us kill it, so you can rely on the remaining spiritual energy in this place to find us and harm us, right? Fengling's bright eyes flashed with surprise as she said in a daze. Yifeng, I thought you forgot. So it turns out that you had already thought of this. Yeah. Yifeng smiled blandly, that's right. With his strength, he should be able to use the spiritual chi from the flaming bird and find out the general direction we are at. However, in the dead bird, I also sprinkled my soapy powder, successfully adhering to his body. Therefore, compared to being sneakily attacked by him in the future, I wish that I can get a general idea of his situation right now and plan for the future. Sorry. Fengling still frowned. Actually, I don't really understand what you mean. Can you make your words sound a bit more vulgar? What exactly are you doing this for? Yifeng stared at her, then nodded with a smile. In other words, I'm treating him. Send out the written challenge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588. Chapter 588. Did you send me a written challenge? A light flashed in the red-robed man's eyes as he tried to shake off the sparkling powder on his body. However, after a while, that powder seemed to have disappeared into his skin and disappeared without a trace. Oh? He was slightly startled, and a strange smile immediately appeared on his face. So that's how it is. Yifeng, no wonder Elder Mo was in a hurry to make a move on you. It seems that you really are an interesting person. However, the more interesting ones do not usually live for too long on my side. His expression suddenly became stern. As he spoke, his right hand clenched into a fist on the other side. Schwa. The flaming bird's corpse was crushed by Shi Breeze's hand and exploded into pieces. Blood veins shot out. Yifeng, elder sister Fengling, you too, don't go so fast. Yifeng and Fengling's steps were incredibly fast. They were at the very front, and after hearing Yi Wanyue's words, they both turned around. Why? Both of them answered at almost the same time. This, Yi Wanyue raised her head and saw the two of them moving in unison. She was shocked. She took a deep breath. You? What exactly happened to you two? Ever since you entered the Sajura Purgatory, you've been hiding something from me. Also, why are you leaving so quickly now? Wanyu, actually. Fengling looked at her and felt that it was time to tell Yi Wanyue. Cough. However, hearing Yifeng suddenly cough, Fengling's heart shook, and she stopped what she was about to say and remained silent. This. Yi Wanyue looked at the two of them with a hint of anger on her face. From the looks of it, Yifeng, you really did hide something from me, right? That's right, I am indeed hiding something important from you. Yifeng was rather honest and admitted it generously. You. Yi Wanyue frowned. It was obvious that she was blaming Yifeng for telling Fengling, but he was hiding it from her. When Hongsheng heard this, he was stunned and immediately came over. Brother Yi, we are all on the same side. What is there to hide from us? Let's listen to it together. However, as soon as he spoke, he suddenly remembered that he was betrayed by Yifeng just now and ate a fire creation pill. What kind of friend was this? Instantly, his heart became extremely stuffy. Yifeng looked at the two of them with a serious expression. If I tell you about this, it will increase your chances of dying by 20% and mine by 10%. Do you want to hear the answer? It can't be, it's that serious? Hongsheng and Yi Wanyue looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Both of them wanted to hear the answer. However, Hongsheng was more concerned about his own life, while Yi Wanyue was more concerned about the life and death of Yifeng. However, Hongsheng was more concerned about his life, while Yi Wanyue was more concerned about the life and death of Yifeng. Just when the two of them felt depressed, Yifeng's eyes lit up and he smiled. Although I will not say it now, but don't worry, I can promise you that I will not hide it from you for too long. When I have researched the rules of the Heaven's secret map, I will tell you once I have a certain amount of confidence. Alright then. That's what you said. Yi Wanyue hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Don't make me wait too long. I don't want you to be alone. You? Yifeng stared at Yi Wanyue for a while and suddenly froze. The image of a woman in an emerald green dress suddenly appeared in his mind. Yi Wanyue looked at him blankly, and then asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong just now?" "No, you're not wrong. It's just that I've heard someone say that before." "I'm fine." Yifeng smiled in relief, then raised his head and looked into the distance. "Alright, since you want to understand the rules of this map of heaven, then let us all enter this ancient ruin." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the ground not far away. In the craggy rocks, there was an incomparably dark underground path that was extremely deep. No one knew where it led to. There was only an extremely strange star-patterned circuit at the entrance, which was emitting a dazzling light. "Yifeng, what did you call it just now? An ancient ruin?" Fengling was also very curious, and she said in surprise, "That's impossible, aren't relics and such existences all referring to places from thousands of years ago? Could it be that there has been an ancient life in this Azure purgatory for a long time?" "Very likely." Yifeng nodded his head deeply. When it came to this, even his mood changed drastically. "You." Yi Wanyue helplessly shook her head. "Alright, I understand. No wonder you, Yifeng, are the kind of person who believes in the existence of the otherworldly otherworld." Yi Wanyue shook her head helplessly. "Fine, I understand. No wonder you, Yifeng, are the kind of person who believes in the existence of the otherworldly otherworld." As she spoke, she was lashed by Hong Sheng on the other side and almost fell down. Hence, she frowned. "Hong Sheng, what are you doing? Don't stare at me, I was just reminding you out of good intentions." While you were talking, Yifeng was already walking towards the entrance of the relic. He didn't hear anything you said. "What did you say?" Yi Wanyue suddenly raised her head. Sure enough, Yifeng and Fengling were no longer standing in front of her. It was obvious that they had already left the ruins. She pursed her red lips, steeled her heart, and walked forward as well, following Yifeng's footsteps, and headed in the direction of the ruins. This way, only Hong Sheng was left on the ground. "Ugh, or we can just let them go down and say that I'll wait for them here." As he spoke, he also had a straw in his mouth, which made him look like he was secretly happy about his decision. However, his smiling face quickly froze on the spot. In the sky, huge black dragons flapped their enormous wings. Each flap of the wings brought countless spirit power ripples that swept in all directions. The terrifying waves caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble with fear. Most importantly, due to the aura of the fire-forging pill in Hong Sheng's body, they had all turned their gazes to Hong Sheng. Mother Fasterus Kerr, I knew that once I wanted to be lazy, there would be nothing good for me. He had a calm expression on his face as he looked at the giant dragon swooping down on him. His face changed drastically as he hastily jumped into the hole, rolling and crawling as he forced his way into the tunnel. Bang bang! Two sounds. A colossal dragon swooped down, and just as it was about to enter the entrance passage to the ruins, due to the size of its body, it was stuck on the main path, unable to move. Focusing, he saw that its fangs had almost reached Hong Sheng's hind legs. This. Yifeng, wait for me, I've thought it through. I, Hong Sheng, will not be lazy anymore. Hong Sheng's voice was abnormally loud as he ran. The ruins of the primordial era are indeed true. Could it be that it's really possible to have spatial rifts in this place? Yifeng walked at the front of the group and thought about it silently. The tunnel was dark, but once the eyeballs had adjusted, they could see something. When necessary, if one wanted to clearly see the words carved on the walls,
be it Zifeng, Fengling, or Yi Wanyue, all three of them would have to pick one person to ignite their own Dao flame. Alright, Zifeng, stop talking about space and time gaps. Hurry up and tell me, why is the map of heaven related to the ancient ruins? What is our purpose in coming to the ancient ruins? Fengling looked at Zifeng seriously, wanting to hear what he had to say. Zifeng smiled and said, "The ancient ruins, the place where the life forms of the absolute beginning are born, it can be considered as the center of the entire map of heaven. Also, there are ancient defensive arrays inside the ancient remains, it might be possible to make good use of them." Yifeng's reply was simple and powerful. As he said the last sentence, the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Wait a moment. Hong Sheng gasped for breath as he rushed over. Brother Yi, this should be the first time you have seen an ancient ruin. You don't even know what you will encounter, just rashly using an ancient array is simply a dream. No, not for the first time. Ancient ruins array formation. Let me see. The blood-red flame at the tip of Yi Wen's fingers suddenly became brighter. On one of the protruding walls, there were strange engravings. For example, if you touch this place, it should be, ... Yifeng squinted his eyes, and pointed to the left side of the rock wall. Instantly, the ground beneath Hong Sheng's feet rumbled, causing him to almost be unable to stand steadily. Stop, quickly stop. Yifeng smiled and nodded, okay. Then, he went in the opposite direction from the hour hand and tightened the wall. The floor that was shaking violently a moment ago gradually calmed down and became still. Huff. Hong Sheng heaved a long sigh, sweating profusely. The fear of humans came from the unknown, and naturally, it was not an exception. He did not know what would happen next, so he was especially afraid. He's saved, but then again, it can't be. Yifeng, you really know how to use the array here. Hong Sheng raised his head in surprise and looked at him seriously. He knew both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations. It was hard to imagine just what kind of achievement this 20-something-year-old would have in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589. Chapter 589. Lights flickered on and off. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the atmosphere became. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Under the dim light, Yi Wanyue's foot seemed to have kicked something. A spherical object was kicked directly towards the back of Hong Sheng's calf. Hong Sheng's foot was in pain, and he immediately cried out. No, sorry. Yi Wanyue was very apologetic and quickly apologized to Hong Sheng. Ah, Lady Wanyue, please be careful. In such a dark place, you've been touched by something. It's quite scary. While speaking, Hong Sheng lowered his head. He bent down and touched his lower leg. He gasped, Lady Wanyue, please use your mystical fire to shine on my lower leg and check if there are any wounds. All right. Yi Wanyue nodded and the flame in her hand was sent to Hong Sheng. Hong Sheng endured the pain in his foot and nodded his head. However, what entered his eyes was a shattered skull laid beside his feet. What the hell is this? Hong Sheng's expression changed drastically. With a loud shout, he retreated a few steps in fright, pressing himself against the rock wall, not even daring to breathe loudly. This. Looking at the scene, Yi Wanyue's face turned pale. She covered her mouth and didn't scream out loud. After a while, she came back to her senses and calmed down a little as she looked at Yifeng. Yifeng was focused on the stone door, as if calculating something. His expression was very meticulous. Yi Wanyue tried her best to resist the fear in her heart. After hesitating for a while, she remained silent. She was afraid that if she asked for Yifeng's help, it would affect his deduction, so she held it in and did not say a single word. Wan Yu. Don't be afraid to disturb me.
Yifeng seemed to be able to read her mind. He stopped and turned his head back with a smile. Also, don't be too scared. Skulls and such may not be human. Yi Wanyue was shocked and raised her head. Yifeng did not expect Yi Zichen to know everything that had happened to him. What nonsense are you talking about? Which one of your eyes saw me scared? Yi Wanyue pulled herself together, lifted up her proud chest, and brushed her long black hair. She then turned around and glared at Hong Shang. Hong Shang, did you hear that? The parietal bones might not be human, what's there to be surprised about? Just what happened afterwards? How could such a coward survive in this Azura purgatory? Hong Shang pointed at himself, then at Yi Wanyue with a helpless look on his face. Other people had the right to say that they were rich, but Yi Wanyue had no right. At the end of the day, even she was deeply frightened. She and Hong Shang were only existences on par with each other. At this moment, Yifeng's low voice entered their ears. Alright, I already know how to open the underground door to the archaic ruins. All of you, come here. What? When they heard this, everyone was overjoyed and quickly ran up. They surrounded Yifeng and raised their heads. In front of them was a black and gold iron gate. In the middle was the word seal, and from time to time, strands of black spiritual energy would emit from it. Oh? As Fengling pondered, she paced around the door for a long time. I can feel that this door has been sealed. Yifeng, are you really sure you can break through this door without suffering any backlash? As a teacher at the Wind Rebel Academy, she naturally had a lot of experience. She was able to tell the details of the door with a single glance. Yeah, if it's just opening the door, I, Hong Shang, can open it with brute force as well. Do you, Yifeng, have any ingenious methods? Yifeng smiled for a moment, then raised his face. I've already said this before. This isn't the first time I've come to the archaic ruins. Where are we? Shi Breeze bent down and picked up the sand from the ground, feeling it carefully. Then, with a flip of his wrist, countless dust flew gently in the wind. He was sure Yifeng was here. Speaking of which, his courage is quite great. Since he already knows that I'm going to harm him, he actually still dares to escape into such a sealed space. He clearly wants people to catch him. What is he thinking? The corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile as he continued. Forget about it. Forget about it. This is a place like a ruin. I'm afraid that even a novice like him from the heavenly lost city stumbled into this place by chance. How could he possibly think too much about it? When a person was being hunted, a moment of nervousness might cause them to lose their rationality. Currently, in Shi Shao's eyes, Yifeng's actions were just like this. As he smiled, he slowly walked toward the ground. Suddenly, a stream of cold wind came from behind him. Could it be Yifeng? His spiritual qi was abnormally sensitive. Almost at the first moment, he smelled the spiritual qi coming from the tip of the leaf. He turned around and looked around. Come out. I told you to come out, Yifeng. However, there was no one around. Just as he was feeling curious, there was a loud rumbling sound. Yifeng did not show any signs of leaving. Instead, the gate of the entrance fell down from the sky and hit the ground hard. It went deep into the ground and kicked up a lot of dust. At the same time, the 7 feet radius around Shiyan became dark due to the stone slabs blocking the light. This? Who did it? Do you want to trap me? He was unable to believe that this was what Yifeng was doing. How could a newbie from the heavenly lost city be able to control the formation of the remains? However, aside from Yifeng, he couldn't find a second reason. Immediately, he froze for a moment. He hurriedly took out a fire spirit stone from his bosom and quickly circulated his spirit energy into the stone. Immediately, a ball of blue fire was ignited.
Due to the special characteristics of the spirit stones, even if they were burned in one's hands, no one would be able to feel their temperature. He suddenly realized that there was a line of words written on the wall before him. He was stunned for a moment before hurriedly walking forward. When he focused his eyes, his expression immediately changed greatly. Within 3 days, you will die. This. After reading the book, Qi Breeze's expression became serious. He squinted his eyes and looked into the depths of the underground world. So that's how it is. Zifeng, it is true that I have my eyes on your life, but have you also targeted mine? Interesting. It's really been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you, Zifeng. Looks like the lamb hunt this time around won't bore me too much. Thus, he ran all the way down, as if he was crazy and did not stop for even a moment. Zifeng, how is it? Where are the people that followed us? Fengling closely followed Zifeng's footsteps, and asked softly. I just said, don't mind it too much. With this space, it's better to observe the surroundings. As Zifeng said that, he raised his hand and pointed at the strange patterns not far away. For example, if you copy all of these down for me, I will be able to use them. You? Fengling heard this and froze. She somewhat angrily raised her head and spoke in a low voice. Zifeng, don't overestimate your ability and underestimate the other person's ability, alright? If we were to break through, we would be able to break through a bit slower. However, if someone else were to chase us down and kill us, we would be even more carefree. This would give them an opportunity to take advantage of us. Then Fengling, before that, let me ask you another question. If the 3 children work together, how should they deal with an adult? If I can win, how can I increase my chances of winning? Zifeng smiled and said. This. All of a sudden, Fengling was confused by Zifeng's question. You're asking me this, I'm not too sure either. Zifeng stared at Fengling and said word by word. The answer is to take advantage of the situation. Borrowing momentum? Fengling couldn't react for a moment, and she asked subconsciously. That's right, the array formation of the ancient ruins is the one we can borrow. However, if we want to deal with a master, that alone isn't enough. So, while we're borrowing the momentum, if we want to increase the chances of winning, then we still need to build up our momentum. This. Zifeng's words were very straight and clear, as if it was the same thing. With this, the anxiety in Fengling's heart could be considered to have slowly subsided. I finally understand the situation, but what exactly is going on? Zifeng laughed softly, that's why I told you to remember all the patterns. When Fengling heard this, she was shocked and gradually calmed down. After which, she earnestly scanned her surroundings. After the door opened, there were countless small doors behind her, and after each small door entered, there was another small door. The existence of countless small doors made her feel dazzled, as if she was in a maze. The so-called ancient ruins were originally the inheritance of the early life forms. They were located in a space gap, and the complexity of space far exceeded other people's imaginations. If she hadn't been so focused on following Zifeng, she probably would have gotten lost by now. Seeing the puzzled look on Fengling's face, Zifeng said with a smile, but his expression gradually turned cold. Also, I have to answer your question. The person chasing after us has almost arrived. The gate with the word seal on it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590. Chapter 590. Azura Purgatory, at the entrance to the ancient ruins. A well-dressed youth had his ear pressed tightly to the ground, as if he was focused on listening to something. After a long while, he rolled his eyes and suddenly raised his head. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. How is it, Luan Khan? Behind him, a group of students surrounded him. There were about 7 or 8 people there. Of course. I got it. Luan Kong nodded with a smile and pointed at a certain location in the ancient ruins. In the end, Kong has a way. Su Daton laughed and immediately applauded. That's great. This time, we've been following Yifeng in the dark, so we can finally get back at him. That's right. When I think back to the competition between the Dodon a few days ago, and how he used the spirit-absorbing pill to humiliate me, I was unable to fall asleep for the next few days. Isn't that so? A newcomer from the countryside dares to be so arrogant in front of us? This brat is simply sick of living. During the competition, the losers were not only Luan Kong, but also Su Daton and the entire team behind them. Without a doubt, the results of the first round of relegations caused them, who were famous for their skill in the Tao of pills, to be ashamed and unable to raise their heads in front of others. And this time's Azura Purgatory was obviously a good opportunity for revenge. The expression on Luan Kong's face gradually turned solemn. You guys, don't be happy too early. When I was making my move, I noticed that there seems to be other people here. Someone else? Su Daton was shocked and frowned. Killing people was not something to be proud of after all. If someone else saw it, he would have to consider silencing them if necessary. And Kong, can you estimate how many people there are? Su Daton asked doubtfully. No need. I'm sure it's just one person. Luan Kong shook his head and answered resolutely. It can't be, it's just one person? Without the support of a small group, you still dare to come to Azura Purgatory like this? From the looks of it, the other party was either a madman or a top-notch expert. The possibility of the latter was very high. Indeed, moreover, if I'm not wrong, he is most likely here to deal with Yifeng, but... That's good, we have a reliable ally. Su Daton's expression brightened as he laughed heartily. Luan Kong glared at him. No. The enemy of the enemy may not be our allies anymore, especially when it comes to one person's movements. The variable is very big, so I won't be surprised if he wants to kill us all after killing Yifeng. Hearing the word silence, Su Daton's expression darkened. He was a man of his wits. He did many things in a straightforward manner, unlike Luan Kong who had thought about it in such detail. Therefore, many things were left to Luan Kong to decide on. Su Daton was silent for a moment before speaking. Kong, just say it directly. We brothers will listen to you. Yeah, brother Kong, what should we do now? Luan Kong nodded and suddenly let out a sneer. The sandpiper clams compete with the fisherman, and the fisherman wins. Even if Yifeng really defeated that person, so what? It's impossible for him to break through the third level in a short period of time and return to the Wind and Verse Academy. He paused for a moment, his expression stern. Therefore, when the two of them finish fighting, it will be time for us to use up all our strength. Yifeng, are you kidding? Luan Kong and the others came as well? The expression on Fengling's face became more and more unsightly. Yifeng nodded deeply. That's right. However, this is not the main point. They will most likely wait until we, the clan, fight to the death before reaping the rewards. So, Fengling, you continue. I still need you to draw me more ancient runes. He lowered his head and punctured his finger. While comparing the patterns drawn by the wind chimes with each other, he used his blood to calculate the distance between each of the patterns on the ground. Drops of blood flowed out, yet it didn't even make him frown. Yifeng, at this time, why do you care about the patterns? After making up her mind, Fengling raised her head and said, No, I can't keep it a secret any longer. I'll go and tell Wan Yu and the others. Otherwise, it might be too late. Come back. Yifeng said softly and put down the work he was doing for now. As for Fengling, she frowned, but didn't respond. She was just about to speak. I'll call you back. The next moment, Yifeng suddenly stood up. Before she could scream out, he grabbed Fengling's hand and pulled her back. With this pull, the distance between the two of them was only an inch. It was as if when Fengling raised her head, she could touch Zifeng's lips. Release, let go. Fengling laughed awkwardly, a blush flashed across her pretty face. After that, she took half a step back and completely got rid of Zifeng's hand. Then, she slightly raised her head, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Zifeng's eyes. I say, Zifeng, wake up. In such a critical situation, what are you doing by yourself? It's about time for everyone to work together. Group? No, dot. Zifeng looked at her deeply and said with a solemn expression, wasting time and time discussing the answer and completing the battle plan of an expert efficiently, which one would you choose? But the problem is, you're not an expert. Fengling shook her head helplessly. I'm proving it, aren't I? Yi Ci replied tit for tat. You. In her opinion, she had never seen someone with even more thick skin than Yi Zichen. A trivial newbie actually said that she was an expert. What kind of expert was that? His understanding of the ancient ruins might not have been a fluke. You too, what are you talking about now? Yi Wanyue saw that the two of them were at odds, so she smiled and walked in front of them. Fengling hesitated for a moment before deciding, Wanyu, listen to me, we are in danger, so what if we are in danger? Fengling froze for a moment, then blurted out a question, what do you mean, so what? What could be more important than his own life? Yi Wanyue smiled, I believe in Zifeng. Since he said he would tell me at the right time, I will wait. As for whether it's dangerous or not, I will take care of it myself. I'm not a vase, so why do I need someone to protect me? Wanyu, you're quite open-minded. Fengling froze for a moment before smiling helplessly. I, Hongsheng, also believe in Zifeng. Hongsheng chuckled and also stepped forward. In any case, leave the matter of using your brain to him and leave the matter of hacking others to me. As for other matters, I think that they might not be beneficial to the current situation. Even you. When Fengling heard Hongsheng speak, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Hongsheng glanced at her and listened carefully. The most important point is, at least I am following Zifeng. I feel comfortable. I am much better than an arrogant woman like you. He glowered at Fengling, but he wasn't going to give her a good look. Fengling's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, you. During the pill competition, the humiliation Fengling had given him was still vivid in his mind. Thus, in this land of the Azura Purgatory, he would speak his mind. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore, dot. He seemed to not have heard the conversation between the three as he continued to calculate the direction of the diagrams. From now on, I have some arrangements that I need you all to make. Wanyu, come here and guard this core. Use the mystical fire to continuously roast it and provide it with heat. Zifeng said as he pointed to a lampstand not far away. If anyone else were to look at this unassuming lampstand, how could they have known that this was the core source of heat for the entire ancient ruins? Yi Wanyue was surprised to hear this, but she still followed his instructions and nodded her head, okay, I will do it. She closed her eyes and breathed for a while. Suddenly, a brilliant light blossomed in her eyes and a ball of raging flames ignited from her entire palm. It was the flame of a mysterious rank. Go! The flames on the lampstand were ignited by Yi Wanyue's mystical fire. In an instant, it grew a lot taller. Creak! Countless side doors moved, emitting a sound unique to mechanisms. The entire ancient ruins seemed to have suddenly become alive as they slowly went through the internal changes. In the eyes of the crowd, this scene was one of extreme surprise. Even Yi Wanyue herself couldn't believe it. Next, Hongsheng, I will mark some of the ancient patterns on the map. You will go over later and use the fastest speed to shatter all of the patterns, do you understand? You only need to break it? That's easy. Hongsheng laughed carefreely as he raised his broadsword and aimed it at the group of stone inscriptions. Zifeng, just point it out. I'm already prepared.
Yifeng reached out his left hand and released strands of spiritual light, shining on one of the stone inscriptions. At the same time, his right hand was still on the ground, doing some deduction. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud bangs rang out. The veins on his body bulged as he swung his large saber. The moment the tip of the leaf shone upon them, he chopped down on the rocks and completely destroyed them. Fengling saw that the two people didn't ask a single question and just listened to Yifeng's words. She couldn't help but feel a little frustrated in her heart. Wan Yu, Hong Shang. Are the two of you really? I completely trust Yifeng's words and I don't doubt it at all. What exactly is the danger inside? At this moment. In that case, how about? Yifeng smiled and turned his head to look at Fengling. You come to believe me too? This is because I have a mission for you too, and it must be completed by you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591. Chapter 591. Must I do it? Fengling was startled, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. What kind of mission is it to be so mysterious? Yifeng smiled and looked into the distance. It's very simple. The mission I gave you is actually just 2 words: lure the enemy. Once the array formation of the ancient ruins was activated, the entire ground was shaking. Qi Breeze looked around and his expression kept changing. It's a bit, not quite right. He hadn't even seen Yifeng's shadow yet, but he never would have thought that there would be such a huge change in his surroundings. He paced back and forth a few steps, his brows seemingly knotted together. What's going on? Could it be that the core of the ancient ruins has already been controlled by someone? In an instant, the image of Yifeng flashed through his mind. However, a rookie like Yifeng, in his eyes, escaping the mechanisms of an ancient ruin was already not easy, not to mention using it on the other side of the coin. Just as he was wondering, an ethereal and deep voice suddenly resounded in his ears. Can you hear me? Qi Breeze was surprised. He looked around and narrowed his eyes. You are Fengling, one of the professors at the Wind Inverse Academy. Should I know you? Oh. So it's you. Qi Breeze's expression changed as he rolled his eyes and smiled. In that case, I can explain it all. Fengling, if it's you, you can probably understand the ancient array formation. The other 2 rookies and the intoxicated Yi Wanyue definitely do not have this ability. Heh, of course. Besides me, who else has the ability to make use of array formations? Moreover, this is an array formation from an ancient ruin. Fengling let out a cold laugh, and her expression became serious. Enough, stop spouting nonsense, I don't want to hear it. I didn't come here to chat with you for the sake of having a casual conversation with you. Let me ask you first, why did you want to kill us? Yifeng stood beside her. Other than the preliminaries that she had agreed upon beforehand, every word of hers was taught to her by Yifeng. What a sharp woman. Qi Breeze was a bit surprised, but then he laughed and waved his hand. Never mind, the words of a man who was about to die are good. Teacher Feng, I'll tell you the truth. This matter originally had nothing to do with you, but rather has something to do with Yifeng. Yifeng. That's right, it's him. Listen up, if you are unlucky enough to die this time, then blame yourself for being in his squad, because there is an important person in charge of his life, so he will not be able to escape this calamity. A big shot? What kind of big shot? A cold smile appeared on Qi Breeze's face. About this, you can let him guess. Have you ever offended anyone before? As he spoke, he closed his eyes and released strands of spiritual energy. He followed the sound of Fengling's voice and began to search for where she was. In the distance, Yifeng, who had been closing his eyes for a long time, suddenly opened them. A cold smile hung on his handsome face.
I've taken the bait. A moment later. Oh? Qi Breeze's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he almost couldn't control himself. It turned out that he had found Feng Ling's location. He let out a long breath, clenched his fists, and raised his head. Actually, this was not the right time to rush over and accidentally alert the enemy. Thus, he was trying his best to calm his mind and make himself seem as natural as possible. Hey, over there, why is there no sound? Feng Ling suddenly asked. What do you want me to say? What should I say? I've already said it. Thus, he took small steps and quietly moved forward, walking into an iron gate. However, just as he arrived in front of the iron gate and took a step forward, his entire foot seemed to have hit a piece of iron, unable to move any further. What's going on? He tried a few more times and kicked many times, but the strength was like a clay ox entering the sea and he still did not succeed a single time. Actually, this was the reason why Yi Feng told Hong Sheng to destroy the formation pattern. This way, he would be able to greatly reduce the number of iron gates, and let Hai walk along the path that he had designed. This Feng Ling is indeed not simple. Not only did it control the core formation of the ancient ruins, it also destroyed the formation patterns here. Qi Breeze's brow slowly furrowed and his expression became more and more gloomy. Being forced into this situation, even if his opponent was Feng Ling, he was still embarrassed. However, I don't believe that none of these doors will be able to get through, He made up his mind. His expression also became incomparably resolute. Immediately, he stepped forward, walking through the numerous doors with incomparable speed, and finally stopped in front of one of them. Creak! He pushed open the door and countless other small doors appeared. However, most of the doors in this small room didn't work, so he followed the wind chimes and found the door closest to her. Pushing the door open again and again, he could clearly feel that he was approaching the location of the wind chime. This joy of approaching victory caused his mood to be incomparably carefree. Feng Ling, even if you can destroy so many patterns, what's wrong with destroying my path of retreat? As long as I reserve a certain amount of energy and can guarantee that I can kill all of you, I can take a break and naturally break through this ancient ruins. After an unknown period of time, he stood panting in front of a large door, a strange smile on his face. Finally. I've finally found you, Feng Ling, he sneered and composed himself. Then, he pushed the door open. Sure enough, what entered his eyes? It was a girl in a blue dress. She was standing at the exit of another door and was looking at Hai from afar. There was a profound look in her eyes. However, there was no one by her side. Is it really strange? Qi Breeze looked back and forth between them and stared at Feng Ling in confusion. Feng Ling, where's Yi Feng and the others? Why are you alone? What good is it if I tell you the answer? Benefits? Qi Breeze was surprised. Feng Ling laughed coldly and straightforwardly shook her head. How laughable. If there's no benefits at all, what can I tell you to do? Qi Breeze smiled and nodded. How about this? If I really catch you, I'll let you go. What do you think? Fine, this is what you said. Listen up. Let me tell you, Yi Feng and the others are behind this door. Do you believe it or not? I don't even know how to draft a lie. I'll catch you now and see whether your father's fist is stronger than yours or your brain. Qi Breeze couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. He slapped the rock wall behind him and flew out like a flying sword, about to pierce through the bell. However, when Feng Ling saw this scene, she seemed to have already expected it. She smiled faintly and took a few steps back until she completely disappeared into the glowing door. You still want to escape? Stay here for me. Qi Breeze was furious, and he charged towards the light door where Feng Ling had disappeared. However, there was only a pang sound. It was like he had hit a giant bell. He stopped on the spot, and his ears were filled with buzzing sounds. He was almost struck dumb. Because of the power he used this time, it was more than 70%. The huge power struck back on his body, almost causing his entire face to change shape from the pain. How could this be? Qi Breeze was surprised and raised his head. He was lost in thought as he looked at the door, which was gradually losing its luster. A few seconds ago, these doors were still passable, but a few seconds later, it was as if the door was completely locked and could no longer be opened. Foamling! Qi Breeze was furious. He clenched his fists until his veins popped out. You dare to tease me like this? If you give me the chance, I'll kill you. Why did you kill her? She's just my microphone. Qi Breeze felt a chill in his heart. He quickly turned around and looked at the person in the darkness. It was unknown when it started, but there was also a hidden door behind him. A microphone? In that case, you are. Qi Breeze's eyes narrowed and his pupils contracted. Without a doubt, this voice felt very familiar to him, as if he had heard it somewhere before. I am Zifeng. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an extremely faint smile. A blood-red flame ignited on Zifeng's fingertip, completely lighting up Zichen's face. Zifeng? It's you? At this time, you still have the guts to show yourself. Qi Breeze's heart was filled with anger, but he was worried that he wouldn't be able to find anyone to vent it on. At that moment, he saw Zifeng appear in front of him. Whether it was for the quest or his own feelings, he wanted to kill Zichen as soon as possible. Then, he suddenly kicked the ground and shot towards Zichen like a shooting star. It's useless. Zifeng smiled plainly and shook his head. Then, just like Fengling just had, he took a few steps back before disappearing into the door as well, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Qi was shocked. This time, he had learnt his lesson once, so he naturally became smarter. Before he could slam into the door, he came to a stop right in front of it. He laughed coldly. Zifeng, do you still want to use the same trick on me a second time? Of course, that's enough. Zifeng's voice was completely empty. No one knew where it came from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592. Chapter 592. After a short pause, Qi Breeze was just about to retract his position, but he didn't have the time to do so. Behind him, the sound of wind could be heard. Could it be? Qi Breeze was stunned, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. He felt a chill down his spine. Fengling, is that you? So what if it's me? Fengling laughed coldly as she looked at him, a faint smile appearing on her face. You're welcome, give me. Obediently enter. In the next moment, a horsetail whisk arose. She spread out her arms and brought out a huge amount of spiritual energy. A surge of power was like the tides as it surged towards Qi. You! Normally, Qi Breeze would have only needed to dodge it. He even held his breath and endured it. However, the current him had just come to a sudden stop, and his balance was unstable. Then, there was a bang sound. He flew backwards like a bundle of straw towards the door. He hadn't forgotten about the feeling of being hit by the door just now, and it was also because of this that he subconsciously used his hand to support the door, trying to take some of the force away from it. However, a moment passed by in a flash and the pain did not come from that. What? His heart skipped a beat. He slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that he had actually passed through the gate and arrived at another teleportation space. The surrounding scenery was constantly changing. What's going on with Zifeng? Come out if you have the ability, and hide in a safe place by yourself.
what kind of hero are you? Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Shi Shao couldn't care less about his manners anymore and cursed out loud. I, Yifeng, have never said that I'm a hero. Yifeng's voice echoed in the entire space. There was a clear coldness in the calmness. Also, listen carefully. Don't worry, I will give you a chance. I will give you the most serious challenge. Whether or not you can survive will depend on how you react in that instant after leaving the teleportation space. What do you mean? Shi Breeze was shocked and hurriedly asked. An unknown fear. It was because he couldn't understand what Yifeng had prepared for him at the end of the teleportation space. Just thinking about it made people shudder. However, no matter what he said, Yifeng would not say a single word. Good boy, what trap did you set for me? Thus, Shi Breeze clenched his fists and concentrated his qi in his heart. He slowly breathed, as if he was fully prepared for the approaching storm. At the edge of the ancient ruins. On Kong. We've waited long enough, haven't we? So you're saying, brother in Kong, there might be some high-grade magic treasure in this relic. Even if we don't go in to search for Yifeng, we might be able to take this opportunity to get rich. The sounds of discussions rose and fell unceasingly. With a large number of people, although he had great strength, his efficiency was also relatively low. Enough. Luan Kong slowly opened his eyes and frowned. All day long, you only know how to find treasures and make a windfall. Have you forgotten the main purpose of our visit? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other with an awkward expression. Da Tong. Come and tell them, what is our goal before coming to this Azura purgatory? Su Daton's expression froze as he advised. Brother on Kong, don't be angry. We are all brothers, there is no need. We can just continue waiting. No, brothers are brothers, there are some things that must be said clearly. Su Datong, tell them, what is our purpose in coming to this Azura purgatory? Su Datong saw Luan Kong's solemn expression and knew that he would not be able to fool him this time. Thus, he sighed and said. First, I will team up and kill Yifeng. Then, I will cultivate on my own. Finally, I will break through into the Wind Rebel Academy. Luan Kong nodded his head and scanned the surroundings. That's right. Just like Chase said, our biggest target, our top priority, is to kill Yifeng. When necessary, we still need to kill everyone around him, even the killer who wants to kill him. Do you understand? Understood. Very good. When the crowd saw his serious face, they couldn't help but stop teasing him. Luan Kong nodded his head in a profound manner. He looked around with a very satisfied expression. If that's the case. Hold on. However, right at this moment, an extremely powerful aura swept through the entire audience like a tornado. What's going on? Luan Kong's eyes widened as he stared at the spiritual energy in disbelief. It had to be known that although he had discovered this special aura before, it seemed to be following Yifeng. However, this was the first time this particular aura had turned around and aimed at him. There were still too many variables. After all, who could guarantee that this wasn't Yifeng's strategy? Everyone, come over here. Pull up your ears and listen carefully. We are in what may be the biggest trouble of the event. Luan Kong clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather over. Brother on Kong, what's going on? Yeah, we have Brother on Kong's ingenious plan. It's a good idea to sit back and watch. What's there to be afraid of, being a scumbag like Yifeng? On the other side, Luan Kong's mind was immersed in observing something. Don't be too careless. After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered something. After which, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked around at everyone, and blurted out. Quiet, all of you, quiet down. He paused for a moment, waiting for the noisy environment to settle down. Listen up, I just found out that an expert is walking towards us at an extremely fast speed after he contacted Zifeng. He could appear at any time. Everyone pay attention, leave everything aside for me. When that expert appears, attack him all at once, and don't hold back in the slightest. It can appear at any time? No way. Su Datong was dumbfounded as he looked around for that person. As the sound of his voice faded, a small black hole slowly grew in the clear sky, tearing space apart. In the end, it was as tall as a person. Look, who's coming out? Stop bullshitting, gather more spiritual qi. Remember to listen to Brother Onkon's orders later. Attack together. Sure enough, a wave of shouts came from the black hole. However, this voice, for some reason, made Liu Onkon feel suspicious. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Brother Onkon, the person is about to come out. Quickly give him an order, or else it'll be too late. This. Liu Onkon frowned deeply, as if he was still considering something. Therefore, his expression suddenly became stern. Fine, no matter what, we don't care who the person is. Even if it really isn't the enemy, we still want to silence him. He took a deep breath and roared. Everyone attack. Countless sword shadows and overflowing spiritual energy concentrated at one point, attacking the black hole at the same time. On the other end, in front of Qi Breeze, there was a bright light. This meant that the entire teleportation space had almost come to an end. When he heard Yi Zichen's words, he became more cautious. Indeed, he felt the aura of killing intent outside the teleportation space right now. This Zifeng is too honest, he actually ambushed a heavy soldier at the exit. Otherwise, if I'm caught off guard, I really might get ambushed. He paused for a moment and smiled coldly. However, as for now, all of you useless things, go to hell. He took a deep breath and jumped out of the space that had been torn open. An incomparable imposing manner, wrapped in an endless amount of spiritual lights. As a warrior at the peak of the golden body level, Qi Breeze's appearance had attracted a lot of firepower. The crackling sounds of the spiritual qi clashing against each other were like hail as it heavily smashed into the body of Shi Dahai's golden body, causing countless ripples. However, there was not a single trace of spiritual qi that could injure him. Seeing this, Liu Onkon was stunned. You don't care who I am. You must be tired of living if you attack me. Qi Breeze roared in rage. He moved like lightning, and his body was like a rock. He dashed towards one of the people on the ground and threw him into the sky. No, no! Don't kill me! The person who was thrown into the air felt his heart tremble, and his face became pale from fright. It's too late. Listen to Zifeng, that's the outcome. As Qi Breeze spoke, he stomped the ground and leapt high into the air, his eyes filled with killing intent. Wait! Not good. Liu Onkon seemed to have understood something, and his eyes widened. I've been set up by Zifeng. However, his speed of speech was far from being able to match up to Qi Breeze's speed of attack. In the air, there was a whoosh sound. The face of the student flying in the air stiffened. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body suddenly relaxed and heavily fell to the ground. The bloody hole created by his 5 fingers deeply pierced into his chest, unceasingly causing black blood to flow out. A blue flame was dancing on his body. After a short while, his skin was quickly burnt and a burnt smell came from it. Liang Lu. Bastard, you actually dared to kill Liang Lu. I, Su Datong, will never let him off. Su Datong was stunned. Looking back, he was furious as he took a step forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593. Chapter 593. You won't let me go, so what? Shi Dahai spread out his red robe, and his frightening aura turned into a tide of spirit energy, twisting and turning like a spirit serpent. In the next moment, the violent spiritual Qi seemed to have gathered around his body at the same time. All of you, go to hell. When Su Datong saw that he had killed his brother, his eyes turned red with anxiety. He raised his heavy axe and hacked in the direction of Shi Dahai without a second thought. Wait! Stop, it's all a misunderstanding. 6. In a moment of desperation, An Kang shouted loudly. Seeing that the two of them did not react, Luan Kang's mouth twitched. He braced himself and barged into the formation, grabbing onto Su Datong's arm at lightning speed. An Kang, what are you doing? That beast killed our brother, did you not see that? Caught off guard, Su Datong lost control of his strength and bellowed. I just said that it was all a misunderstanding, And Kang's face was gloomy. Following Su Datong's arm, he grabbed hold of his shoulder. Green lightning flashed at the tip of his finger, immediately suppressing his movements, quickly throwing him into the empty space behind, before heavily slamming him onto the ground. In the time it took for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, his movements were completed in one go. Oh! This brat! Even though it was Shi Haifeng, there was still a glimmer of light in front of his eyes. After taking a step forward, he immediately stopped. He just stood there looking at An Kang, wanting to see what he was up to. Senior Shi, I beg your forgiveness for offending so many of the brothers from An Kang just now. They truly did not know what had happened. 6. As An Kang spoke, he clenched his teeth and kneeled down with a plop. The expression on his face was uncertain. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been doused with cold water as their hearts turned cold. Brother An Kang. What are you doing? Right, just now, he was a beast and killed our brother. Su Datong barely managed to stand up, the rage in his eyes was enough to kill. All of you, shut up. And Kang coldly turned around and glared at them, and said in a low voice, he is Senior Shi, a friend of Elder Mo. He is only half a step away from entering the martial spirit realm, his strength can crush us. Do you understand? This. 6. An Kang's words were like a heavy stone that pressed down on people's hearts. Fighter 9 Dan Pinnacle? How could they continue fighting like this? 6. It was only at this moment that they finally found an explanation for An Kang's kneeling and begging for mercy. Most of the people here were only at the Fighter 5 Dan. Even if all of them were to attack together, they would be beaten to death by Shi Sea Breeze. Asking for mercy to show weakness might not be the best solution at the moment, but it was the easiest one. I don't care. Don't stop me. I, Su Datong, can't take the revenge of killing my brother. Su Datong's face turned red. He wanted to step forward, but was stopped by his brothers, unable to take another step forward. If you can't take this lying down, then don't spout nonsense and come up and fight me. Shi Sea Breeze smiled coldly and raised his hand from his red robe. He pointed at Su Datong and said, I have always liked people who aren't afraid of death. Senior Shi, where? And Kang chuckled and turned to glare at Su Datong. Brother E is reckless in his actions and doesn't understand reason. Senior Shi, please don't take it to heart. As for the person who died. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Lian Lu, who was lying on the ground with a complicated expression. The sight of him dying a violent death caused him to be unable to help but frown. That person who died was the one who blocked Senior Shi's path. He deserved to die. I, Luan Kang, swear that I will never bring up this matter again. In addition, if Senior has any requests, we can also do our best. 6. An Kang's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He didn't move his eyes away from Shi Shao, waiting for his reaction. If the other party decided to settle this matter peacefully, that would be for the best. However, if he was still unwilling to let her off, then it wasn't that he didn't have the slightest bit of courage to do so. At that time, he would have no choice but to fight to the death with her. Forget it, this has nothing to do with you guys. I have already figured it out, it was probably Yifeng who designed it so that I could pass through the space array and be sent outside the ancient ruins to fight against you.
Yifeng? It's Yifeng again?
When Ankang heard this name, the corner of his mouth twitched. A nameless fire rose up in his heart out of nowhere.
He wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone.
The two groups of people, Shi Dahai and Lu Ankang, had originally been safe and sound. However, because of Yifeng's arrangement, they had almost been defeated and taken in by him.
Yeah, it's that damn brat Yifeng again. After being tricked, Shi Breeze was extremely angry at Yifeng.
He clenched his fists tightly, wishing that he could insert his nails into his own flesh to let some of the blood ooze out. Senior Shi, since our goals are the same, why don't we join hands and find Yifeng at the fastest speed possible? Six and Kang's eyes were shining as he stared at Shi Breeze, his face showing a hint of hope.
Together?
Shi Breeze looked at everyone with disdain in his eyes.
How can you guarantee that you are helping me, not dragging me down?
You! Su Datong was already furious to the extreme, but after hearing Shi Haifeng's arrogant tone, he became even more furious. He wished that he could rush forward and give Shi Qingfeng a good beating. 6, and Kang turned around and glared at Su Datong, before giving him another look, signaling for the people around to keep an eye on him and not let him do anything foolish. Then, he lightly said, "To be honest, Senior Shi, the 6 information networks are very broad. They have done a lot of detailed investigation on the Sajura Purgatory, so not only have I learned the ability to fight enemies, but I also have the ability to break through space arrays to a certain extent. I hope that Senior Shi will understand."
Ugh.
Shi Breeze paced back and forth, and after thinking for a while, he nodded.
Alright, then I'll give you a chance. And that man over there. Come with me into this ancient ruin, don't drag the others any longer. Just wait obediently at the door and surround it, don't let Yifeng and the others come out.
Su Datong's heart brightened as he saw Shi Dahai pointing at him. He turned around to see that there was no one behind him. Then, he pointed at himself in surprise.
Is it me?
Shi Breeze glared at him coldly. Nonsense.
Is there anyone else in this area besides you, Adat?
Seeing that Su Datong was still not responding, Shi Dahai shouted coldly, "Hurry, if you delay any longer, I'll kill you right now."
Datong, did you hear that?
6 on Khan looked at him seriously, his heart in his throat.
As soon as I come up. Su Datong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and braced himself as he walked up.
When he calmed down, he realized the difference in power between him and Shi Dahai.
He could not take revenge on a whim, so he had to keep up. However, who knew if he would have been killed halfway if he had followed Shi Haifeng? Good. Since that's the case, let's enter the ancient ruins again. Let's see what kind of tricks Yifeng has this time.
Shi Haifeng snorted coldly. He spread out his red robe and lightly stepped into the entrance of the ancient ruins.
6 on Kong and Su Datong looked at each other and gave a wry smile. They followed him in. The estrangement effect is not bad. It can be considered a success.
Yifeng smiled and looked away from a crystal ball. It turned out that he had already been covered in light powder when Shi Breeze was sent into the teleportation space. Once the spiritual energy was activated and projected into the crystal ball, it would display the person's surroundings.
How could it be considered a success? I've truly given in to you. Didn't you see that after that Khan kneels and begs for mercy, won't this matter be solved?
Fengling helplessly shook her head and couldn't help but feel a trace of worry in her heart.
No.
Yifeng smiled calmly, that is only on the surface. For Ankang's side, the seeds of hatred have been planted, and the rest are merely seeds of roots and sprouts. As for Shi Dahai, his suspicion will always be with him. Fengling silently listened to his words, and after a long while, she spoke.
Forget about it. Let's not talk about them for now. Yifeng, can you explain where we are right now?
As she spoke, she turned around and faced the pure white snow. A look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. The ancient ruins, after walking to the depths, the scenery around them began to change. Whether it was a lava volcano, or the tip of a wave, or the depths of a jungle, what greeted them now was a world of ice and snow. Oh. Yifeng laughed long and hard. This is the core zone of the ancient ruins. It can be considered its own unique characteristic, because it's probably the place closest to the spatial and temporal crevice, so you don't have to be too surprised about the various terrains that will appear here. His voice was loud and clear. Even Yi Wanyue and Hong Shang, who were scouting ahead of him, slowly turned around when they heard his words. I'm not surprised by the surrounding environment, Brother Yi. What exactly is in your head? With a face full of doubt, Hong Shang asked carelessly. Why? You seem to know everything. Even this ancient remains that ordinary people would never come here for, you should know this very clearly. Just what is going on here? Yi Wanyue, who was the furthest away, also nodded. She walked back and wanted to ask something. However, before he could bring her to say anything, suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of her eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594. Chapter 594. A white figure was like an illusion. A flash passed in front of Yi Wanyue, leaving no trace behind. That white shadow is... Yi Wanyue was shocked. She took a deep breath and covered her lips. Then she almost blurted it out. Master. You are your master, right? There was no response for a long time. Yi Wanyue's pretty face gradually revealed a lonely expression. Suddenly, a deep and profound sound echoed out in a carefree manner. Wanyu, come to the center of the ruin. I'll wait for you here. It was an ancient voice. It sounded like the distance between him and Yi Wanyue was 10,000 mountains away. Master! Master! No matter how much Yi Wanyue yelled, she didn't get a response. However, that was all. However, Yi Wanyue's calm face suddenly changed. Even her pupils seemed to lose their substance as they became empty and numb. No, I have to go find Master. I have to go to the center of the relic. As the sound of her voice faded, she immediately took action, as though she had lost her soul. Seeing her strange expression, Fengling frowned, stood in front of her, and stopped her in her tracks. Wanyu, wake up. What happened to you all of a sudden? It's very dangerous to leave an ancient ruin like this. Yi Wanyue raised her head and looked at her. Big sister Fengling, I'm very awake and I know what I'm doing. Sorry, but you have to come with me. Otherwise, don't stop me, I have to find Master. Fengling's heart tightened, and she immediately turned her head back. Yifeng, quickly take care of your cousin, tell her, everything that just happened was an illusion in the relic. Yi Wanyue frowned. Before she could say anything, Yifeng had already spoken. No. Yifeng's expression was stern as he shook his head. She is right. This is not an illusion. There is someone calling for Yi Wanyue through some kind of mysterious space. Yi Wanyue's expression relaxed a little. She looked at Yifeng seriously and nodded deeply. You. Fengling's expression changed slightly and her mouth twitched. She gave Yifeng a look. She wanted to remind Yifeng that they were still being hunted down. At this moment, if she were to split her attention to search for the center of the relic again, if things didn't go well, it was very possible that all of them would die here. Yifeng smiled, nodded towards the direction of Fengling, and told her to relax, then looked at Yi Wanyue seriously. But, Wanyu, what happened to your master? Why did you keep hiding this from me? Yi Wanyue was silent for a while and then suddenly raised her head. Yifeng, don't blame me for this. My master told me to keep this a secret. I can't say too much. In short, I am a person with low talent. The reason why I was able to become an Earth-rank alchemist was all thanks to him.
It's fine, keep your promise and keep it a secret. I won't make it difficult for you.
Yifeng stared at Yi Wanyue seriously, so, in the remaining time, I will ask you a question.
You don't need to answer, but you have to promise to keep looking at me and not look away, okay?
When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and each revealed a strange expression.
What's the use of asking and not answering? Fine.
Although there was surprise in Yi Wanyue's eyes, she still nodded her head.
First of all, your master has taught you the Tao of alchemy for a few years.
1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, ...
Alright, next question, where did your master come from?
The Tiandao City, the Meteorite City, the 100 Miles City, the Sea City, the 4 Great Regions, and the mythical world continent.
Next question. Have you ever learned this type of theory of alchemy? Use a nod or a shake of the head to clarify it. Rank 1 Ultimate Flame, Tier 2 Earth Flame, Samadhi True Flame. 9 Will-o'-the-Wisp, eh? You even know about the 9 Ghost Fire.
After a series of questions, Yifeng stared at Yi Wanyue without moving his eyes away from her.
Yifeng, you.
The person who asked wasn't much, but Yi Wanyue was getting more and more nervous. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and she even felt chills down her spine. Sometimes, even though Yifeng didn't guess correctly, Yi Wanyue's thoughts were, after further confirmation, almost impossible to hide.
Talking was important, but Zifeng's unique soul talent was also an important way to understand Yi Wanyue's thoughts. Alright, I understand. I've finished asking my question.
Yifeng nodded as if he thought of something, and a complicated expression appeared on his face.
Are we finally done? A look of relief appeared on Yi Wanyue's face.
If I'm not wrong, your master possesses knowledge of the alchemy that is not available on this martial spirit continent.
He is very likely to be a guest of this foreign land.
He didn't stop Yi Wanyue from finding her master, but started to analyze other things that Yi Wanyue had never thought of before, which made her interested in him greatly.
People from a foreign continent? It can't be?
Yi Wanyue was a bit shocked. Yifeng looked at her with a smile. Otherwise, with your aptitude, why do you think you have so many skills in the Tao of alchemy compared to the entire Wind Inverse Academy? Yi Wanyue was stunned when she heard this. In terms of Dodan, Yi Wanyue might not be the strongest when it came to many aspects. However, in terms of pill concocting skills, there was probably no one in the entire academy who could match her. But the existence of a foreign land is uncertain. How can you, Yifeng, determine this? Under Yifeng's guidance, Yi Wanyue had already forgotten about finding her master. Instead, she started to pay more attention to the question of who her master was. This question that had puzzled her for a long time was one that, until today, had only been seriously discussed with her. Naturally, she was very interested. Yes, I wasn't sure at first. However, it was all thanks to Feng and I Academy and Elder Mo that I was able to come to this ancient ruin of the Azura Purgatory, which caused me to change my mind. If you don't believe me, look. As Yifeng spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed a rock wall on the right. He muttered to himself as if he was calculating something. In an instant, there was a loud rumbling sound. The surrounding scenery suddenly underwent a tremendous change. The ice and snow just now had instantly transformed into the Star Cloud City Wind Reversal Academy's martial stage. How could this be? Yi Wanyue's beautiful face was overwhelmed with shock as she looked around at the surrounding scenery. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch something. However, everything around him seemed to have no substance. A ripple appeared out of nowhere and spread out like the surface of a lake. Yifeng smiled and said, "There is only one explanation, which is that there is a spatial crack in the ancient ruins. If I'm not wrong, your master used this spatial crack to connect to this place, which is why his voice was so distant." Yi Wanyue looked like a block of wood that was stuck in the ground. She was motionless, and had not recovered her wits yet. Yifeng paused for a moment, looked at Yi Wanyue's lost look and said with a smile. You also don't know why your master wanted to teach you all those years ago, so please trust me, Wanyu. Before we understand your master's true purpose, we need to be a bit more dependable. Do I trust you? Then, in the end, what should I do? Yi Wanyue looked at Yifeng in shock, wanting him to make the decision. The huge impact caused her mind to freeze. Demon Fox, it's time for you to make a move. Yifeng smiled, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. You are here to transform. What's Wanyu like? In the next moment, from the beast refining token in his bosom, a strand of spirit energy rose up and slowly condensed at the side of Yifeng. After a while, a beautiful lady with bright eyes and white teeth was about to appear. She wore a pink dress and looked extremely graceful, as if she was carved from the same mold as Yi Wanyue. This. Oh my god. Yi Wanyue wanted to find her master, but was completely suppressed by Yifeng's surprise. It's actually a spirit pet that is one level stronger than its master? Yifeng, you really are amazing. Fengling's eyes flashed as well, and she nodded as if she had understood something. If they found out that Yifeng still had Ghastly Shadow and Hanyue, they would definitely be even more shocked. The demon fox turned her pretty neck back and forth. A hint of unhappiness appeared on her face as she looked at Yifeng. Brat, you've only let me out after so long. You're almost suffocating me by staying in that beast refining token. What, you want me to pretend to be your cousin and lie to her master? With these words, everyone was stunned into silence. Yi Wanyue couldn't help but take a step back. Could it be that you heard everything that happened inside the beast refining token? The demon fox raised her beautiful eyes and sized up Yi Wanyue. Of course, including that night when you came to Yifeng's room. You. Yi Wanyue's face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly rushed over and covered the demon fox's mouth. However, to cover it up. When the rest heard what he said, they all looked at him strangely. At this moment. Enough, demon fox, stop playing tricks on Wanyue. Yifeng raised his starry eyes and looked solemnly at the demon fox. Seeing the look of seriousness on his face, the demon fox pushed Yi Wanyue away and said, Oh. Alright then, Yifeng took a deep breath and continued. Demon fox, listen carefully, I will put a lot of light powder on you and plan a way to get to the center of the ancient ruins. However, if there's any danger, don't keep fighting and immediately return to my beast tamer token, because the strength of Wanyu's master is very possibly beyond our imagination. Yes. The demon fox's reply was simple and straightforward. Yifeng, my master is a good person. He will definitely not be an enemy. Yi Wanyue couldn't help asking. Yifeng's eyes focused as he looked into the distance. Wanyu, is it true or not, we will know very soon. As for now, we have more important things to do. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595. Chapter 595. After entering for the second time, Sherdahai looked left and right with a solemn look in his eyes. Clearly, he had become more cautious. How is it, the one with the surname Liu, have you found any traces of Yifeng? This, 6. Ankang's face fell as he frowned. He absent-mindedly shook his head. I'm afraid, Trash. Shi Haifeng coldly snorted and immediately scolded. Didn't you say that your 6 families have a deep understanding of the Sajura purgatory? And you also have a special ability to make enemies? Don't tell me that all of this is because you came to deceive me in order to survive? Believe it or not, I will. Ankang's face slightly changed as he hurriedly explained. No, Senior Shi, you're mistaken. I can actually find where Yifeng is, but the problem is that every time I catch a trace of him, he's suddenly teleported to another place. It's as if he was teleporting through some sort of space. Ugh, the teleportation of dimensions, that's indeed a headache. Sure, Sea Breeze fell into deep thought. It had to be known, when he was tricked by Yi Zifeng, he was the one who teleported out using spatial teleportation. Since he could use the teleportation ability on humans, he could naturally use it on his own. Sixan Kong saw that he had calmed down. After pausing for a moment, he spoke with a stern expression. Senior Sure, I have a feeling that Zifeng might understand this ancient ruin better than the six of us. If we were to be led by his nose, with his craftiness, it is very likely that he would bring us to a new trap. This little brat surnamed Ji, I really don't know what virtue he accumulated in my previous life. This is his first time coming to the Azura Purgatory, but he seems to be an experienced veteran. Sure, Dahai paced back and forth a few steps with a gloomy face, and then nodded his head. All right. Then, how do you think we should catch Zifeng? Listen up. You only need to bring me to him. For the rest of the battle, you don't need anything, and if you can't think of a way, you can say it yourself. What's the use of me leaving you alive? His entire body was brimming with killing intent, causing people to tremble. Sixan Kong rolled his eyes, a crafty light in his eyes. Yes, we can go to the control center of the ancient ruins. In there, we only need to close all the teleportation gates, and Zifeng will never be able to escape again, becoming a turtle in a jar. Control hub? Sure, Sea Breeze's eyes lit up. That's right. Sixan Kong nodded and paused for a moment. He then continued, Come, Senior Sure, this way please. Good. At least you have some news. Seeing that he was very well behaved and polite, and also had the possibility of catching Zifeng, Sure Sea Breeze was in a good mood. He laughed loudly and walked forward with big strides. However, he didn't know what was behind him. Sixan Kong and Su Daton looked at each other, revealing their usual sinister gazes. Go! We'll keep up. You mean, the control center of the archaic ruins? Foamling was deep in thought as she walked. She raised her head and glanced at Zifeng with doubt in her eyes. Wait a minute. Zifeng, are you sure that even if you don't guide them, they will still come to the control center of the ancient era's remnants? Zifeng said with a smile as he walked quickly. After making enemies for a long time, they should also find out that searching for where I am now is completely meaningless. So, for Kong, even if he knew it was a trap, he still had to jump. What do you mean? Foamling looked at Zifeng in confusion. Could it be that even if he doesn't care about his own life, he will still kill you? No, on the contrary, he chose to come to the primordial ruin world because he wanted to risk his life. After all, this is the truth of how a rabbit dies and a dog dies while a bird dies. If they weren't too slow, they would have thought that the conflict between them and Shi Haifeng was already born and that there would be no good outcome. If he successfully killed Zifeng and the others, with his personality, it was obvious that he would not let Kong and the others live. Only by battling against Zifeng in the ancient ruins would Kong and the others be able to take advantage of the chaos to escape and gain the chance of survival. Compared to this, we're here. The next moment. Zifeng raised his hand and placed it on a round plate with a golden gate protruding out of it, then turned around and smiled. It's the control center of the ancient ruins. Let's go in together now. He looked at the spinning wheel and pondered for a moment. Then, he gave a faint smile. With his big hands, he held the spinning wheel in reverse and rotated it counterclockwise. Soon after, he started to inject strands of qi into it. Creak! On the gilded door, countless star patterns seemed to light up in an instant. The fine lines were exceptionally resplendent. Hongshang watched the scene unfold. However, the other two women were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. The two of them looked at each other, and couldn't help but be stunned. The direction of these star patterns. Why does it look so similar to the star patterns on top of the mysterious rank pill furnace? No, it might even be an earth rank pill furnace. Could it be that this ancient ruin has a deep connection with some alchemist?
Indeed, it is very possible. In Yifeng's eyes, there was also a hint of surprise. In the past, when he was in the Black Tortoise continent, although he had entered this archaic ruins before, but after such a long time, this control center had already undergone great changes. In the past, I remember that a certain number of experts worked together to stimulate the spiritual energy in the body and control the central nervous system. But now, how did it become a box filled with medicinal pills? Yifeng muttered to himself in confusion. Do you have to concoct the corresponding pills to be able to control the power of this relic? What do you mean? Do you mean that we should start forging now? Fengling froze for a moment, then asked doubtfully. Then, she lowered her voice and said, Yifeng, think carefully. There is no time to concoct pills in our current situation. We should think of a way to deal with Nkong and the others. It's alright, don't be too nervous. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Initially, I was worried that I would rush here because I had to rely on my own power. Now that it has been proven to be pill touch, that means that even Nkong and the others would not be able to solve this mystery of the pill Dao. But even so, if they are given enough time, with the abilities of Nkong and the others, they might even be able to control the central command. Fengling hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but think about this. Yifeng smiled, but didn't say anything. Right at this moment, Yuanyue seemed to be unable to hold it in and frowned. Sister Fengling, Yifeng, what are the two of you whispering about? Especially you, Yifeng. You're still not able to say what you said before, even now? He dashed along the map Yifeng gave him. The demon fox's footsteps were light, her speed was incomparably fast, and beside her was a phantom image. Ghastly shadow, what are you doing here? I alone am enough, I don't need your help. Guiying laughed, his voice sounded very strange. How laughable. Who said I was here to help you? However, Yifeng told me to follow you. If you didn't return to the beast refining token in time and got killed by that expert, I would at least witness this and bring back the news. You. It's just a load of nonsense. The demon fox slightly frowned as her footsteps suddenly slowed down. But then again, what do you think of Yuanyue? Spirit Shadow was startled and then smiled. What do you mean? The eyes of the demon fox flashed with a strange light as she explained. Don't you think that Yifeng didn't tell Yuanyue and the others about the matter of being hunted down? Maybe he did it on purpose to guard against Yuanyue, since her master's strength is unfathomable? I'll return the original message to you, why are you worrying so much? Spirit Shadow stared at the demon fox and sighed. You should be thinking that after you go to the center of the ancient ruins, will you meet Yuanyue's master? Will your true form be seen through by him, and will you live? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. That's true, I was worrying for Yi. The demon fox let out a long breath and bitterly smiled, but Ghastly Shadow, tell me, if existences like us died, would anyone be sad? Spirit Shadow was silent for a moment, but he did not answer. Even her speed seemed to have slowed down significantly. Forget it. Asking you is useless. After all, the person who I wanted to ask is not by my side. To think that my life as a severing-tailed demon fox is really... It's a bit sad. The demon fox let out a pitiful smile, and the charming expression on her face gradually disappeared. She had her back to Spirit Shadow as she spoke indifferently without stopping her footsteps. All right, Spook, there's one thing I want to ask of you. If I die, remember to bring my ashes back to the Nine Serenities Abyss, where the fiery blazing stone cave is located. After all, my entire family will be buried there. Spirit Shadow's voice was low and hoarse. After a long while, he smiled in relief. Don't worry. Thank you. The demon fox revealed a cheerful smile. She raised her head and faced the black door. The darkness was so deep that it was like a black hole, each and every one of them depicting a countless number of vortexes.
She turned around, her bright eyes shining as she smiled at Spirit Shadow. Also, Spirit Shadow, even now, I still want to say that the shape of your huge white bony finger is really ugly. At the same time, her hands clasped onto the garden ring of the black gate. She used all her strength to push it open. In an instant, an extremely violent killing intent swept through the air, blowing up countless dust and dirt as it fiercely shot towards the demon fox's location. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596. Chapter 596. Speak, say it, Yifeng, what are you hiding from us? Yi Wanyu stared at Yifeng seriously, and her eyes were filled with vigor. Qi Yu Court. Could it be that our relationship is inferior to you and Fengling? If Yifeng was hiding it from everyone, then Yi Wanyu would be fine. But now, although Fengling clearly knew of some things and he himself didn't, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. This. Fengling also frowned at Yifeng, pursing her lips. Yifeng, how about you tell her? In her opinion, now was not the time to take care of the emotions of Yi Wanyu and the others. The uneasiness of entering the Shura purgatory had gradually calmed down. Even if they were novices, it was time for them to face reality and bear it. Seeing that Yifeng didn't react, Yi Wanyu snorted, "Forget it, Yifeng. If you don't tell me, then I won't care about you anymore. I'll go to the center of the ruins and look for Master myself." Hold on. Yifeng thought for a moment, then nodded his head. A wisp of clear spiritual qi entered his mind. After a while, his expression changed into a relieved smile. "That's enough, Wanyu, go closer, I will tell you." Hong Sheng stood to the side. Upon seeing this, he cursed, "Hey, are you kidding me? Are you hiding this from me alone?" Fengling turned around and glared fiercely at Hong Sheng. "If you say so, then shut up." Hong Sheng was frightened by her glare and immediately fell silent. At the same time, "All right, say it, Yifeng." Yi Wanyu took a few steps closer to Yifeng and raised her head. She stared into his eyes and asked with a hint of emotion in her eyes, "What in the world are you hiding from me?" Actually. Yifeng smiled, and then his expression turned cold. His 5 fingers were like lightning, grabbing towards Yi Wanyu's throat. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Yi Wanyu's throat was firmly grabbed by Yifeng, and in just a split second, she was fiercely pressed to the ground. The dust in the surroundings stirred, causing it to almost cover one's eyes. What? Using this power, Yifeng had already pressed her down heavily. There were curves in the air, skin as fine as silk. Leaves could not be bothered with any of this. Purple lightning flying sword. Before Yi Wanyu could make her next move. In the air, within the purple mist, a beam of bright light suddenly shot out. The tip of the purple lightning flying sword had already reached Yi Wanyu's throat. Yi Wanyu was shocked and her eyes were full of disbelief. "Don't move." At the same time, the tip of the sword also pointed downwards a little. The tip of the sword easily cut through the skin, immediately producing traces of blood. The next moment, Fengling ran up and was shocked. "Yifeng, are you crazy? What are you doing?" Hong Sheng was stunned for a moment and then advised, "That's right, Brother Yi. If you don't want to say it, then let's not ask. What's wrong with it?" Yifeng ignored the words of the two as he stared at Yi Wanyu. "Let Demon Fox go, and I'll let you go." Yi Wanyu was shocked. "I don't understand what you mean." "Hurry up, if you continue acting innocent, I'll kill Wanyu right now. Your vitality will definitely be severely damaged." "Oh." A moment later, Yi Wanyu laid flat on the ground and stopped struggling. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on her pretty face. She quietly looked up at the sky and then turned her head to look at Yifeng. She laughed softly. "Interesting, when did you find out that I possessed Yi Wanyu?" Yi Wen smiled, and his expression turned cold. If you want to talk about suspicions, it is very early. If you want to talk about certain suspicions, your reaction betrayed you when I told Feng Ling the secret. However, if you want to confirm something, it will be when I force you to ask about it. So that's how it is. Yi Wanyue smiled lightly and opened her eyes. She looked at Zifeng and said, "In that case, your actions before only made me feel a little afraid and exposed myself." So what? After Zifeng entered the Shura, he told Feng Ling about how he was being hunted. His real purpose was to make Yi Wanyue feel afraid and think that Zifeng had some hidden trump card up his sleeve. What's the situation? Feng Ling and Hong Shang were stunned when they heard that. What possession? What are you guys talking about? They hesitated for a moment and were about to step forward. However, he heard Yi Zifeng yell, "Don't come over." Feng Ling stared at him, standing motionless. From Yi Feng's point of view, his biggest enemy was never sure Haifeng. After all, if they couldn't fight properly, running away was not a problem. However, the person who possessed Yi Wanyue was her alchemy master, and that was his greatest headache. Don't be so fierce. Yi Wanyue calmed down, and her voice gradually changed. It doesn't matter if they come. You and I are not enemies of life and death anyway. I don't need to risk my essence to harm you guys. Why should I believe a single word of yours? If you want to show your sincerity, then release this spirit demon fox. Yi Zifeng enunciated each word slowly, with each word rising and falling. About this. Yi Wanyue reached out her slender hands and placed them on the tip of Yi Feng's sword. She smiled sweetly and drew a line on the blade. Look at the situation over there. An illusory scene slowly condensed into a sphere under the combination of the numerous streams of spiritual aura. Inside the spiritual sphere, there was a woman who looked very similar to Yi Wanyue. Her limbs were tied with ropes, and her expression was dispirited. She was tied to an iron pillar, and she was motionless, as if she was dying. The flickering light was like the crescent moon as it revolved around her. Needless to say, she was a demon fox. Bind source rope? So that's how it is. No wonder the spirit demon fox was unable to escape. If it was an ordinary rope, how would it be able to do anything to the demon fox? In the blink of an eye, she could escape back into the beast refining token. Yi Feng frowned and turned his head around. He took a pill and turned his head, staring into the eyes of Yi Wanyue. Listen up, I'll count to 10. Release the demon fox or I'll kill you. Hey, Yi Feng. Hearing this, Yi Wanyue laughed out loud. You are too interesting, aren't you? Have you forgotten your relationship with Yi Wanyue? You are cousins. For a mere spirit pet, are you going to kill your family? Yi Wanyue's words seemed to pierce through the spiritual sphere in front of her and reached the demon fox's ears. The demon fox lowered her head, and her expression also grew dimmer. In Yi Feng's heart, how could he compare her with Yi Wanyue? Compared to Yi Shuai and Liu Bingqian, there was even less of a possibility. Just like what Yi Wanyue said, she was only a spirit pet of Yi Feng. In the future, if Yi Feng had a stronger spirit pet as a substitute, he would replace her. Then you better listen up. Wanyu is Wanyu, and you are you. I have other methods to deal with you, so I will keep my promise. 10. Yi Feng's words were loud and clear. At the same time, the demon fox and the spirit ball seemed to be stunned for a moment. She raised her head and a look of surprise appeared in her misty eyes. Life hope. This. On the other side, Yi Wanyue smiled helplessly and shook her head. Hey, is there any difference between Wanyu and I? If you kill me, you'll be killing her. However, after that, no matter what she said, Yi Feng would not reply. 9, 8, 7. Yi Feng was clearly the weaker party, but he felt a sense of oppression. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been scared to the point of running away,
let alone fighting with the other party. Zifeng, did you hear that? 6, 5, 4.
Yuanyue's face turned serious. Stubborn thing, I want to see if you can really be cruel and kill your cousin.
3, 2, 1.
As soon as he finished his sentence, a ray of light shot out of Zifeng's eyes. From both sides of him, spirit threads formed into fine lines and completely wrapped around Yuanyue.
Almost at the same time.
These spirit lines were like golden needles as they pierced through her body.
It can't be, this is.
Yuanyue took in a breath of cold air. Her face suddenly changed. No, that's not possible. In this world, how could anyone know how to make Shin-grade pellets? You know what's good for you.
Not bad, the mysterious confining spirit pill was prepared especially for an existence like you before I, Zifeng, came to a crack in space and time.
Zifeng smiled and lowered his head, almost beside Yuanyue's ear. Speaking of which, the soul telepathic thoughts from the foreign world have been absorbed into Yuanyue's body.
I think it must have consumed a lot.
Footsteps rose and fell within the cavern.
What a strong aura of an expert.
6. After running a few steps, Ankang suddenly stopped on the spot, turned around, and took a few deep breaths.
This is not going to be easy, Senior Sure. There seems to be an absolute expert at the center of control of the ancient ruins.
After pausing for a moment, he scratched his head and said, that's strange.
It was clearly not there before.
Why did it suddenly appear?
Sure, Sea Breeze smiled. An expert? What experts can Zifeng have to help him? Tell me, what realm is he at?
6. Ankang's face was covered in sweat. He didn't dare to say anything.
I'm afraid. If I tell you to tell me, then tell me. If you keep on stuttering, I'll cripple you. A trace of unhappiness flashed across Sure Sea Breeze's face. I'll say. Ankang's face tightened as he blurted out. I'm afraid. It's a martial spirit realm.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 597. Chapter 597. Martial spirit realm? When he said that, even Sure Dahai couldn't help but take a step back. He was shocked, speechless. The corner of his mouth twitched as he shook his head, stabilizing his emotions. Lu boy, what nonsense are you spouting? This Azura Purgatory only allows martial artists to enter. How could there be a martial spirit?
The reason he had been suppressing his opponent for so long was so he could crush his opponent with his peak martial disciple strength.
If martial spirits were allowed to enter the Azura Purgatory, why would he need to suppress his cultivation realm for so many years? Wouldn't that be a joke? Senior Sure, I have my own suspicions regarding this question, but this was the truth.
I can guarantee with my life that there will be martial spirits in the central control area of the ruins.
Lu Ankang's tone was agitated. It was clear that to him, this unexpected turn of events was also unexpected.
Ugh, Sure Sea Breeze heard his words and stopped walking, frowning.
Could it be that there is some huge backer behind Zifeng?
He had done too many bullying, but he had never bitten into a hard bone before. Senior Sure, the situation is changing in an unpredictable manner.
Do you want me to send me to scout the situation first? Lu Ankang rolled his eyes and tried to ask. Pathfinder? Sure Sea Breeze laughed coldly and glanced at him. You're obviously trying to escape, aren't you? Lu Ankang's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly explained.
Senior Sure, you've misunderstood. I wouldn't dare even if you gave me some courage. Sure Dahai humped coldly, and then his eyes turned cold.
He turned his red robe to the side and waved it. Do you really think you can hide this from me? Don't even think about going there. As for the Pathfinders.
As he spoke, he turned and glanced at Su Datong.
It's up to you. Su Datong was stunned upon hearing this, evidently not expecting the other party to suddenly call out his name. His expression froze as he was still unsure in his heart about what was going to happen. It's not appropriate, Su Datong smiled awkwardly. What's wrong with that? If I tell you to go, then go. If you keep spouting nonsense, then I'll chop off both of you with my hands and tie you up to move forward. Sure, Sea Breeze's expression was vicious, and it didn't seem like he was lying. At the end of the day, it wasn't that he didn't dare to do so. Rather, he was only considering whether doing so would be beneficial to him or disadvantageous to him. Alright, I'll go now. At this point, the anger in Su Datong's heart had completely subsided. What he felt towards Shi Haifeng was only boundless fear. Wait, did I let you go? Eat this pill for me. With a wave of his hand, a dark green pill flew into Su Datong's mouth from his sleeve. Gulp! Su Datong choked on his pill a few times, yet he was unable to spit it out. He coughed a few times before raising his head. What pill is this? Shi Dahai had a blank look in his eyes as he held his hands behind his back. Nonsense! Of course it's poison. Listen carefully, if anyone is dishonest and is unable to obtain the antidote, he will definitely die from the poison within a day. If you are not afraid of death, then just give it a try. As he finished his sentence, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he sized up Su Datong as if he was sizing up a dead man. Hurry up and leave. Countless fine spiritual energy threads wrapped around Yi Wanyue like cocoons. Under the painful screams, dark red blood gushed out from all the meridians in Yi Wanyue's body. Yifeng, you're crazy. Are you really going to kill your cousin? Hong Sheng was stunned for a moment before he blurted out. Hong Sheng, withdraw. Don't disturb Yi Zichen, he isn't crazy, he should know what he's doing. Fengling stared at Yuan and waved her hand towards Hong Sheng. How long has it been since we met? Hong Sheng gave Fengling a strange look. Fengling's face tensed up. No, this has nothing to do with believing, didn't you hear it just now? When they were communicating with each other, they said the words mysterious confining spirit pill. Ugh, a mysterious spirit binding pellet? Hong Sheng was a pill-blind man, so he naturally had no concept of a mysterious confining spirit pill. But Fengling very quickly felt that something was off. On the martial spirit continent, the alchemy skills were all different. Some alchemy skills were so high that even the alchemists and grandmasters couldn't refine any kinds of Xian pills. For example, this confining spirit pill was a very typical type. In the martial spirit continent, there was almost no one who could refine mysterious spirit binding pills, and Yifeng was an exception. While Hong Sheng was frowning and pondering. The next moment, something strange happened. Around Yi Wanyue, there was an extremely strong wave of air. It gathered in multiple layers and suddenly attacked in the direction of Yifeng. Counterattack. Hong Sheng, Fengling, come here quickly and help me. After Yifeng spoke, he stood up straight and stomped heavily into the ground, not allowing himself to be blown away by the qi waves. Hong Sheng and Fengling looked at each other and also hurriedly rushed forward. Without saying anything further, they placed their palms against Yifeng's back, helping him to the greatest extent. Heavens, Lady Wanyue, why did you suddenly burst forth with such great power? Hong Sheng's face was flushed red like a pig's liver. His hands appeared to be on the verge of swelling. Yifeng tried to adjust his breathing with difficulty. I just said, she's not Yi Wanyue, she's Wanyu's master, a guest from a foreign land. Even the greatly exhausted soul consciousness is an extremely difficult challenge for us. What? Yifeng, so you're not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Yifeng asked in annoyance. In addition to being surprised, Hong Sheng was so shocked that he even slightly relaxed his strength. The impact of what he was seeing was too great for an ordinary rookie like him. You stupid pig with the surname Hong, what are you blanking out for?
hurry up and continue supporting Yifeng. Fengling couldn't help but curse Hong Shang, her delicate eyebrows twisting into a line. Good, good. With the help of Hong Shang and Fengling, the pressure on Yifeng slightly lessened. Rushing forward recklessly. The violent spiritual perception was like a wild horse trying to break through the threads formed by the mysterious confining spirit pill. However, every time he used his divine sense to escape, Yifeng would find his position and trap him back into it. He would not be able to escape. Guests from another world, do you still wish to continue escaping? If you keep going like this, I'm afraid it will directly damage your spiritual will. Yifeng, it's fine that you know the Tao of pills from another world, but how do you know so much about the spiritual will? Are you from another world? However, this is obviously impossible. It's absolutely impossible for anyone under the martial ancestor realm to travel to another world in our continent. Yi Wanyue's questioning voice was suddenly heard from a piece of thread. However, she had just made a hypothesis, and was then denied by herself. Yifeng's expression turned serious and he lowered his voice. Speak. What continent are you from? Ha ha ha, you want to ask me about my situation? Do your dreams. Today, I don't believe that I won't be able to escape. With a miserable scream, Yi Wanyue stabbed her hand deep into her chest, causing blood to spurt out. Then, taking advantage of the burst of spirit blood power, she took a deep breath, stretched out her body, and spread out her soul consciousness in all directions. The soul consciousness split into countless small pieces, like an explosion from a meteorite. This is bad. Seeing this, both Hong Shang and Fengling felt their hearts tremble. How could they withstand the explosive attack of this expert's spiritual will? What's bad? It's just a last-ditch struggle. Yifeng sneered and immediately threw out a Zichong lightning flying sword. It fell down from the sky and landed directly on top of Yi Wanyue's head. Its speed was incredibly fast. Go! If she didn't dodge or get hit on the head, she would die for sure. Bastard, you! Yi Wanyue. A look of astonishment appeared on her face. Obviously, she didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Yifeng would actually disregard her cousin's life and even use her life to threaten her. You sure are ruthless. However, if Yi Wanyue was really dead, all the effort she had spent on her soul will be wasted. After a silent curse, she finally decided to retract her spiritual will and did not spread it out. The person who killed Yi Wanyue wasn't herself, but Yifeng. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, she had already missed the best opportunity to escape in such a short period of time. Huff. The ashen faces of Hong Shang and Fengling became slightly better. That's great. The most dangerous moment had already passed. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief, smiled, and began to work hard to consolidate the encirclement around the spirit binding pills. A moment passed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng quickly split his attention, closed his eyes, and connected that wisp of consciousness in his heart. In the void, a consciousness slowly surfaced. Spirit Shadow, listen carefully. The opponent's strength must not be underestimated. Help me stabilize the aura of the mysterious rank spirit binding pill a little further. Don't let the pill's spirit energy dissipate too much. Good. No problem, I understand. Spirit Shadow's voice was loud and clear. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Oh, right, Leaftip. What's wrong? Is there something else? I'm still in a hurry. If you have something to say, quickly say it." Yifeng's voice was serious, so he replied immediately. Spook paused for a moment and smiled in relief. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to thank you on a whim and made the decision to save the demon fox. After all, an existence like us, being able to make you do this is already something to be satisfied with. Yifeng was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect,
broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598. Chapter 598. Guiying, do you remember the Black Tortoise continent that I told you about in the past? Oh, I remember. What happened? Spirit Shadow was slightly stunned. He did not know why Yifeng would suddenly mention the Black Tortoise continent at this time. Yifeng smiled and raised his head. I've said it before, I was originally a person of the Black Tortoise continent, so the kinship in this world to me wasn't too great of a feeling. You and Demon Fox have always been with me, fighting together with me. Therefore, there is no need for you to compare yourselves with anyone else. You are all you, the only existences that exist. You. Guiying was stunned by Yifeng's words and remained silent on the spot. After a long while, she said in a low and pouting voice, "You are just spouting flowery words. You are actually spouting such mushy words. I'm afraid that to you, Yifeng, these words are all easy to say." No, I'm serious. Yifeng paid attention to the encirclement of the confining spirit pill as he thought to himself and communicated with Spirit Shadow. No matter if it's you or Demon Fox, I, Yifeng, will not give up until the very last moment. Yifeng. He was used to Ghost Shadow's torments, but when he suddenly heard him speak his mind so earnestly, he couldn't help but be somewhat stunned. Yifeng paused for a moment and continued to speak with a smile. There is one more thing. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to clarify things. If there is a reason why we are separated from each other, I will break the connection between you and the puppet pill so that you can regain your freedom. It will not be in vain for us to get to know each other. You. Spirit Shadow listened to him in a daze. Listening to his tone, it was as if he was saying something last. It was extremely strange. Could it be, through this ancient ruins, Yifeng really had a way to return to the original continent? Thinking of this, 1,000 thoughts flashed through Spirit Shadow's mind. It was unknown whether it hated him more, or had other feelings. Yifeng, actually, right at this moment. In the middle of the air, a shrill scream suddenly exploded, attracting the attention of everyone present. Yi Wanyue was covered in a white glow. The silk wrapping around her was suddenly released from her body. When the rock walls were hit by the condensed silk threads, they immediately exploded with a loud sound. Phew, huff. Yi Wanyue. She was breathing heavily, and there were traces of blood on the corners of her mouth. The mysterious confining spirit pill is indeed powerful, and I was almost ambushed by it, but so what? You, Yifeng, can concoct pills, but can't I? Alchemists always have emergency pills on them. It was different from Elder Zhao, Elder Song, and even Gu Yuanwu. As Yi Wanyue's master, since his disciple was able to become an earth-rank pill refiner, his own strength could be easily imagined. So that's how it is. Is it an emergency pill? Yifeng nodded as if he had understood something, and let out a long sigh. Yifeng, this is bad, the opponent isn't easy to deal with. Hong Sheng couldn't help but ask. Yeah, Yifeng, how about, let's take advantage of this. Fengling raised her eyes and indicated for him to leave the room. It was obvious that she was prepared to run away. The situation was critical. While dealing with Yi Wanyue's master, they also had to think of ways to defend against Xiao's sneak attack. With Yifeng's strength alone, it was obviously very difficult to do so. Thinking of running away was a very normal thing. No. Yifeng smiled lightly. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Yi Wanyue. So what if he is a high-level apothecary? Once the pills are compressed by the space, what other pills can they bring over? The so-called emergency medicine can only alleviate the pain, but it can't eliminate the part of the pill that was originally controlled, like. The look in his eyes suddenly became stern. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain filled her heart. It was difficult for her to control her movements. As soon as she wasn't paying attention, she fell to the ground. Yifeng also took the opportunity to quickly catch up. Ice Emperor Sword. Inside the magic crystal ring, a cold and sharp treasured sword was condensed from the air. As the voice faded, a white mist rose from the tip of the sword. Yifeng waved his sword slightly, and a bright white light enveloped Yi Wanyue's entire body. A thin layer of ice formed on Yi Wanyue's palm, spreading all the way to her arms. "Don't move!" The tip of the Ice Emperor's sword was pressed against Yi Wanyue's chest. It pierced through her clothes and into her skin, forming a layer of frost on her upper body. Yi Wanyue was surprised and frowned. The same method, the same scene. In Yifeng's hands, she had repeated the same mistake. Yifeng's expression was solemn as he smiled plainly. "I won't deny the effects of the emergency pill, but just that one pill alone might not be enough to remove all the qi from the spirit binding pills." Yi Wanyue's face was alternating between green and white. Obviously, Yifeng's words had hit her sore spot. Just as she was about to take the second pill, she was interrupted by Yifeng, causing her to feel extremely depressed. "I already said not to move, be more obedient." A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Yifeng's forehead. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands in his mind that was squeezing the spiritual will. Yifeng. The next moment, Yi Wanyue suddenly raised her head with a pale face, as if she was about to die. "What's the use of calling my name? I want you to release Demon Fox immediately." Yifeng said word by word with a solemn expression. "You want me to release him? Dream on." "Ah." Yi Wanyue almost bit her lips from the pain as she gasped heavily. Yifeng stared into his eyes. "I'll ask you one last time, are you letting go of that demon fox? Are your 5 years of soul perception's cultivation more important, or is my life more important? You decide for yourself." "This." 100 thoughts flashed across Yi Wanyue's beautiful face. She didn't want to agree to Yifeng's conditions at all, but the pain almost made her collapse. After all, in terms of torture, Yifeng was definitely not some newbie. He gave off the feeling of someone begging for death. "Forget it, isn't this smelly fox merely a spirit pet? I'll just return it to you." Yi Wanyue frowned and became serious. She sent out a wisp of her soul consciousness and flew away. A moment later, the image in the ball of light changed almost immediately. On top of the metal pillar, the rope gradually relaxed as the demon fox collapsed limply to the ground. While exhausted, her beautiful eyes also had a trace of disbelief. Could it be, Yifeng saved me? On the other side, Yi Wanyue slightly raised her head and looked at Yifeng. "How about it, Yifeng? According to what you said, I've already released the demon fox. Then, you can release that part of my soul. Release your spiritual will?" Yifeng shrugged and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at? Could it be that you want to renege on the debt?" Yifeng shook his head. No, don't make it sound so bad. "However, have you ever heard of me letting you go?" "What?" Yi Wanyue looked at her and exclaimed. Yifeng smiled and continued, "You know, if I let you go now, it's hard to say what you'll do to me. How about this, I can give you a chance, but I don't know if you're willing to or not." "What chance?" Yi Wanyue was stunned for a moment, and then blurted out the question. "Actually, this has something to do with you as well. You don't want us to be disturbed while we're having a good fight, do you?" Yi Wanyue thought for a moment and nodded. "Well, that's true." "Yifeng, stop keeping us in suspense, hurry up and tell us." "Goddamn, what sort of world would that be? I don't even want to come to the Sejura Purgatory, much less find trouble with Yifeng here. No matter who it is, they all use me as a spear. Su Datong's expression was dark as he walked along the small path and muttered softly. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered his ears. Su Datong. He jumped in fright and quickly paid attention to his surroundings as he scanned his surroundings with his tiger-like eyes. However, when he listened carefully, he realized that it was Lu Ankang who had spoken. The boulder hanging over his heart immediately sank to the ground. Ankang Ge, I thought it was someone else. You didn't say anything for a long time, but suddenly, you said something like that. You nearly scared me to death. I thought it was Zifeng's people. If it's someone from Zifeng's side, can you still stand and talk properly? Lu Ankang retorted snappily. Su Datong nodded with an apologetic smile and chuckled, yes, brother Ankang is right. However, brother Ankang, you were looking for me. I'm afraid you have something that you want me to do, right? That's right. Indeed, there is one thing. Since this matter is related to our lives, we will have to depend on you. Lu Ankang's voice was filled with seriousness. He paused for a moment and then said, listen up, I used a special method just now to find out that the spiritual energy of that super expert is getting closer and closer to you. This. What did you say? Su Datong's expression suddenly changed. He could not help but take a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. Could it be? Did that expert discover my existence and come over to destroy me? Oh no, they're really here to take my life. At the same time, Lu Ankang's voice was also very warm and friendly. Datong, calm down. You don't know the other party's purpose yet, so calm down. Don't worry, I still have me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599. Chapter 599. What's the use of having you? In the space between heaven and earth, the ancient voice of the vast expanse seemed as though it could pierce through all illusions, penetrating the hearts of people. This. Su Datong even suspected that he was feeling dizzy. Looking around, his heart was trembling. Silence, no one was there. He licked his lips. Lu Ankang, is that you? If that's not the case, then that's it. I've already been hallucinating before I even saw the person. This is bad. Hold on. An indescribable fear could be heard in Lu Ankang's calm voice. Datong, this is not an illusion, just now I also. He heard it clearly. I'm afraid she is. The martial spirit master that I mentioned before. You? What did you say? Su Datong's expression changed abruptly as his heart thumped incessantly, as though it was about to burst out of his body. At the same time, a vast and resounding voice echoed in Lu Ankang's ears. Oh? You know that I have the strength of a martial spirit, and yet you still dare to come here. You sure are bold. The spirit of a martial spirit master was truly amazing. At this moment, it was like Mount Tai was pressing down on Lu Ankang's heart. In front of absolute strength, ordinary schemes were as weak as tofu. Even the man who had made the plans was scared. Exhaustion. Lu Ankang's mind raced, and all his previous thoughts and strategies were instantly destroyed. He took a deep breath of cold air. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. We only came here to complete the Academy's mission, and we happened to pass by this place. We didn't expect that we would disturb Senior's rest. Then hurry up and F***ck off. A low and deep sound echoed into the ears of others, almost causing them to go deaf. Sure, Seabreeze frowned for a long time before he let out a cold laugh. He was always proud and arrogant. He was always domineering and tyrannical in this Azura purgatory. Since when did he have the word F***ck shouted out by others? You want us to scram? Do you have the ability to do so? To not even reveal your true identity, who knows if your ability is that great? Could it be that you are putting on an act? So that's how it is. After a moment of silence, there was a surge of undercurrents. Suddenly, Luan Kong seemed to sense something and was shocked. Not good, not good. Datong, run. Su Datong was surprised by his words and was still in a daze. A moment later, an invisible hand stretched out like lightning towards Luan Kong's location. It was as if it was holding a small bird as it held Su Datong in its hand and held him up in the air. The fear was still written all over Su Datong's face. In the next moment, the pair of large hands exerted force, and their 5 fingers came together. Bang! 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 A few crisp sounds could be heard. Countless bones seemed to have exploded in an instant. Blood spurted out like rain. Su Datong did not even have the chance to let out a final scream before he was killed on the spot. Fresh blood spurted all over the ground, and the human form was nowhere to be seen. In this somewhat sealed space, he has everywhere. Luan Kong seemed to be witnessing the most terrifying scene in the world. Although it was far away, Luan Kong fell limply to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. He wanted to speak, but because of his excessive fear, he seemed to have become mute, and he immediately vomited out. What happened? Could it be that the Pathfinder, Qi Zimo, realized that something was wrong and asked with a frown? Die, dead. Luan Kong covered his face with his hands, not realizing that his face was covered with tears. He was not sad because of his brother's sudden death. Rather, this method was too cruel and had exceeded the limits of what he could accept. Su Datong did not even have the chance to scream out loud after killing a person as fast as lightning. With such strength, even Qi Zimo would not be able to contend against him. He, Luan Kong, naturally would not have any thoughts of resisting. This. Qi Zimo frowned. He had never been humiliated like this before, ever since he set foot in the Azura Purgatory. However, right now, he knew his opponent was very strong. Was he really going to face the opponent head-on? Or could it be to escape straight away? He took a long breath and was about to move. Luan Kong turned around and said in a daze, his face ashen. Not good, I'm dead for sure. That martial spirit expert is heading in our direction. He's coming. Hee, you want to force me to make a move and see blood? You are truly a noisy insect. Yi Wanyue's delicate body was still lying flat on the ground, not moving at all. However, she had split a portion of her soul's spiritual will, and in just a few moments, she had killed Su Datong. She also projected the scene in front of Yifeng using the light ball. What is it? Yifeng, you're still pretending to be calm after seeing my methods? Are you not afraid at all in your heart? Why must I be afraid? Yifeng smiled and shook his head. When he was at the Xianwu continent, he followed Shenwu Huang. It was a common occurrence for someone in a higher realm to slaughter people in a lower realm. There was nothing to praise them for. What I mean is, if I can kill others this way, I can naturally also kill your friends this way, but... Yi Wanyue's tone was flat, but it was filled with a coldness that could pierce the heart. Including you. The same goes for Yi Zifeng. If you anger me to the point that I want to kill you even if I have to lower my cultivation level, then don't blame me for being merciless. Feng Ling and Hong Sheng's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other with dark faces. However, you won't kill me. Yi Zifeng smiled and shook his head. You came from across the border and you haven't achieved your goal yet, so you dropped your cultivation level. Your plan might fail, am I wrong? You? Yifeng paused for a while and then continued, moreover, there is an existence at the peak of the fighter realm in addition to this. You think I'm afraid of him, ? No. I believe that you can defeat him, but that will consume your spiritual energy. This isn't what you want to happen, and because of this, your spiritual will speed won't be very fast. Yi Wanyue's beautiful face was full of uncertainty.
Indeed, the result she hoped for the most was not to fight back. Finally, things went exactly as he wanted. This time, Qi Zimo completely changed his direction and escaped out of the archaic ruins. Good kid, your ability to talk to others is first-rate. Yifeng looked at her sternly, then, let me ask one last time, it has nothing to do with words. What's your name? When Yuanyue heard this, her expression instantly changed. To others, the name of a foreign land was no joke at all. She paused for a moment and pursed her lips. Well, if you can be a ghost on the road to River Styx, I might as well tell you. My name is Shen Mengning. At the beginning, Yifeng only asked casually and did not have much hope. He was just planning on how to use the appropriate method to control her spiritual will to the maximum extent. However, a moment later. What? Yifeng's eyes were filled with surprise as he opened his eyes wide. Due to his overexcitement, he even leaned his body slightly forward. Shen Mengning? Hold on. What is your relationship with Shenzong? Shenzong. Shen Mengning looked at Yifeng's surprised expression and suddenly felt that it was a little funny. You must have mixed me up with someone, or do you mean that you want to get close to me in order to survive? Among all the people I know, there's no one named Shenzong. Yifeng frowned. Then, are you from the Black Tortoise Continent? Hearing the words Black Tortoise Continent, Shen Mengning froze on the spot. It was one thing for him to meet old friends, but this was a foreign land. Black Tortoise Continent? How do you know about the Black Tortoise Continent? I don't remember there being any records of this in the books on the Martial Spirit Continent. Shen Mengning's hostility towards Yifeng gradually disappeared and was replaced by endless curiosity. How on earth did a martial artist like Yifeng manage to pass through the gaps of time and space, from a high realm continent to a low realm continent? As for Hong Shang and Fengling, they were stunned on the spot, not even knowing what to do next. You really don't know Shenzong? Because I seem to have heard him mention your name before. Although Yifeng's memory was extraordinary, he still couldn't remember some things from the past due to the brain injury caused by the 9 reincarnation pill explosion. Shen Mengning helplessly shook her head and was about to reply. Suddenly, with several loud rumbles, the earth trembled and dust flew into the air. In the midst of the illusions, a sky-piercing spear attacked. With only a single charge, it destroyed the door that Yifeng and the others were at. Qi Zimo raised his spear and thrust forward, his veins popping out and his red robe unfurling. He looked dignified and solemn. He picked up the person in his hands and threw him onto the ground. Then, he heavily fell onto the ground, as if he was only left with one last breath. The people on the ground. It's Luan Kong. Fengling hesitated for a moment, looking at the person on the ground. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, and shouted out. Old fool, sure, I told you to run, but you didn't run. Just you wait, you will be punished at once. Luan Khan's face was swollen to the point that he could barely keep his eyes open. However, a strange smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Since he wasn't going to live any longer, how could he have the mood to call the other party senior sure? Shut up. How laughable. Do you really think I, Sure Dahai, would run away? Qi Zimo's face was gloomy, and he stomped on Luan Khan's injured arm, stomping it back and forth. The latter immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream, almost suffocating on the spot. Enough! Yifeng said in a low voice and looked at Sure Dahai. Qi Zimo mocked him with a smile. What, you want to get justice right now? You must know that this Luan Khan brat also wholeheartedly wants to kill you. Do you still want to plead on his behalf? No. Yifeng looked at Qi Zimo with a cold look in his eyes. What I meant was, you're disturbing us, we're chatting, . If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600. Chapter 600.
Shi Dahai stood there like a block of wood, his eyes fixed on Li's figure. What did you say? Is it affecting your conversation? If these words were spoken in ordinary times, who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Interrupting a conversation was also a reason? He was simply courting death. That's right. Shen Mengning chuckled, her eyes filled with a cold light. It's really rare for someone to take the initiative to come up and court death. It's rare that I agree with Yifeng. Originally, I did not want to waste my energy on you, but now, it seems that I have no choice but to take action. As the sound of his voice faded, in the air, strands of spirit qi suddenly condensed into a giant invisible hand. As she shouted, a large amount of white mist appeared in the two big hands. They gathered together in the direction of Shi Dahai. Gather. Just the word group seemed to carry an endless momentum. After feeling the immense power of the invisible hand, Shi Breeze was shocked and didn't dare to take it head-on. He had not forgotten the scene of Su Daton's sudden death. He clenched his teeth tightly as his long spear danced out and formed several large circles. On his 5 fingertips, a dazzling light circulated, offsetting a portion of the whirlpool. After that, he took a deep breath and began to walk up and down the cliff. Behind him, that giant invisible hand was chasing him like a maggot. Are you done yet? Shi Breeze ran a few steps and saw an opportunity. His eyes suddenly became cold and he turned around to fight. Die! All of a sudden, the spear in his hands turned into a fiery red color, as he fiercely thrust towards Shen Mengning's direction. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The second big hand seemed to form a barrier in the air, blocking in front of Shen Mengning. The long spear pierced through the air and landed on the palms of the two large hands. Sparks flew in all directions as Qingshan sounds rang out from time to time. However, the long spear seemed to be held in place by a tremendous force, unable to move any further. What, with this little strength, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Shen Mengning coldly smiled. What? Shi Breeze's attack had failed, and his face was filled with astonishment. It was truly the strength of a martial spirit. But now was not the time to be surprised. Behind him, the invisible hand also rapidly chased after him. If the two large hands were combined, then they would definitely grind Shi Breeze into mincemeat without a second thought. This stinking woman is not easy to deal with. It's truly bad luck. Shi Dahai raised his spear, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, he was standing on the spear's tip. In the next moment, the two large hands merged into one. The spear was smashed into smithereens in an instant. Shi Breeze felt a chill in his heart. This weapon had been with him for years and was incredibly hard, yet it was being destroyed so quickly. If he was half a beat too late and did not escape, what would have happened to him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret until his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he would have obediently escaped the ancient ruins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. There's a difference between thinking and reality. Do you want to run? Yifeng smiled and looked in the direction of Shi Haifeng. Yifeng, what are you so proud of? Why are you not relying on women to deal with me? If you have guts, come and fight me one-on-one. One-on-one? Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Why waste this time? I can subdue her, and she can subdue you. If you want to fight me one-on-one, we can talk after you win. You. After listening to Yifeng's words, Shi Breeze's expression became a bit unsightly. You stinking brat, just you wait. Your father will come over to take care of you right now. As the sound of his voice faded, suddenly, Shi Haifeng felt the spiritual energy above him flowing, and he cried out in his heart, "This is bad." Sure enough, a giant invisible hand came down from the sky like a fly, almost smashing his head into pieces. It was just as Yifeng had said. If Shi Dahai wanted to fight against Yifeng, he would have to win against Shen Mengning first.
However, the probability of him defeating Shen Mengning became smaller and smaller with the passage of time.
Who allowed you to do anything to Yifeng without my permission?
Shen Mengning smiled sweetly and looked in the direction of Yi Yifeng. Those who didn't know the truth would think that they were a couple. Only they themselves knew that the two of them were bound by benefits, and thus had such a bond.
You? Who exactly are you? Why did you enter the Azura Purgatory at the martial spirit realm?
Qi Breeze couldn't help but ask.
If I were to tell you that I am a guest of a foreign land, would you believe me?
What?
How is that possible?
Hearing this, Shi Dahai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After so many years, although the death rate of Azura Purgatory was high, it was still considered the same.
How could there suddenly be a man from a different world? He didn't know that this was actually the first time Yuanyue came to the Azura Purgatory, and this was the fuse of everything.
I knew you ignorant people of the martial spirit continent wouldn't understand the concept of a space rift. Shen Mengning helplessly shook her head, a cruel smile appearing on her charming face.
Forget it, since you are going to die anyway, don't let me make you understand.
The inner sect of your Azura Purgatory is actually the entrance to the Black Tortoise continent and the martial spirit continent. It is laughable that those idiots who stood at the border of the two continents would think that they are still in the martial spirit world.
Oh?
Yifeng's eyes lit up. A few thoughts flashed across his mind, and he started to frown, as if he was deep in thought. In his heart, the doubts that he had always had gradually began to clear up like the stars.
At the same time,
Shen Mengning said as she raised her delicate hand and pointed to the side.
Let me show you.
In the blink of an eye, the invisible hand rose up into the air. Its speed of advance was not only twice as fast.
Shen Mengning's face turned solemn.
The more she used her hands to control it, the more powerful it became. Qi Breeze was already tired from dealing with this, and now that the attack from the giant hand had suddenly increased by so much, how could he bear it? He barely moved to the side and dodged the first strike from his big hand. The second strike was already coming at him. The bitch. That pair of big hands is as slippery as a loach. Could it be that that pair of big hands has no substance and only spiritual energy? Yifeng thought about it for a long time and finally made up his mind. Thus, he turned his body to the side, facing the direction of Shi Dahai, and mouthed to him.
Using a method to deal with the spiritual will?
Qi Breeze frowned but didn't relax and silently chanted Yifeng's words.
This? No way, Yifeng, does he want to help me? He muttered in a low voice, his face was full of anger.
He didn't think too much before 7 streams of profound qi shot out in the direction of the big hand.
Boom! Countless rays of light, exceptionally resplendent. The sparkling and translucent palm was blasted into smithereens by the impact.
Ha! Qi Breeze was astonished. A bright light flashed across his eyes. This kind of spiritual force technique, which is specifically used to restrain the spiritual will, is actually that effective? He slightly pursed his lips, and the profound qi on his palm started to flow again.
Another loud boom was heard, announcing the success.
Great! Qi Breeze smiled brightly and let out a long breath, as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. When his gaze met with Leaves, he was puzzled. He didn't hesitate to kill Yi Zichen quickly. No matter how he looked at it, Yifeng shouldn't have come to help him. Facing him was Shen Mengning's grave expression.
What's going on? Why does he seem like? Did you suddenly notice it?
Thus, she subconsciously turned her head to look at Yifeng, but helplessly shook her head. She was touched by her own wild guess and found it laughable.
It was definitely not from Yifeng.
Unless one's brain had been crushed by a door, no one would go save the person who tried to kill him.
The next moment.
After knowing how to counter the attack of the giant hand, Qi Breeze's complexion had obviously improved. While concentrating on operating his profound qi, he put his hands behind his back. He coughed several times and was about to step forward to say a few harsh words. A strand of clear qi returned to Zifeng's body. And in his hand, there was a heavy beast refining token. Did you come back? That's a good time. He smiled as he lifted his head and kept the beast tamer token. He turned his head and looked at Fengling, revealing a deep meaning. Suddenly, Yi Zichen moved. His body moved like lightning, like an arrow leaving the bow. He let go of the crowd and rushed out. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. What are you doing? Shen Mengning's calm face suddenly changed. What a joke! Yi Feng was still carrying a part of his soul. If he died so easily, wouldn't that mean he had lowered his cultivation level? You still want to run away? Sure, Sea Breeze reacted quickly enough. After a slight pause, he quickly caught up to her. He had already seen through it. If he wanted to weaken Shen Mengning's strength, the only way was to kill Yi Feng. What should I do, Fengling? Do you want to catch up? Hong Sheng hesitated as he looked at the position of the door. He wasn't very afraid of death, but those who were afraid of death had no value. Wait a moment. Fengling shook her head slightly. Her slender hand was currently pointing at a small piece of spirit paper that had just fallen onto the ground. It was left behind by Yi Feng. Let's take a look first. As she spoke, she squatted down and picked up the spirit paper. After unfolding it, her beautiful eyes swept over it. This. Surprise was written all over her coquettish face. From. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 601. Chapter 601. Fengling, tell us quickly. Hong Sheng did not have a good impression of Fengling to begin with. In a moment of desperation, his face became even more ferocious. Brother Yi, what's written on it? It's almost killing me. Fengling was stunned for a moment before she managed to regain her senses. He said on paper. He wants to go to the Xianwu continent. As she spoke, she handed over the piece of paper and placed it in front of Hong Sheng. What? Are you for real? Go to a foreign land? Hong Sheng's face froze as he paced back and forth in silence. Fengling's face also darkened as she let out a long sigh. If you don't believe me, you can look for yourself. It was only when Hong Sheng personally saw the contents of the spirit paper that he finally believed it. Indeed, it was Yi Zifeng's handwriting. It can't be. He thinks that this foreign land is some sort of place. Is it a place where he can go whenever he wants to? Is it a place where he can travel to? Wait, let me take a look. It doesn't seem to be the only thing I'm going to say. Hong Sheng pursed his lips and unfolded the spirit paper. He began to read the following content, and there were even tiny words written densely on the back. This part concerns the spirit martial sect. This part requires us to go and take a look at Elder Shen and the Muyan family from the Heavenly Law City's Celestial Sect of Wonders. This part was related to the Yi family in Legacy City. And here, he wrote about his sister Yi Shui and a woman called Liu Bingqian. Oh my god. He sucked in a breath of cold air as his teeth chattered. What's the difference between this and a will? If I'm not wrong, Yi Feng should have already written this letter before coming to the Azura Purgatory. What sort of things are kept in his mind all day long? No way. I'll go find Yi Zichen now, and ask him if he knows. Hong Sheng was an open-minded person, so naturally, he would say whatever he wanted to say. Just as he made up his mind, he moved. Wait. Don't chase after him. With our current strength, even if we go over, we will only bring trouble to his disciple. It would be better if he comes alone. But... Hong Sheng frowned and stopped in his tracks.
Fengling stared into his eyes, and said earnestly, moreover, if we rush over, and accidentally die, who can help him complete the thing on his spirit paper? To be more realistic, do you know where Yifeng has escaped to in this short period of time? This. Hongsheng thought about it and agreed. He scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. He didn't have the ability to make enemies at all. What do you mean? So, listen carefully, Hongsheng. Since Yifeng dares to move alone, he must have his own thoughts. To us, right now, the most important thing is also for us to think of a way to escape this ancient ruin. This is probably what Yifeng was hoping for. I wonder if Fengling can guess my thoughts and help me finish the task written on the spirit paper. Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Even when he was running with all his might, he still couldn't help but recall the situation on the other side. Yifeng, I really am not talking about you. What are you still in the mood to care about me when I'm running away like this? I really admire you. Gue Ying's grumbling voice suddenly rose from the bottom of Yifeng's heart. Yifeng smiled lightly and said, compared to this, how is the demon fox now? You? Seeing that Yi Zichen was still worried about other people's things, Spirit Shadow was speechless. Ghastly Shadow. Yifeng thought for a while, then growled. Spook sighed unwillingly. All right, then. Her body isn't too bad. After all, this smelly fox's life is extremely tough. However, when she completely wakes up, I'm afraid that she will be able to get close to you. Ghastly Shadow, what are you talking about by yourself? Smelly fox, so you were awake. From the beast refining token, a weak and delicate voice of a woman came. Gue Ying never expected that the demon fox would still be awake after being heavily injured, and was alarmed. After he said it, he quickly shut his mouth. They had not yet had a further conversation. Yes. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Shi Dahai's spear whistled through the air, almost touching Yi Wen's ear, and passed by him. It was extremely dangerous. He himself had to tumble to the side in order to avoid the attack from the invisible hand. He was indeed chasing after Yi Wen, but he himself was being chased by Shen Mengning to no end. Huff! Shen Mengning was slightly out of breath. Running away was not her main goal, and she couldn't use her hand formed by spiritual energy to bring back Yi Wen. The reason was very simple. If he couldn't control his strength well, he might just kill Yifeng. Yifeng, how much longer are you planning to run? Hurry up and come back, otherwise, even I will have trouble protecting you. However, Yifeng, who was not far away, suddenly forgot what he had heard and just continued running. This bastard, this is so infuriating, just what is he thinking? As the #1 alchemist in the Xianwu continent, Shen Mengning enjoyed the humble attitude of a humble person. But now, she was completely defeated by Yifeng. Ugh, it must be time to go. Yifeng thought to himself as if he was calculating something. From his back, a long spear instantly attacked. It brushed past Yifeng's body and stabbed into a red pillar of air on the wall. It was just like Yi Zifeng calculated the same. In an instant, his aura surged. Black dots erupted from the pillar, attracting everyone's attention. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as if a shackle had been opened by someone, emitting a bang sound. Yifeng, you. Shi Feng was shocked. He didn't know what Yifeng was planning. However, while he was hesitating, Yifeng had already run away. Shen Mengning had already caught up to him, so he didn't have time to think too much into it. I don't care. He silently cursed and took a deep breath. The tip of his spear once again lit up with red light. I'll take it for once. Every time the spear attacked, Yifeng's body would feel like it was covered in oil, and he would be able to move half a body's distance away. However, Shi Dahai couldn't attack the second time. Otherwise, Shen Mengning's attack would teach him a lesson. Once the formidable spear's potential attacked,
it would directly pierce through the rock wall and cause the pillar of air to explode. A series of sounds of shackles being unshackled could be heard. After a few times, Shi Dahai also felt that something was wrong. Yifeng did not run around recklessly, but rather, he seemed to follow a certain rhythm, directing the attacks of the two people. Wait a minute. Girl, don't be in such a hurry to deal with me. It seems like Yifeng is planning something. Shi Dahai couldn't suppress the uneasiness in his heart anymore, and he turned to look at Shen Mengning. In the time it took for him to take a glance, the invisible hand had almost reached his chest. If it wasn't for the fact that he was careful and dodged to the side, a bloody hole the size of a bowl would have appeared on his abdomen. Plan what? I think you want to use this as an opportunity to kill him, right? Shen Mengning had always been a skeptic, and would never believe the words of someone as cold-blooded and cruel as Shi Breeze. If that's the case, then I'll tell you clearly, there isn't even a door. The powerful words were like a heavy stone, smashing right into Shi Dahai's heart. The corner of his mouth twitched as he complained incessantly. After a while, he let out a helpless sigh. In the end, he still charged forward, hoping that the spear would be able to hit Liu's tip at least once. It was quite strange. He was at the pinnacle of the fighter realm. How come he hadn't even touched Yifeng's fur after such a long time? Could it be? He carefully looked at Yifeng and observed his movements. Suddenly, his expression changed. A faint white light lingered around his body like white fog, while Yifeng lightly touched the rock wall every time the spear reached his body. The next moment, Yifeng's body flashed, and he would slightly deviate from the attack of the spear, creating the illusion of dodging an attack. I understand. Is this teleportation? A small-scale spatial teleportation. Earlier, when Yifeng sent Shi Dahai outside of the ancient ruins, he seemed to have a certain level of fear towards teleportation. At this moment, he was even more astonished. He deeply swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yifeng's understanding of the ancient ruins was too astonishing. Have you finally discovered it? Senior Shi. Yifeng smiled and turned his head. His eyes sparkled, as if he had seen through the other party's thoughts. You! Are you using me? You are even using that martial spirit, master? Shi Breeze's face was gloomy. He stared at Yifeng. What are you planning? If you don't answer, I'll stop right now. I definitely won't let you do as you wish. No need. The smile on Yifeng's face was very faint. Thanks to your help, I got my wish, but... What did you say? Shi Breeze widened his eyes in shock and couldn't help but take a step back. He looked around, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. However, Yi continued to speak with a smile. If the interior of the Azura Purgatory is the boundary between the two continents, then the key to the time and space gap has been collected. The following words, the corners of his mouth curled into a deep smile. He took 2 steps forward and fiercely smashed his fist onto a valve. It was an imposing and majestic smile. Behind this valve, presumably, is a brand new world. Creak! A clear crack appeared in the center of the valve. After a moment of silence, that crack suddenly spread out and the entire door burst apart at the same time. Behind the door, the starlight shone brightly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7. Chapter 602. Chapter 602. Bright starlight filled the sky and poured down like raindrops. Outside the door, it seemed as if there were 2 completely different worlds. After stepping into this place, a cold wind blew, and a look of shock appeared on Shi Breeze's face. This is the internal layer of the Azura Purgatory. This is the spatial and temporal gap? How could it be like this? It wasn't that he hadn't come to the inner reaches of the Azura Purgatory before. However, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. I don't know.
In the past, when some people accidentally entered this place, compared to this place, it was simply a small matter. Yifeng was the only exception to this rule in all these years. This brat called Yifeng, just what is his background? He can actually rely on his own power to come to this narrow crack in time and space. Shen Mengning said as she took a few steps forward and entered the starlit area. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and she no longer attacked Qi Breeze. Feng turned his head to look at Shen Mengning, but his eyes were wide open. He was so frightened that he quickly took a few steps back. You? Why did you suddenly change your appearance? Oh? Shen Mengning's eyes lit up as she reached into her bosom and picked up a mirror. Sure enough, at this moment, she was covered in makeup, and her skin was white as jade. Compared to Yi Wanyue, her expression was even colder. She understood. Then she smiled and pointed to something not far behind her. Transformation? You mean? Is it her? Outside the door, the person who had fainted was none other than Yi Wanyue. It was a very simple principle. As long as her spiritual will entered the space, it would reveal its true form. This was the only reason she was able to leave Yi Wanyue's body. At this moment. You all. Won't you come over? Suddenly, Yifeng's voice sounded from a place not far away. Shen Mengning and Qi Breeze looked at each other, each having a gloomy expression on their face. Past? What right did they have to listen to Yifeng's words? Obediently go over, that would be too embarrassing. At the same time, Yifeng spoke blandly once again. Even if there is a way to freely travel between the two continents, are you not interested in this? Upon hearing about the free passage between the two continents, Shen Mengning's expression changed. All right. As soon as she realized what was going on, she quickly walked up to him and saw that Qi Breeze was also stunned for a moment before following her. Wait, I'll leave, who allowed you to follow me? Shen Mengning took a few steps and turned her head back. She then coldly looked at Qi Breeze and said, I have no interest in killing you. Get out of here. You. Qi Breeze's tone was clearly sluggish, but just as Shen Mengning had said, in terms of strength, he was not as strong as her opponent. However, he also had a spiritual will cultivation technique, so it wasn't impossible for him to fight. Me. Shout. You. Scram. However, Shen Mengning seemed to have seen through his thoughts, as she coldly laughed. Also, do you think that some sort of method to deal with the divine will of the soul will work on me? Wake up, that's because I don't want to use more power to deal with you. An extremely insulting tone. Qi Breeze had lived for so long, yet no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. He tightly clenched his fists, and the veins on his hands bulged, as if they were about to bleed. Enough, what I said was, the two of you, come here together. Yifeng's cold words broke the deadlock between the two. Listen up, the condition to be able to freely travel between two continents, at least 3 people, if one person is missing, this method might not work. The time limit is half an incense stick. Shen Mengning had almost lost her reason due to her extreme anger. However, Yifeng's words had gradually calmed her down. She spat and looked at the sea breeze. Forget it, consider yourself lucky. Thus, she put down her posture and quickly walked up. Qi Breeze's face was gloomy. He didn't know how to proceed or retreat, but after thinking for a while, he decided to keep up. What do you mean, Yifeng? What exactly did you discover? I found it. Just as she walked closer, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Yifeng's strange smile, and the way he looked behind him. Not good. She was alarmed. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. She shouted, "Not good," and turned around to look at the entrance. Too late. Yifeng chuckled and raised his head. The next moment, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. A door that weighed at least 10,000 jin fell down from high altitudes, blocking the place where the valve had been. In the blink of an eye, everyone's path of retreat was completely sealed off. No.
Shen Mengning's eyes widened as she shouted out in despair.
Sure, Sea Breeze was also stunned, unable to believe it. What was going on?
If the inner layer of Azura Purgatory really was the boundary between two continents,
could it be that he was blocked by this 10,000 gene door? They couldn't return to the martial spirit continent anymore? If he didn't return to the original world, then what was the use of killing Yifeng?
When he thought about this, his murderous aura weakened a lot.
He had already lost his target.
If Sea Breeze and Yen couldn't return to the martial spirit continent, it meant that Fengling and the others would be safe.
Yifeng, you dare to set me up, I'll kill you. Shen Mengning's face was filled with rage, no longer as calm as before. Instead, the light of her spiritual energy instantly intensified.
An invisible hand whistled through the air, lifting Yifeng up and holding him in the big hand. In just that short moment, 3 of Liu's ribs had been broken, letting out a crisp sound.
What good will killing me do you?
A hint of pain flashed across Yifeng's face. He seriously looked at Shen Mengning and said solemnly,
"You know, we are in a rift right now, with neither side touching the ground. Without me, you might not be able to leave. Do you think I will let you off just because you say that?"
Shen Mengning's anger was raging in her chest, and her delicate body was trembling violently.
You will let me off. Otherwise, you will be facing Shao for the rest of your life. Is this what you want?
It was just as Yifeng had said.
With the current situation, other than temporarily killing Yifeng, what else could Shen Mengning do?
If he was trapped in this spatial rift and couldn't get out, he might as well kill himself while facing that Dahai all day long. Thinking of this, her face darkened and her jade-like hands relaxed.
That invisible hand lowered Yifeng to the ground.
The pain was so intense that Yifeng couldn't help but to suck in a breath of cold air. Looking at his current state, he did nothing.
Even if he returned to the Black Tortoise continent, what face would he have to meet others?
Yifeng took back the bone, raised his head and looked at her deeply.
We can't go out for the time being, so can you tell us the purpose of your visit to the martial spirit continent?
Sigh.
Forget it.
Shen Mengning let out a long sigh, as her entire being was immersed in a soulless state.
Actually, you wouldn't believe it either.
I came to the martial spirit continent only to listen to the words of the #1 prophet of the Black Tortoise continent, saying that as long as I raise a disciple here, I can bring back the strongest alchemist of the continent and treat my brother who has been ill for a long time.
You must be like other people, thinking that such a prediction is very funny, right?
Hearing this, Yifeng was shocked.
You?
It was the first time that Shen Mengning had seen Yifeng so surprised. She could not help but laugh inside.
You what, you? I am talking about the strongest apothecary here, why are you so surprised? In the end, you don't have to comfort me because you're the continent's strongest alchemist, right? Even if I say I am, you wouldn't believe me, right?
Yifeng laughed helplessly and shook his head.
This joke isn't funny. Shen Mengning's expression tightened, and she smiled as she calmed down.
She paused for a moment. Speaking of which, Yifeng, although I don't know why you have such a deep understanding of the ancient ruins, do you really have a way to go to the Black Turtle continent through this spatial crack?
Shenzong, do you know?
Yifeng suddenly mentioned him again. Shen Mengning was slightly startled.
You asked me about this person, so there's no need to test me any further. I really don't know him.
Yifeng smiled and continued.
He once told me that when teleporting through space, the best condition is unconsciousness. In other words, it has nothing to do with strength.
In this narrow crack in space and time, we only need to look up at the starry sky and sleep.
Sleep?
Shen Mengning's beautiful eyes widened as she stared in a daze, like a person sculpted from clay.
I've never heard of this method before. It shouldn't be possible. Then, other than this, do you have any other methods? Yifeng looked around and pointed around. The vast and empty plain stretched as far as the eye could see, and only the starry rivers that filled the sky could be seen, leading to a bit of light. It was as if time had stopped in this world. There was no other way. With the sky as the cover, and the earth as the hut. Occasionally, we would stay away from the secular world and sleep happily. If we fail, when we wake up, we will think of a new method. Is that not good? As he laughed, he laid flat on the ground with a stalk of straw in his mouth. He looked up at the brilliant stars in the sky and let out a long and peaceful breath. After so long, I'm tired. Hey, wait a minute. Are you not afraid of being ambushed while you're sleeping? Shen Mengning looked at you when lying down and couldn't help being shocked. She was usually a very meticulous person, but now it seemed as if she had become a completely different person. Regarding this, Shen Mengning couldn't help but feel puzzled. While she was still thinking, Yifeng had already closed his eyes and was breathing out and moving up and down like a sleeping child. Jialan, Bingqian. What did you say? He couldn't really have fallen asleep. I already told you not to sleep anymore. I'm really impressed with you. Shen Mengning smiled helplessly and shook her head. The golden light in her hand dispersed while the spirit energy swirled around her. In just a moment, she had created a strong protective barrier. Forget it. The next moment, she also sat on the ground and slowly laid down beside Yifeng. She reached out her hand and looked at the endless river of stars between her fingers. If I wake up from my sleep and bring back the continent's strongest alchemist, how great would that be? She mumbled her words in a low voice. Along with her consciousness, it also became more and more chaotic. Speaking of which, Shenzong. Why does it feel like I've heard this name before? In the vast sky, starlight shone. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The strange map of the heaven was faintly discernible, and it secretly fit the formations here. It emitted wave after wave of mana ripples, moving further and further away. Suddenly, the two fiery red blades began to burn as they plummeted towards the two people on the ground. End of Volume 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.